Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please, we'll go ahead and get started. Sorry for being a few minutes late. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, and today is Tuesday, July 2nd at 9:33, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board members. To my left is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. To her left is Board Member Sean McGuire, and to my right is Board Member Tam Dodick. Let's see, and so today assisting us will be our Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Michael Laufer, our Chief Counsel, Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Deputy, Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputy, and Janine Townsend is our Clerk of the Board, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler. I'll go through emergency evacuation procedures really quick. Please do look around you and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We're to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. Please obey all traffic signals and be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up. And the most important item, please be sure to turn off all cell phones or other devices that make noise during this meeting. With that done, I'll move on to public comment. Public forum is an opportunity for the board to hear from any person wishing to speak on any matter that is not pending before the board, and we do not currently have any public forum items. So with that, we'll move on to board business, and we'll consider the minutes from the June 18th board meeting, and I'll entertain a motion.
So move adoption of the minutes.
We both have to abstain. We weren't here.
And so what we have, that's fine. If the two of you abstain, we can carry it on a 2-0-2 vote.
Okay, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, and the board adopts the meeting minutes. Next, we'll move on to item number 2, which is an informational item on the current hydrologic conditions. Ask staff to please come up and introduce themselves.
Good morning, board members. My name is Alessia Siglari. I'm a water resource control engineer with the Division of Water Rights. Here with me is engineer Vadim Demchek. We're here to present item number 2, hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. During this water year, we have experienced so far significantly high snowpack levels in the Sierra and above average rain, which means several reservoirs are near full capacity heading into the summer months. The presentation will include precipitation, current major reservoir condition, drought conditions, and temperature and precipitation forecast. So going into detail, this first slide represents the Northern Sierra A Station Index, which is an average of 8 precipitation stations and serves as a wetness index for the Sacramento River hydrologic region. The data from June 28 show that Northern Sierra is at 136% of average for this date, and the dark blue line shows the precipitation, daily precipitation. It is about 68.4 inches, which represent an 11 inches change from our last update of April 2nd. The 5-station index from June 28 shows Central Sierra at 127% of historical average for this day, and daily precipitation of 49.7 inches. Southern Sierra is at 131% of historical average, with current daily precipitation of 36.6 inches. Snowwater content data from June 27 show that we are at the tail end of the curve. So the majority of the snowpack has already melted, with snowwater content average for North, Central, and Southern Sierra at 80, 91, and 59% of average respectively. Northern, Central, and Southern Sierra snowpacks are at 4, 7, and 6% respectively of their April 1st averages for the snow water equivalent, which is the amount of water produced if all the snow were to melt at once. I would like to point out that January through March has sustained moderate to heavy snowstorms, and that California's snowpack was above average in the final snow survey of the year in May. Current reservoir conditions show most of the reservoirs in extremely good shape. This data is from June 26. Almost all the reservoirs are at or more than 110% of average. Oh, sorry. Also, Cachuma, Diamond Lake, and San Luis reservoirs are in very good shape, at 93% of average, 94, and 115% of average, respectively. This slide represents the forecast ESP water year 2019 volume, where ESP stands for Ensemble Streamflow Prediction and represent the forecast flow for the water year as percent of average. As you can see, the image shows that most of California is at above, much above, and extremely above normal, colors from green to dark blue. Drought conditions, 95.68% of the state has present no drought, and only 4.32% is at abnormally dry in Southern California. Similar trend for Colorado Basin, 92.24% of the state has no drought, and 7.76% is between abnormally dry and moderate drought. Temperature forecast for the 14-day outlook. Here in this graph, colors define probability category. California is at below average for temperature, and for precipitation, we are at normal and slightly above normal probability. This concludes our presentation. We're here for any question.
Any questions for my fellow board members? It's been a good year.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, now into the dry months here. So thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you.
We'll go on to our third item, which is an update on urban water conservation.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Elena Hartman. I'm the senior scientist in your Office of Research, Planning and Performance. To my left is Kathy Freevert, also senior scientist in the Office of Research, Planning and Performance. We're bringing you the informational item number 3, which is an overview of the urban water conservation during the spring of 2019. So we're covering months of March, April, and May. And concluding with May, we have 5 full years of urban water production data that started to be collected on a monthly basis in 2014. This chart shows participation in the reporting since 2015, and generally, the vertical dashed line shows that November 2017, when emergency water conservation expired. We see that following the expiration of the drought emergency water conservation, when the reporting became voluntary, we have had a decline in participation. However, the majority of suppliers do continue to report. So for May 2019, we have 82% of suppliers reporting. We do see this sharper decline in 2019, and in fact, for this calendar year, reporting has dipped and has stayed below 90%. These 82% of suppliers that submitted reports for May 2019 serve about 90% of California population. So we do know what the majority of that water use in urban areas is, but we do have a significant gap that seems to be increasing. Looking at the data that we do have, we can kind of look at where the urban water production was during the spring of this year. The solid orange line shows the reports that we actually do have, and the dashed orange line are estimated urban water production volumes based on prior reports. And what we can say about 2019, that it has been a good year. It tracks pretty well with 2017, which had very wet opening of the year, so very wet January and February. And so we do see that orange line tracking along 2017. There is an uptick in urban water use that starts in May. However, this year it has not been as sharp, and that is largely aided by unseasonably cool conditions we had in the month of May, and we also had quite a bit of precipitation, which we saw in the previous item. So that really helped keep that use down. Compared to the backdrop of 2013, which is shown as a blue shaded area, the urban water use is about 23% lower in 2019 compared to the same first 5 months in 2013. And this is with the population growth of more than 4% during this time. A quick look at residential use per capita. This table summarizes RGPCD, and the rightmost column shows 2019. So going from top to bottom, the months go from January and on. And so we can look at the rightmost column and we see that RGPCD in March was 60, 80 in April, and then we look at May, it's 84 gallons per person per day. And then going to the left, we step back in time and look at the same month going backwards. And we see that, for example, in May 2019, it's been the lowest reported RGPCD for the years that we have data for, as I mentioned already, aided by the cooler conditions. So this sums up really the urban water use during the spring of 2019. We also wanted to highlight that since early June, we are hosting an online dashboard that allows users to view our data and interact and customize which key summaries they're interested in. So for instance, this is a screenshot of the dashboard, which has ability to show statewide use and production, and this is the summary of the May data. We can look at the breakdown by hydrologic region and highlight years. And then on the other tab, users can view individual supplier results and also use and production statewide as a map, where the relative bubble size reflects the total production, and then the color ramp indicates the residential use. So we're hoping to actually make it easier for people to interact and explore the vast amount of data that we've collected over time. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
I just have a question about the dashboard. First of all, I love it. It's a great tool. But what sort of input, if any, did you receive from water suppliers in the formation of the dashboard? And have you received any comments one way or the other since rolling it out?
This has been kind of like a soft rollout. We have missed a few of the board meetings, and that's typically when we would release the data publicly and accompany those data with a fact sheet, because the amount of data we have is really vast. So we've usually curated those results by month by releasing a fact sheet. During the past few months, In absence of that, some of the people reached out and they sought help. So this was largely building in the direction to answer frequently asked questions that suppliers would call with. They wanted to see their data going backwards in time through different months. And so this is actually not too different from parts of it are quite similar to what we used to have a few years back before we transitioned from one platform to another platform. We've kind of advanced this a little bit. It doesn't have very sophisticated and advanced capability as some of the other data viewers online, but these really cover the basic questions, truly frequently asked questions that we do get from suppliers.
Yeah, and obviously, if you look at the numbers of non-reporters, it's a slight indication of, one, I think sometimes a resource issue for some of the agencies, but when you look at what we're able to do over the last 5 years, because we've had monthly production reporting, the granularity, the information that we're able to pull out and visually demonstrate and otherwise is, I think, very powerful and has been part of the success of California, being able to really meet these conservation targets and better be able to see our usage and see ourselves in these numbers. And so, again, as much as I know it can be a burden on the water agencies, I hope we continue to embrace the need for this information, ways that we can maybe reduce that burden, excuse me, by better, whatever it is, APIs that we can establish so that it's not a burden on them. They don't have to have a person doing it, whatever it may be. I think we're open to that, but I think this definitely demonstrates the power of having that information and what that can do and what that sort of translates to for the state. So I appreciate that. Any other comments from my fellow board members? Thank you. Oh, one more question. What is the timeline? Any potential mandatory, reporting again or discussions there, just in case folks are sort of interested?
Yeah, we are having ongoing dialogue with the Association of California Water Agencies, ACWA. They have a reporting work group, and we've been, anyway, we have ongoing conversations with them, and we're getting to a point now where we've agreed that there's some data that we do need reported each month, but there's also data that we don't need each month. And so we're sorting out what is the data that's needed when there is a shortage situation. And we're anticipating having a webinar at the end of this month where we can share with all our stakeholders where
Great.
we're at.
And maybe members of that work group might be interested in being part of the next water conservation update and talk to us about the work and discussions that they've had as a suggestion, maybe.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate the extra time spent in the collaboration and glad to hear that it's yielding some results.
Thanks again. We'll move on to informational item number 4 now, which is on the allocation of certain funds generated from the petroleum storage fee pursuant to Health and Safety Code section 25299.43 subdivision G for financial year 2020 through 2021. Just a minorly technical update. I think the chair can be lifted too.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel,
Morning.
members of the board. I'm Diane Barclay. I'm the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund Manager. And to my left is Julie Osborne, who is counsel for the fund. And I'm here to present to you the staff recommendation for the allocation of the petroleum storage fee funds for fiscal year 2021. Where's the clicker? Oh, there it is. Sorry. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the purpose of this item, share with you some of the authority and the background history of it, tell you the current status of these accounts and programs, and present our recommendation to you. We're doing this. We do have a statutory requirement to do it, and we have to give the public, and are glad to give the public, an opportunity to comment on this. We'd also appreciate board input on our recommendation. The Health and Safety Code, as you mentioned, allocated 3 mils per gallon of the existing petroleum storage fee to 3 different accounts. Those are the Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Financing Account, affectionately known as RUST. We'll talk about that in a minute. Then the school district account and the site cleanup sub-account. These funds get an allocation of about $51 million a year. We don't have quite that much authority because that authority was based on an estimate of what they would bring in. And people must be driving more, I guess. I don't know. The Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Financing Account, or RUST, provides grants and loans to small businesses who have to comply with underground storage tank regulatory requirements. And that unit, RUST unit, is currently in the Loans and Grants branch, but they've been in our branch for one whole day. They transferred over to us yesterday. So that is the unit that takes care of processing these grants and loans and taking in the applications. The school district account was created probably 10 or 11 years ago when the legislature wanted to make sure that we had funding for schools. That's not an issue anymore, but it reimburses corrective action costs for school districts so that they can clean up contamination from leaking tanks. And that is administered directly by our cleanup fund.
Does that mean like school bus yards?
Right. And we have the site cleanup sub-account, which is our most unique account. It was created by SB 445 in 2014, and this is the only fund that allows us to do cleanup and investigation for contamination that is not petroleum-based, although it doesn't exclude petroleum-based contamination. There are just some other requirements, such as it has to be man-made, and there's an ability to pay component with it. And that's a separate fund within the cleanup fund. So these accounts right now, the Petroleum UST financing account, we expected a lot of folks more folks, I guess, to use it than are, especially since there is a requirement by December 2025 to remove all single wall tanks. So we have EPA funding to do research, reach out to the folks that have these tanks. We've been doing that. We're helping them with the applications. Still, we're finding that less than half of the money that we've allocated for that account has been obligated.
How many tanks are estimated?
800? Oh, there's more? Okay, 2,000. They're different from Coupa, but that must be just like the non-fund ones. I don't know. Okay, so anyhow, we've been putting about 50-50 split between that and SCAP, and it's not being used like we thought it would. So for the site cleanup sub-account, or SCAP, we've seen an increase in expenditures. It was a new program in 2014. It took us a year or so to ramp it up, but we have obligated all the funding for the last 4 fiscal years. We have more waiting. We are soliciting more projects. We're getting more from the regional boards. We're managing more projects. We've added, reallocated staff to take care of all these grants. And one of the other things we're noticing is that a lot of these are in the beginning stages of investigations. So we'll do an initial grant, and then we'll find out a lot more. And the next amendment of the grant is much more costly. The school district account is a much more mature account. All the schools have been issued letters of commitment, which allows them to get funding reimbursement from us. And we have only 12 school claims open. Most of them are nearing closure. We don't have any of them left on the priority list, so they're all activated. And as a backstop, that's run through the fund. So even if we ran out of money, which I don't think we will, we could still pay them on a priority basis out of the cleanup fund, which we already do. So the staff recommendation for 2021 is we want to modify the 50-50 allocation to meet our demand that we're projecting. We want to put 15% of the 3 mils to the Petroleum UST financing account in the RUST program. We're looking at about $7.5 million a year there, and we would like to put 85% to the site cleanup sub-account because we're expecting a great increase in the need for those funds, and we really don't need to put anything in the school district account. And if you're worried about RUST, we've done the projections as best we can. We think that we already have enough money in there pretty much to fund through 23, 24. And we also have an opportunity every year to make adjustments when we know more about what the demand is or will be. And that would increase our SCAP appropriation, and we think we're going to need it. So Tim Post is the section chief, and Catherine Dominic is the SCAP manager, for if the public has any questions for them. And I wonder if you have any questions for me.
Any cards?
Because there are no cards, this is my question. What sort of outreach have you done with the stakeholder who are involved in these two programs? The whole purpose of this item is to get public comment. I assume there was more outreach done than just a noticing of the board item?
Yes, yes.
And
We
what has
have
been-
two Red Horse contractors who are funded through our EPA in-kind contract, and they've been getting the list of the tanks, the rest, people who would be eligible, calling them, helping them through applications. I think what's happening is their deadline is, they're putting it off because it's not for another 6 years. And then for SCAP, yes, Catherine goes to a lot of seminars. We talk to the regional boards. We ask them to refer to us. I've spoken at a lot of conferences to tell people about it. And we're not having trouble getting applicants there. It's the rest where we're really not seeing the results.
So you're not hearing any concerns from any parties about this change in allocation?
No, in fact, I contacted our stakeholder who's really active with the school districts, and she's fine with it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure,
Anything
thank
else
you.
from the other board members?
I'd just like to add that at the last MCC, we did talk to all the EOs about this proposal and about the need to increase that amount since they were putting forward more projects. And given that we're totally obligated now to prioritize which are the most important water quality problems to move forward first, I don't see that we'll have any problem spending all of that additional $25 million a year. Probably we'll still have a backlog as we move forward in that. But given that for the last 20 years, we've had no way to address these orphan sites, it's great to have at least some money moving forward with that. The biggest drawback with that fund is that it requires us to identify if there's a responsible party, and the responsible party would have to pay. So it doesn't help a recalcitrant party, only an orphan.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, our main event. The State Water Board will hold a public workshop to receive information and solicit public input regarding the Central Valley-wide salt and nitrate control program. Today, we are holding a workshop to discuss the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board's proposed basin plan amendments to establish a salt and nitrate control program. The control program is intended to provide a framework for the board to regulate salt and nitrate discharges while ensuring groundwater users whose wells are impacted by nitrates are provided safe drinking water. The workshop will start with a staff presentation, followed by 4 stakeholder panels, and will conclude with a public comment period. If you're wanting to make a public comment, please fill out a blue speaker card, and they should be at the back of the room, and hand it to the clerk here at the front of the room. No decisions will be made today at this workshop. This is an informational workshop for the board to consider and hear testimony, or not testimony, but input from the public and stakeholders. So the first panel will be a staff presentation from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. Good morning, Mr. Palupa.
Good morning. Got to make sure the name tags are in place.
And yes, you can raise that, I think. Well, you don't need to. You're well enough. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Water Board. We're here this morning to conduct a workshop on a project that has been many years in the works, the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Control Program, and the Basin Plan Amendment Package. that the Central Valley Board adopted in last May to move this, what was initially a concept to deal solely with salt, that morphed into a concept that needed to provide drinking water. It was a stakeholder-led initiative that was many, many years in the works, involved a heck of a lot of meetings, a heck of a lot of compromises on all sides to get the package that's before you today. We're here to present a workshop to talk about this in a sufficient level of detail to kind of spark conversation. If you would like additional information on any of these topics that I'll present here today, we're certainly available to kind of dive into some of the technical details. But the intent of this presentation is really to provide the background information to you, to members of the public, and to anybody who wants to see what the final package looked like and what's pending before the State Board for their approval.
If I can just say, I can appreciate that it has been a long process, and this isn't the first workshop, certainly, that you have participated in, nor I think many of the stakeholders here in the room. But we appreciate that it is the first time this board has really been able to sit down with the proposal, and we thought it appropriate and appreciate, of course, the embrace and willingness to have yet another workshop on CV salts. So
No,
thank you.
This is big. You know, this would reorganize how the Central Valley Water Board deals with nitrates and salts, probably two of the biggest constituents of concern in our region. So a couple more months, a couple more workshops, that's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. I will say to my left, I have Ann Littlejohn, who's the program manager for the CV Salts program. And to her left is Jessica Yar. She's a senior staff counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel, working with the Central Valley Water Board, occupying my old position at the board. And I also have Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer with the Central Valley Board, sitting behind me should any technical questions come up in areas that he's worked on. And I would also note that we have Board Chair Longley in attendance, as well as the Vice Chair when this amendment package was passed. Denise Kadara is also here as well, making the trip up from Allensworth. Let me see. So as I mentioned, this program has morphed quite a bit over the years. It is now the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Control Program, Basin Plan Amendment package that incorporates new strategies for addressing ongoing and legacy salt and nitrate issues throughout the entire Central Valley. And importantly, the linchpin of this program is the provision of safe drinking water for impacted groundwater users while the dischargers are working on long-term solutions to rectify their groundwater impairments. I think that can't be emphasized enough, that if there's nothing else that the lengthy stakeholder process got, is the fact that dischargers who are initially adverse to providing safe drinking water, and I think there's a lot of comments and murmurs saying, we're dischargers, we will abide with your permit, but we're not going to be a drinking water program. That sentiment has changed. I think that sentiment has changed partly because the drought forced a lot of these issues to the forefront. There's an increased recognition on the part of the permitted entities that they really share responsibility for drinking water solutions in the Central Valley. Bar none, I think that is the most important issue that has come out of the lengthy stakeholder process that we've been engaged in. For the workshop here today, I'll provide a quick program overview, about another 7 slides of that. I will also discuss in not too much detail the nitrate control program that is part of the Basin Plan Amendment package. Ann Littlejohn will present the salt control program and other policies and actions that took other pieces of the puzzle to get the package forward. And then the stakeholder panels will present their perspective on the Basin Plan Amendment package. Going first to the program overview, as I mentioned, the initial focus of the Central Valley Basin Plan Amendment package was, frankly, to prevent the Mesopotamiaization of vast swaths of the Central Valley. There's tremendous salt and accumulation in the groundwater and in the soils due to the imported water that's used to irrigate crops in the Central Valley. We are estimating that there's at least $1.5 billion per year in direct annual costs, statewide impacts of $3 billion per year. This is a problem that is growing, and without a comprehensive solution to the valley, will continue to take a lot of productive agricultural lands out of production. And frankly, it's a solution that is just the other side of the coin. When it comes to bringing water in, you have to figure out a way to take the salt out. And in a closed basin, that begs for large infrastructure improvements, whatever they may look like. And again, I think, as I mentioned earlier, nitrate issues came to the forefront very quickly. I think that's a recognition by the Central Valley Board and a recognition by the dischargers that as long as you're working on a long-term strategy for sustainability in the valley, you have to deal with nitrate. There's legacy and existing conditions that contribute to the pollution. That's ongoing fertilizer application, septic systems, food processors, sewage treatment plants, dairies and feedlots, and other industries. As you can see from this map, which is basically a heat map for where the nitrate issues are the worst in the upper zone of the Central Valley's aquifer, it tends to be in areas of intense agricultural activity. There's also a lot of food processing and dairies in that area. And importantly, it's also areas that do not receive a lot of rainfall. So you get the high concentrations, and there's not much dilution involved in terms of infiltration from a lot of rain coming into the picture. There's significant economic costs that the board recognizes to communities that are faced with nitrates showing up in their wells above the maximum contaminant level. So the permitting options for dealing with this are fairly limited. And I say that with the candor that comes from years of working on this issue. The current regulations, as the basin plan stands right now, require compliance with water quality objectives as the waste constituents meet groundwater. And frankly, that is an unattainable standard for many operations. So, and I don't mean that lightly. I think that is probably the one big technical detail that came out of the numerous studies that was conducted, both for salt and for nitrate. When you irrigate with water-efficient irrigation practices, and even if you dial in your nitrate application very carefully, you're still going to wind up with a layer of nitrate and a layer of salts in that very upper aquifer that exceeds water quality objectives, unless you have significant sources of fresh water coming in. Throughout many areas of the South Valley, that's not the case. So I think while we work on enhancing the technical capabilities to drive those numbers for salt and nitrate lower, what the Central Valley Board's policy proposal is, you make all the dischargers pay for drinking water in the interim. This is not a project that's going to take a few years. It's a project that is going to take several decades at the earliest, and I think it is only appropriate to make sure that the folks who are drinking that groundwater, who depend on that groundwater, are safe in the interim. The other alternative, frankly, I think that's spelled out in state board precedential decisions and in the Central Valley Board's basin plan, is to prohibit the discharge. And I think prohibiting the discharge from dairies, from food processors, and from the agricultural community could choke off the lifeblood of many agricultural communities in the entire Central Valley. I don't know, but I have a hunch that that would be a disservice to many of the people who are drinking that impacted groundwater to begin with. So the solution that we're trying to find is a pragmatic solution that deals with the urgent drinking water issue and also provides regulated entities a path forward to solve their nitrate and salinity problems over the long term. There's also the option to mandate replacement water under cleanup and abatement orders. That's authority under 13304 of the Water Code. Essentially, that was borrowed and incorporated into the nitrate strategy that's in the Basin Plan amendments. I think there's been a lot of discussion about why doesn't the board immediately proceed to cleanup and abatement orders. I think this Basin Plan Amendment package represents the Central Valley Water Board's perspective that incorporating those type of requirements into the permitting elements gets us both sides of the equation. It gets us the long-term solutions, and it gets the immediate drinking water needs met. And again, I think this is just a sketch of the difficulties we have with achieving the 10 milligram per liter nitrate level. Under current best practices, you're going to have about 80% recovery of the applied nitrogen. And essentially, you're going to have a leachate coming out the bottom, particularly when you have high efficiency irrigation systems that will contain nitrate and will contain salts. Even in some of the most intensely managed, and when I say intensely managed, I don't mean intensely managed for productivity, but intensely managed in terms of trying to reduce nitrate loading to the upper aquifer, you're still going to have nitrate impacts. I think that is the inescapable conclusion that we're trending towards in the research that's being done under the Management Practices Evaluation Program, under the studies that were commissioned under the CV Salts Program, and under our irrigated lands, the data that we're getting back from that program. Certainly, we're driving hard under the East San Joaquin Presidential Order to drive that number down, work with the regulated community to drive that nitrate loading number down. But I think the conclusion that we're seeing is that there's still nitrate impacts, and it's going to take a long term to rectify those. And this, again, is a simplified pyramid of what the control program development process was, what we've been doing for the past decade plus with respect to CV salts. This is a stakeholder process. It was initiated in 2006. The State Water Board, your predecessors in most cases, in 2009, emphasized once again that this is going to be a stakeholder-led process that the regional board participates in. We honored that and let that process unfold, guided it the best we could. I think there was a lot of very contentious discussions where the Central Valley Board and its representatives were in the room saying, well, this is the realm of possibility. This is what the stakeholders can work towards. And what you see here is kind of the pyramid leading up to the salt and nitrate control programs. The initial studies, those include the S salts and NIMS studies, the nitrogen management studies, the salinity studies that basically said, what can you do with the excess nitrate? What can you do with the excess salt in the Central Valley? That went into implementation alternatives, case studies, including the case study of the Alta Irrigation District, which I'll discuss in high-level detail in just a second, the supporting policies that are part of the Basin Plan Amendment package, and finally the salt and nitrate management plan that form the basis for the salt and nitrate control programs that are the essential elements of the Basin Plan Amendment package before you. And again, the measures of success, the non-negotiables from the Central Valley Board's perspective as this process unfolded, was that there has to be safe drinking water for affected communities, and we have to find a way to produce agricultural sustainability. And when I say sustainability, I mean sustainability in terms of the ecological impacts of agriculture in the Central Valley. That led to a Basin Plan Amendment package that essentially required replacement drinking water, permits that will limit degradation through a structured permitting approach, and permits that over the long term will facilitate groundwater restoration. To go through the timeline of the most recent components to this Basin Plan Amendment package, in 2017, in January, the CV Salts and Salt and Nitrate Management Plan was submitted by the stakeholder group to the Central Valley Water Board. We evaluated that, and the Central Valley Board held a hearing on that to essentially accept that salt and nutrient management plan. And then that began a series of very intense preparation of a Basin Plan Amendment package. You see that March through May time frame. That was a lot of late hours spent putting that package together. In January, we had a workshop on the salt and nitrate control program, basically the plan of what was going to go into the Basin Plan amendments. And in May, that's the adoption of the Basin Plan Amendment package at the regional board level. And finally, that's where we're here right now, the State Board workshop on the salt and nitrate control program. And at some point in the future, hopefully sooner rather than later from the Central Valley Board's perspective, an approval hearing before the State Board. And now I'll get into the proposed basin plan amendments themselves. And again, if you want to interrupt me at any point, I can answer whatever questions that you throw at me, hopefully. If not, I'll have a lifeline and talk to either Ann or Adam to help fill in the blanks. So that I'm going to start with the just a discussion of the salt and nitrate control programs, because really that's the core. Go ahead.
If I may, before you get into the details, perhaps now would be a good time for me to ask some of my sort of broader,
Absolutely.
general questions based on the introduction that you just provided. And if my question will be addressed later on in the presentation in detail, just please feel free to tell me to wait.
I'll do both, maybe.
All right. Are your slides numbered? Yes. If we could go to slide number 2, please. I certainly applaud the two purposes outlined for these amendments. Number 2, please. A perhaps clarification question. Your second purpose there, safe drinking water for impacted groundwater users. Certainly that is a priority for this administration, for this board, for your board, for many Californians. When you are developing these amendments, and as your board consider these amendments, were you thinking that these amendments would be the only avenue for providing safe drinking water to impacted groundwater users?
Absolutely not. I mean, I think there's a variety of water quality impacts that folks see in the Central Valley. And even just speaking about nitrate, not even getting into arsenic impacts or water supply, there's a lot of dry wells that are causing impacts to users, which I think will be dealt with primarily under SGMA. Arsenic issues fall outside the scope of the salt and nitrate management plan. You have concerns with 123 TCP, which I think some of those issues will be dealt with through the replacement water, because there's a very good overlap between the 123 TCP and the nitrate impacts that we see in the Central Valley. But I don't think, even those aside, I think that the salt and nitrate control program was primarily dealing with the nitrate that's due to the impacts from ongoing operations. There's a lot of legacy contamination in the Central Valley. Some of that is due to agricultural operations that ceased operation a while ago. There are areas that are in areas that are not currently being farmed, where you would not necessarily find a solution within CV salts for that. There are bacterial issues for impacted drinking water users, and those may be a result of poor water quality supply that could be affected by septic systems. I think this focuses on the nitrate impacts due to the permitted actions that the regional board regulates. That's the primary focus.
Thank you for that clarification. So let me fine-tune my question then. Is it your understanding that this would be the only avenue to provide safe drinking water for impacted groundwater users through the salt and nitrate regulatory program that you have? The reason I ask is, obviously, in the absence of these amendments these past few years, there has been other avenues upon which to pursue the provision of safe drinking water for these communities. For example, the enforcement action that has been undertaken. Is it the understanding that this would be in lieu of these other activities, that this would be the only avenue upon which contamination through salt and nitrate will be addressed through providing safe drinking water?
Well, so I think that is there anything else other than the enforcement actions that you're talking about?
That's the only one I'm aware of, but if there are others, please feel
Well,
free to
I think I can speak directly to the enforcement action component. I think the enforcement action, such as they are, the parameters of that debate were structured on, you have ongoing nitrate dischargers within the vicinity of an impacted well, everybody has to resolve that issue by through the provision of replacement drinking water. This program, it goes beyond what that is. So this program goes beyond in terms of what is required for the replacement drinking water, what is required for the nitrate reductions under the permit. So I think that is actually is frankly subsumed by the CV salts components. If you have, I mean, to kind of think about a case-specific example, if you have a community with a couple domestic wells impacted by agricultural operations, perhaps a food processor, perhaps a dairy, in one of the management zones that would be created under this program, it would be the management zone's responsibility to conduct outreach, to develop a program for replacement drinking water that is not just a triage, not just a bottled water program, but a long-term solution, while at the same time developing waste discharge requirements and putting a proposal into the regional board to get a permit to reduce the nitrate loading from their facilities over the long term. So frankly, all you can get under the 13304 order is the replacement drinking water component. And so this would enhance that by requiring the replacement drinking water, but also requiring a series of other actions to reduce the overall nitrate loading in that vicinity.
So is it correct then to say that the vision is that this would be a more comprehensive approach to address that issue rather than just a very focused enforcement action that has been taking place to date?
Certainly, and I think, you know, even again, it's impossible to kind of talk about those enforcement actions without recognizing the fact that the parties to that were anticipating that this CV salts amendment package would be going through. And so there was a level of congeniality to the resolution of those issues that may not have been present if CV salts wasn't looming on the horizon. I've been a party to cleanup and abatement orders where it is contested to get the replacement water done. In those circumstances, it's tough to get it done on a tight timeline. I think the timelines under CV salts are truly as quickly as practicable. There is stakeholder buy-in to getting this process underway. So it's my, just completely frank assessment that CV salts gets drinking water out to those affected communities quicker than a series of enforcement actions, particularly when those enforcement actions would be opposed by stakeholders who would be discharging. I mean, if I was in the discharger's shoes, you'd evaluate options,
District.
right? Yeah.
And so just to make sure I understand, it is then envisioned that those enforcement actions would no longer be anticipated separate outside of what's being proposed in these amendments.
That's correct. And I think,
And that's fine.
yeah,
That's fine. And so just so you know, for me, that puts even more importance on what's in the amendments and the timelines and the requirements for these specific plans. That's the only point I was trying to make there.
certainly. Well, I mean, to be honest, for myself as well.
Yeah.
And then, looking at the enforcement dynamics, I'd rather have a permit that has a list of requirements that I can enforce. And CV salts,
agree.
the ultimate endpoint is a permit with a list of requirements, one of which is the replacement water component. And then you also have the obligation to do the nitrate planning, to do the capital improvements and infrastructure projects that'll get us to a sustainable model in the long term. So again, I think there will absolutely be a huge role for enforcement to play in this. I've been prepping my enforcement team with kind of what the dynamics are going to be, but hopefully we'll wind up in a situation after CV salts begins to be implemented where we probably will still have some targeted replacement water orders where you have dischargers that are not playing ball, that are not signing up for CV salts. And then for the folks that have signed up, the compliance and enforcement units at the regional board offices will be looking and making sure that the permittees are doing not just the replacement water component of their permits, but also all the other elements in their permits. That's the long-term strategy from an enforcement perspective.
Thank you. That was just one set of questions. I appreciate everyone's patience on this. Obviously, this is a very important, very complex, 400 pages plus of documents. So I'm trying to understand as much as possible, given the opportunity here to ask questions and to weigh these very complicated matter. If we could move to page 7.
And thank you to whoever is moving quicker than my clicker.
And again, if this is a question that is better addressed later on in your presentation, please let me know. I'm curious about the phrase unattainable standard. Is the determination of unattainability something that you expect will be made on a case-by-case, permit-by-permit basis, or is this a generic finding in the amendments?
So unattainability isn't the standard in the amendments. I think this slide is meant to portray what the current regulatory climate is. And the way the Basin Plan Amendment, the way the Basin Plan is right now, there's a presumption that that nitrate objective will be met at every discrete point within the aquifer. And I think that is what is unattainable with current technology. Over long term, I certainly hope that becomes an attainable standard, but this is with current technology, it's impossible for many dairy operations, for many irrigated agricultural operations, many small publicly owned treatment works that serve disadvantaged communities to meet that nitrate standard at the very first encountered groundwater. Now, I think we recognize that, and I can walk through in the later parts of the presentation, I don't know how much detail you want to get into, but even a domestic well that pulls from a relatively small screened interval will pull will pull from not just one discrete point, but will pull from several feet, several dozen feet. And so there is some integration there. And perhaps in that area, there is a way for there to be some limited averaging within the screened interval of that domestic well. At the end of the day, what CV Salts cares most about is whether the well is providing safe drinking water.
So attainability of drinking water objectives.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Page 10, please. And this is, I promise, my last question on the introductory part.
No, not a problem.
I love measures of success. And one thing that struck me when I was reading through the staff report and the amendments, and it's reflected on this slide, is it seems like the amendments focuses a lot on managing degradation, and that the plans being proposed is focusing on managing degradation over the course of potentially 50 years or more. Was there any discussion in the development of these amendments, as well as in the consideration of their adoption, in terms of when these objectives might be achieved?
So,
because to me, it seems like these amendments are, and again, from a practical engineering perspective, I can appreciate that you're focusing on managing the degradation, but managing degradation is not the same thing. It's part of, but it's not the same thing as improving conditions and achieving water quality standards.
Well, I think, so we've got a salt and nitrate control program. So a lot of the discussion about managing degradation over what will be a 3-phase process is in the salt realm. I think without significant infrastructure improvements to deal with either salt sacrifice areas, find areas of the basin where you can move salts, a brine line, wherever that endpoint may be, that really is managing degradation. There is no easy answer for the salinity accumulation problems in the Central Valley. As long as we are importing water from the north part of the state into the valley, you're going to have salt accumulation. It's a conservative standard. So a lot of the discussion in the staff report, when you're talking about managing degradation over the long term, talks about what we're doing with salinity. With respect to nitrate, I think the picture, frankly, is more optimistic. I mean, I hate to say that, But I think the situation is more optimistic when it comes to nitrate. There is the ability to pump groundwater, fertilize nitrate-enriched groundwater with that groundwater and remove nitrate from the system. That's going to take a long time to pump down the vadose zone. It's going to take a long time to reduce nitrate loading. But when you substantially reduce nitrate loading, and when you have added water coming into the system under sigma, and when you have reduced pumping also under sigma, and you potentially also are removing nitrate through the treatment of drinking water for communities, you do have a nitrate picture where the load is not just being, you're not just bending the curve, but you're actually bringing the curve to an apex and then driving it down. That's a long-term strategy. In terms of where the endpoint will be, the endpoint isn't specified in the basin plan, and I'll discuss this in a little more detail later. But the endpoint sure as heck needs to be articulated in the management zone options that come before the board. So where the endpoint's going to be for different parts of the valley will vary based on the conditions specific to that area and based on the infrastructure improvements that all the dischargers will need to implement to drive those nitrate levels down. So rather than doing all that analysis on the front end, which I think would result in a basin plan amendment package 15, 20 times as big as what we have right now and probably another couple decades, we're going to do it all kind of sequentially. The big task is going to be to go out to the management zone areas, challenge them to come up with packages. I'm sure we're going to have a binder for each one of those as they come into the board, and evaluate those one at a time to really get all those permits that have those endpoints. So maybe you have a dairy agricultural operation, coalition, food processor, POTW getting together, and they say, within our area, here's the suite of practices we propose. I think the non-point source policy says you need to have check-ins, you need to have timelines, milestones, and an end date for when you're going to solve this problem. And that's the package that's going to come to the regional board. That's the package that we're going to absolutely have a really tough time evaluating all of those and then saying, no, you can get there in 50 years when you're saying 70 years, or it's going to take the full 70 years to get there. Here's what the drinking water needs are over that interval. Here's what you're going to need to do. But those conversations are absolutely what's going to start happening after the approval of this basin plan amendment package.
And so these basin plan amendments do not have specific endpoints, and I would appreciate the difficulty in that. Is there even a stated goal in terms of when these things might be realized?
As soon as practicable is the guiding.
Practical, reasonable, and feasible.
As soon as practicable is the standard. I mean, I think whenever you're talking about degradation, whenever you're talking about rectifying groundwater quality impairments, whether it's, a 9249, a cleanup and abatement order, or whether it's a waste discharge requirements, the goal is to rectify that as soon as it's practicable to do so. And that's throughout this. I can speak a little bit more to reasonable, feasible, and practicable, and why the stakeholders really valued that language being in the package. That's one of the slides coming up. But really, from the regional board's perspective, the challenge is going to be for our engineers, our scientists, our management, and the board itself to take a hard look at all the packages that come before us, all the management zone proposals or individual proposals, and say, is this as good as you can possibly do? And then, it comes before the board, and that timeline becomes a part of the permit. That timeline becomes enforceable, and then that's really the meat on the bones in terms of where this program goes next.
All right. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing more details on those issues. I have now flagged for you some of my overall main
Certainly.
concerns.
Certainly.
Just since we're talking about this now in follow-up, I just want to make sure I understand. So this is a basin plan,
Yes.
plan amendment. And so I think what I'm hearing you say is that those specific details on timelines would be in the management zones as they come before you. And you didn't say this, but I'll just say it, and if you could agree or disagree. So it wouldn't really make sense to have a one-size-fits-all in a plan, since each one of these management zones may have very different timeframes depending upon what's practicable in those specific management zones.
I totally agree with you. And to be frank, that was a subject of a lot of discussion at the CV Salt stakeholder meetings about, and I think every time we set a marker down or they set a marker, a proposed marker down, they could think of both pros and cons, the areas where they could get done quicker and where the timeline would essentially allow them to slack off a bit, and timelines where it just would be technically infeasible with current technology to meet that timeline. So again, rather than do a one-size-fits-all, they incorporated a strategy, we incorporated a strategy to allow a large degree of flexibility. I mean, the warning, you know, and when I was wearing my attorney hat, looking at these amendments, the warning is, look, if you want that degree of flexibility, that means there's going to be a lot of discretion on the regional board when these permits come up for adoption to make the judgment calls about whether your particular proposal really is as quick as practicable or not. And so the regional board will have a substantial amount of discretion in evaluating those proposals and making sure that they are making meaningful progress on a timeline that is appropriate given the situation, given the exigency of the drinking water needs in the particular community.
Thank you both for your questions.
All right. I think we're on 13. Okay, so you have a handout. I believe there's others set at the front desk. These are the big implementation elements of the Basin Plan Amendment package. There's a salt control program and the nitrate control program. Those are the stars of the show. Those are where a lot of the permitting action is going to happen. We have a conditional prohibition that was added in to essentially enhance the enforceability of this program while it's being rolled out. Surveillance and monitoring elements, again, that would be in part just required under a basin planning action, but also the state board in their recycled water policy says whenever you're going to have a salt and nutrient management plan, you better have a surveillance and monitoring plan to make sure that it's getting to the endpoints that it needs to. There's a list of program-specific definitions within the Basin Plan Amendment package to make it absolutely clear to both the board and the regulated public what we mean when we say certain things in the amendment package. And then there's a series of revised or new policies that are needed to kind of make this thing get off the ground. That includes a variances and exceptions policy, drought and conservation policy, an offsets policy, and a policy for implementing secondary maximum contaminant levels in permitting actions. So these are all elements of the program. We're going to spend most of the time talking about the salt control program and the nitrate control program, but we'll touch on a few of these others in the course of the presentation. All of these were in service to three primary management goals that were really formed the touchstone for what we were doing here with the CV salts, what the stakeholders were gearing and working towards. Management goal number one, safe drinking water supplies, and that includes both short and long-term solutions. Management goal number two, balanced salt and nitrate loadings. And management goal number three, long-term aquifer restoration. And there's a caveat, I think, in all of those management goals, and that includes where reasonable, practicable, and feasible, particularly for goals number 2 and number 3. And this was a request of the stakeholders as we developed this amendment package. It's pulled from a few areas within the water code. And Water Code Section 13050, water quality objectives established for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses. Anti-degradation policy requires best practicable treatment or control to limit degradation. And the basin plans, as currently written, to say that when immediate compliance is not feasible, time schedules shall be established that are as short as practicable. We essentially were bundling all of these elements up in the nitrate and salt control programs. That's where this language comes from. That's why it's integrated into the policy itself. And it was requested by the stakeholders to remind the regional board that it has discretion with respect to these judgment calls when it's establishing water quality objectives, when it's establishing time schedules. And those are the guiding phrases that they drew out and incorporated into the strategy. As an attorney, I think that cuts both ways. I mean, I think that the board has the discretion to determine reasonable, practicable, and feasible in ways that are not always comfortable for the folks that are appearing before the board arguing that something is not practicable. Those are all judgment calls that are made as part of basin planning amendment practices and as part of the establishment of permit limitations. So while there's a lot of attention being paid to this, I think it does encapsulate to a large extent the discretion that the regional board already has.
Just a flag, I don't want to interrupt you now, but I will be asking that we go back to that slide for a pretty detailed discussion of those three phrases.
Certainly. So management goal number 1, safe drinking water supplies, and those are both short and long-term solutions. I think that it's certainly an all-hands-on-deck approach to getting drinking water out to the communities that are most affected. The idea is that under the short term, we're talking about whatever it takes to get drinking water into those communities' hands. And over the long term, we're really talking about meeting the infrastructure needs of those various communities that are dependent on groundwater that is currently impacted or contaminated. Management goal number 2, and I think we touched on that a little bit earlier, to balance salt and nitrate loadings. Balanced loading, the mass loading in, whether it's salt or nitrate, equals the mass loading out, whether it's salt or nitrate. And that's where I alluded to, I think with respect to nitrate, we're actually in an easier technological position than we are with salt. Salt will require a major replumbing of a lot of the infrastructure in the Central Valley. Nitrate, it certainly will require many tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to solve, but that is something that is within the realm of technological feasibility without a wholesale replumbing of the entire Central Valley. The aquifer response locally is dependent on how, where the nitrate and salt are removed, whether it's source control versus pump and treat, which area of the aquifer. And this really is intended to complement management goal number 3, long-term aquifer restoration, under the concept that if you deal with the balanced salt and nutrient loading, when you have sigma taking effect and you have additional ground freshwater supplies coming in, affecting the denominator of the concentration equation, you are going to figure out ways to restore the affected aquifer in the long term. And that's really the ultimate strategy here. In terms of taking a look and in finer detail about what is achievable, the Alta Irrigation District signed up to really be intensively studied, to be modeled, to try and figure out what we can do within the realm of possibility to solve the salt and nitrate, and solve primarily the nitrate management issues. The conclusions of that study said that pump and treat restoration works best for localized areas of concern, which makes sense. But even for localized areas, decades are needed to restore the aquifer to levels that are within the safe levels, below the maximum contaminant level. And this is due to a lot of factors. They looked at shutting down all agriculture in the area, and I think the projected timeline in that case would be 70 years for most of the aquifer to achieve the water quality objectives. So shut down all ag, just let rain fall on the ground. It's still going to take 70 years. So the outgrowth of that, I think, changed the dynamics of the conversation somewhat and basically said, look, we're going to look to agriculture, we're going to look to the industries of the Central Valley to work with us to bridge a gap between what we see right now and what we need to see decades from now in terms of what the picture in the aquifer is. And bridging that gap will require both intensive management practices and drinking water. So the solutions that we kind of developed out of that were the flexibility and adaptability of regional kind of TMDL-like approaches for groundwater, where you would have a group of dischargers come together to figure out what's the low-hanging fruit, what can we do immediately to reduce nitrate loading, what makes more sense over a longer term, and so ultimately we're meeting water quality objectives in the aquifer. I think, my initial assessment back before Sigma was I'm not sure that this is going to work. I think after Sigma, this will work. This is the way to go. This is how the GSAs are looking at water quality issues. We're going to have a lot more information about how much water will be in the aquifer, what the projections are, and then you can calibrate the nitrate loading based on that to achieve objectives over the long term. And it's a prioritized and phased strategy. Like I said, this is not something that's going to happen within the next half dozen years. This is a multi-decade effort for the nitrate compliance program. We have basically an individual permitting approach that sort of mirrors what we have right now. And we have a management zone permitting approach, which is that TMDL-like approach for groundwater, where folks work together to provide drinking water and to reduce nitrate loading. With respect to salt, we also have a two-pathway approach, conservative permitting approach, which is actually in some ways more stringent than what we have right now, and an alternate permitting approach, which basically allows the funding of a long-term prioritization and optimization study to figure out what is the recipe for replumbing the entire Central Valley to manage salts while maintaining current load allocations with some flexibility provided for drought and water conservation and growth within certain communities. Going right into the nitrate control program. So this is what we're working with. What we have determined is that we have priority areas within the Central Valley where there are very urgent water quality issues that need to be met very quickly. So those red areas of the map are those priority 1 areas. The regional board anticipates sending out notices to comply within 1 year of the effective date of this amendment package. We are getting those ready to go as we speak. I think that we're poised to issue those well before the 1 year time frame is up. And the notice to comply, as I'll elaborate a little bit more later, that kicks off the series of events that need to happen. The dischargers need to swing into action, develop drinking water solutions, develop their nitrate strategy as soon as those notice to comply hits their doorstep. The priority 2 area is the orange area. That's the notice to comply issued by the regional board within 2 to 4 years, the effective date. And the remaining basins or the areas of the region which are not part of a groundwater basin, some of the communities in the foothills that you see not demarcated here, those would be as necessary. And the reason for this phased approach is there's a tremendous amount of permittees and there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done on the regional board end to make this work. Just in terms of our waste discharge requirements permit program, and that is not including the 1,100 or so dairies, not including the feedlots, not including any of the NPDES or stormwater permits that we have issued, not including our oil and gas facilities, and not including the irrigated agriculture. We have about 232 individual waste discharge requirements solely within the priority 1 area. We have about 322 within the priority 2 area and about 348 within the priority within the non-prioritized areas. So we're talking about rehashing the nitrate requirements in all of those permits on a phased basis, which means we're probably going to be developing a number of general orders to regulate those facilities collectively, save some work on the regional board's end, but it's a big lift to get the priority 1 areas permitted, get the drinking water solutions done. Certainly the drinking water solutions under the framework that we have before you today do not need to wait until the permits are adopted. Conditional prohibition takes care of some of the enforceability before the permits are adopted, but that's the lift. That's the reason why we're not addressing both priority 1 and priority 2 at the same time at the regional board.
A question before you move off that one? I think this is a short, quick question. My understanding from reading the amendments is that communities this is, I guess, my question.
Yeah.
The staff report says that communities that are impacted by nitrates may petition the board to request these basins be required to comply with the nitrate control program. And it also says that permittees in these priority basins may request a deferment of the issuance of the notice of complying for a sub-basin to a lower priority. My question is, why the distinction between petition and request? Is it the same process, or is it a different process and a different level of demonstration that has to be made between a community that may petition for a basin to be, looked at?
Yeah.
Versus a permittee that may request deferment of a notice of compliance?
Yeah, I don't think there's any substantive difference in those terminology. For what it's worth, we had some folks who requested that this be scaled back, and the regional board basically said no. We're moving forward with this one, despite the fact that there are some folks who are saying we want a slower timeline. It is a very, very high bar if you look at the individual language within what it takes to get demoted to a lower petition. It is an extraordinary showing that you'd have to make to get something bumped down. With respect to community requests, we had one request. It was in the Davis area for a quicker treatment. It happened to be a community that was relatively well off, actually very well off, but that had some localized nitrate impacts, and that was denied because they already have very high quality drinking water, even though they're spending a lot of money to do that. But with respect to the communities, of the disadvantaged communities, we've had no such requests yet, but we will absolutely entertain those where there are disadvantaged communities that are affected within the non-prioritized areas. That's something absolutely.
So it was not a deliberate distinction between petition and request?
No, I know, and I think the that was essentially incorporated into the Basin Plan Amendment as we were running between that January and May timeline. But in terms of the drafting, the substantive that we want to focus on is when it comes time to asking for, hey, there are nitrate impacts, and I think these line up. That it's not. I don't think that there's any ability to question whether or not the priority 1 or priority 2 areas have nitrate impacts. So the bar for saying, no, we don't have nitrate impacts, we shouldn't be part of this is extraordinarily high.
Thank you. For an engineer who plays at being an attorney, the term petition has special meaning for me.
I know, it's quite dangerous when you have attorneys pretending to be engineers as well, something I occasionally am guilty of. Moving to what the nitrate permitting strategy is, we've got 2 compliance pathways, Path A and Path B. I will say quite candidly, if you've got nitrate impacts in your area, Path A will be a very, very tough row to hoe. The nitrate assessment that you do to wind up with one of the 5 permitting options within Path A is quite intensive. If you are discharging above the nitrate standard and you're in Path A, it's going to be really, really tough to meet the compliance options without essentially saying that you're going to be providing drinking water to anybody who might be affected by your discharge. I can certainly elaborate on those categories, those 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But the way that the regional board assesses which one of those categories you're in under Path A, it's an assessment based on the very, very thinnest sliver of the upper aquifer, the area in which you would expect the very small domestic wells to be in. So that's how compliance is assessed under Path B, or Path A. Path B is the management zone approach. That's where you have nitrate impacts in your area, where you have a collection of dischargers that can't meet the nitrate objective right off the bat. And that's where, frankly, we want to herd most of the dischargers into Path B, especially in our areas of the Central Valley where there are heavy nitrate impacts. And frankly, the level of cooperation that we've had with the irrigated agricultural community, as you'll hear more later, with some of the food processors, dairies, et cetera, has been very, very good. They recognize the need for this program, and they're moving forward with the development of template management zone proposals as we speak. And you'll hear about that a little bit more later in the presentation when one of the panels comes forward. To illuminate a little bit more in terms of what the nitrate permitting strategy is for Path A, that's individual compliance. You don't get to band together with your neighbors to work on more cost-effective nitrate solutions. The receiving water is the shallow zone. And that, again, is the very thinnest sliver of the upper aquifer where we expect the domestic wells to be. There's 5 nitrate categories based on the threat to that part of the aquifer. And if you are impacting local domestic well, even under an individual permitting approach, you have to follow the steps to develop an early action plan to provide safe drinking water to somebody who might be impacted by your discharge. An alternate compliance project is required as well if your discharge results in that sliver of the aquifer being above 75% of the nitrate objective. Path B, that's the management zone approach. Again, you work collectively with a number of other nitrate dischargers within the area. The receiving water for determining compliance is the upper zone, so that's a larger segment of the water body. That kind of receiving water distinction and why compliance is measured in the upper zone was a bit of an outgrowth of the recycled water policy from the state board. You're required to develop an early action plan to provide safe drinking water if there's anybody within your management zone boundaries that is affected by your discharges and over the nitrate limit. And the other deliverables, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail later, is a preliminary management zone proposal. That's kind of the initial assessment. Here's what we're going to do as a management zone. A final management zone proposal, once you get everybody signed up and figure out what the governance structure is. It looks a lot like the initial stages of a GSA. And then finally, your management zone implementation plan. That last one is what gets incorporated into your permit for everybody within the management zone. And I'll divert real quickly into what an early action plan is, because this is required under both Path A and Path B. An early action plan requires identification and outreach of affected residents. It requires coordination with non-permittees, including affected communities, domestic well users, local agencies, including the GSAs. Requires funding. The permittees and or local, state, or federal entities are required to fund that EAP. And lastly, it requires an implementation schedule that gets drinking water out to the community on a timeline that is as short as practicable. Moving forward to the initial two components of the management zone, and this is really kind of coming up with the architecture of how the management zone is going to work. 270 days after the notice to comply is issued by the regional board. The preliminary management zone proposal is due from the entities that are organizing the management zone. The preliminary management zone proposal would include the boundaries of the management zone, the identification of the dischargers, both the ones that are participating, the ones that could participate, a summary of the current nitrate control efforts and management practices that are deployed within that management zone currently, the survey plan for basically finding out where the affected domestic water users are, and a public engagement to kind of notify them to be proactive about getting word out that this management zone is forming up. It also requires an early action plan, which is to be initiated within 60 days. That's the initial effort to provide drinking water to the affected communities. 180 days after the preliminary management zone proposal comes in, and after the board provides comments, after we kind of evaluate this, ground truth it, make sure that it meets the intent of the basin plan amendments, and we provide our comments, the final management zone proposal is due. That includes a governance structure, a compliance approach, coordination with GSAs and other entities, and the documentation of what have you been doing to implement your early action plan. And the reason why we really kind of have this two-step process is the preliminary management zone proposal defines the boundaries. We know from our efforts to engage a lot of the members of the discharger community, there are some folks that are not going to sign up until they figure out what the cost sharing is going to look like, what it means to them. So the preliminary management zone proposal is the effort to get the ball rolling, to get the idea of what is going to be required within this management zone proposal. And then in between the time the preliminary management zone proposal comes in, the final management zone proposal, you basically sort out who is going to be participating in this, who's going to be paying for what the plan is moving forward. And then the folks who are a part of that final management zone proposal put forth to the regional board the management zone implementation plan. This is after 6 months after the executive officer accepts the final management zone proposal, and this is all the permitting elements that's going to go into those hundreds of permits. The emergency, interim, and permanent drinking water needs of the community, a water quality conditions report that assesses the quality of the aquifer that's receiving the nitrate impacts, a plan for balancing nitrate loading, and a plan for aquifer restoration, including the limits of feasibility, practicability, the nitrate control measures that the folks within that management zone plan to implement, and those will become elements of the waste discharge requirements, so the plan becomes enforceable through the adoption of waste discharge requirements, a timeline for implementation, the cost-sharing agreements, how are you going to fund this thing, a surveillance and monitoring program, which may include groundwater monitoring of existing wells, of additional wells as needed, the responsibilities of the various dischargers, who's going to be doing what and when over the lifespan of this management zone implementation plan. And then, as I mentioned, all this becomes integrated in waste discharge requirements for all the dischargers in the zone. So instead of that normal kind of few paragraphs about how you're going to comply with nitrate in your individual permit, it basically says, see your addendum, see the management zone implementation plan. You have to do this. And so all the dischargers within that management zone will have that addendum that'll be an enforceable element of their permits.
I have a question from a practical perspective. So looking at all these different, the preliminary, the final proposal, and then the plan itself and the timeframes, you've accounted for there'd be public comment, but that's not included within the timeframes that you have. So if I'm in one of these communities and I want to sort of hang my hat on CV Salts from a practical matter, when would be the soonest that I could expect to receive interim replacement water?
So the requirements kick in 330 days after the notice to comply comes out. That's the latest that you have to begin implementing the early action plan. And so we would imagine that drinking water comes in about a year after the notices to comply go out. In terms of where the interface is between the communities that receive the water, that's described on this slide. The preliminary management zone proposal requires board staff collaboration and outreach. There's a 30-day public comment period that's part of just the preliminary management zone proposal. The final management zone plan also has a 30-day comment period. That's equivalent to essentially the report of waste discharge that we usually get from an individual discharger. And finally, the management zone implementation plan, because it's adopted as part of waste discharge requirements, that includes a notice and comment period that comes with any waste discharge requirements that the board adopts. So there's multiple avenues by which the public can have input. And frankly, the way this is structured is that there needs to be proactive engagement with the community built into, at a minimum, multiple stages within this process. So that's essentially how it's going to work.
That's helpful. So again, I think I understand it better, but just in a simplified way for those that might be watching and haven't been involved in the level of detail. So the soonest that they would see temporary replacement water, an interim solution, would be about a year. And as far as going through this entire process, the soonest that they would see a final adoption would be how far out?
It'd be about 2.5, 3 years, I think, in terms of for everything to play out. In terms of we get the final amendment, get this package done, kick off with the notice to comply. There's about a year of intensive effort setting up the management zone, a little while longer for them to produce their final plans. And then that would be encapsulated in waste discharge requirements. Again, my expectation is about 2.5, 3 years out. The board is going to have a series of hearings. The expectation is there's going to be anywhere from, I suppose, 18 to 27 management zones if we're kind of doing it right. There may be more, maybe less. That's something time will tell. But that's really the timeline that we're working with. And from the regional board's perspective, all of our program managers that are affected by this and have to process the permits are preparing for that workload moving forward.
I have a question. It's okay. So it seems like, it's going to take quite a long time to implement the early action plans even.
Yes.
They're quite a ways away. And it also seems to me that this replacement water that's provided under the early action plan could be provided for quite some time too, until a long-term remedy is in place. So my question is, are there any performance standards for this early action replacement water in terms of what exactly that replacement water looks like, whether it's, treated water connecting to a supply system, whether we're talking about bottled water, filling stations, tanked and hauled water? I mean, what is that exactly?
So there's a lot of discussions about that, and to be blunt, no. There's very few performance standards about what the early action plan drinking water will look like. A lot of that, is being worked out. We've heard messages from some communities that bottled water is great, from other communities that bottled water is a no deal, from some communities that kiosks are great, and from others that they are absolutely unacceptable. Point of use, point of entry, that type of thing. Again, the positions vary incredibly across the valley. As somebody who sits on the regulatory end, I really, really would have loved to say this is exactly the performance metrics that we need to see as part of the early action plans. I think when the board heard this item, it was receptive to the fact that the community needs are going to vary tremendously across the valley, and that'll get worked out. I mean, that'll get worked out through the process, figuring out what those needs are going to be for each community that needs that drinking water. To be honest, that's going to be messy. I think there's going to be a lot of engagement, and there's going to be a lot of communities that, the interfacing with them will be tough to figure out exactly what meets their needs. But the reason for the relative ambiguity is simply to accommodate the fact that community needs vary incredibly throughout the Central Valley.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And I would also hope that it's anticipated that those community needs could change over time.
Oh, absolutely.
And that, so as time goes on here, I hope that we're all nimble and adaptive to
absolutely.
addressing needs as they change.
I think we want to build in future capabilities as much as possible. I mean, and from a regional board standpoint, there's certainly the impacts to nitrates and the impacts from salt that we want to be geared towards. But there's emerging constituents that we always want to figure out how to incorporate that. And maybe you have a point of use, point of entry system that treats for some and not for others, and you have to pivot and do something different. So all those are reasons to increase the discretion. Again, to be flatly honest, there's going to be a lot of hours that my staff spend evaluating those options and making sure community needs are being met.
Thank you. And my second question is with regard to the establishment of the management zones. So is there any requirement in the basin plan amendment to ensure that all of the priority basins are covered by management zones?
No.
The management zones are established?
No, there's not. I mean, I think, that was, again, a big policy discussion that was battered around by the stakeholder group for quite some time. I think if there was the option of setting the boundaries of making the areas all inclusive, I think you wind up getting into the analogy that folks drew was, well, look at what happened with the GSAs. If the state sets the boundaries and then you spend a few years arguing over what those boundaries should be. Why don't you just put that initially in the hands of the dischargers, in the hands of the regulated entities to come up with those boundaries, and let the state, let the regional board, police that and make sure that they're making well-founded decisions. Again, that's yet another area where I think our staff will be looking very closely at those boundaries, how they're drawn, what the hydrogeologic conditions are within those, what the contamination issues are in those, and frankly, to make sure that communities aren't gerrymandered, for lack of a better term, out of those boundaries, so that the dischargers don't have responsibility for those. I think, to be quite honest, the toughest challenges will be at the fringes. There are areas where you have transition zones where you can very clearly see there's an agricultural or industrial input for the nitrate contamination issues. But for some communities, you step out a little further and you don't see, heavy industry, you don't see current agricultural practices. The question is, what do you do if you find an impacted well where there hasn't been farming being conducted for 30 years or so? I don't think we've got a real good answer for that. I think that's something that we'll continue to engage with, but under the Basin Plan Amendment, that area, if it hasn't been farmed in decades, would not be something that would be the responsibility of a management zone to address. So that's one of the reasons why the regional board didn't draw the boundaries and didn't say that they have to absolutely cover all the priority areas. But that's going to be one of the challenges to make sure that the arguments put forward for why the boundaries look the way they are technically supported and supported from a policy perspective too.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And maybe later, I think there's a presentation on the pilot management zones, so maybe we could hear from them as to how they address some of those challenges.
If we could go back to slide 26. All right, thank you. This actually is very helpful for me to understand when the early action plan might be required and when it initially may start being implemented. But these would be the early action plan for those who are participating in the management zone approach. What would be the timeline for submitting and implementing the early action plan for those who chooses to participate in Path A, or for those who chooses to do an early action plan as part of an alternative compliance project?
So I believe it's the same, if not shorter, is the answer. I'd have to look that up. Don't have that off the top of my head. Andy knows. Ann might know. Time frame for an EAP for Path A? It is about the same. I think it's about the same.
All right, because the staff report says the timing of the submittal of the EAP depends on whether a permittee chooses A or B. So to me, that indicates a difference. But anyway, I'll flag that as a question.
So the early action plan is turned in at the same time as their notice of intent. So for priority one, that's at 330 days.
It's 60 days later. Timelines are very important to me too, so that's why there's a lot of discussion about what the timelines are. So again, to step through it one more time, the timeline for the Path B management zones, we issue the notice to comply. 270 days go by. The dischargers submit preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans. You are required to coordinate with non-dischargers in the development of that. And this is the reason why it's thanks, Ann. Ann nailed it. This is the reason why it's 330 days for individual permittees. There's a 60-day window where you have the management zone preliminary proposal out there. So you're discharging in an area, you're on the fence whether you're going to go into a management zone or not. The management zone guys who are setting that up say, here's what it's going to look like. Then you've got about a 60-day window to decide, I'm going to go it alone or I'm going to be part of the management zone. So that's why the individual approach is a little bit more delayed than the management zone approach. The expectation is the folks working on the management zone proposal are working on that EAP and developing that at that time. So then the deadline to submit the final management zone proposal after that 60-day window closes, you figure out who's going to be in, who's going to be out. And that's the timeline. That's when you have to say what the timeline is for management zone implementation, how you're going to comply, whether it's going to be allocation of a similar capacity or an exception within that management zone. And then, Then the board will go in, revise the waste discharge requirements, issue waivers. I don't think we use waivers too much these days anymore, but that option's still there. Continue to implement the early action plan during that time frame. The management zone implementation plan, as I mentioned, becomes part of the permits, and the implementation plan kicks in when the board approves it, and that's also subject to a public comment and hearing. And in the blue is where all the opportunities to participate in this process are located. And I think that there's an increasing emphasis on the management zones, on the dischargers to conduct that type of outreach as the process accelerates.
A question before you move off that one.
Certainly.
I did not see specific language relating to this, but I'll go ahead and ask. Are these deadlines, timeline, are they fixed, or is there opportunity to request extensions?
I believe they're relatively fixed.
I did not see any opportunity to request extension,
Yeah.
but I thought I should ask to make sure.
Yeah, no, the intent was to keep the deadlines as hard as possible, to really make sure that that everybody's moving forward, and we don't wind up in a situation where it's mostly requests instead of folks moving forward with the implementation plans. There is one of the components is that when the final management zone proposal comes in, the board has, as I mentioned a couple of slides back, the board provides comments on the preliminary proposal, which kicks off the next round of deadlines. So I think that's one of the opportunities for the board to do a course correction if things are going in the wrong direction. But other than that, the timelines march forward pretty relentlessly under the proposal on the table. And lastly, to make all this work, there's a few policies that were revised. First, we have an existing exception policy for salts. The Basin Plan Amendment package adds an exception for nitrate and boron. The requirements of the exception are that you must ensure safe drinking water supplies. Again, this is the kind of regulatory tool. You're out of compliance, but you can qualify for an exception if you provide the safe drinking water supplies. This is for a renewable term. You're required as a discharger or as the management zone to submit status reports, and the maximum length of time is greater than 50 years if the management practices under the exception are resulting in significant, measurable, and continuing improvements in water quality. We also have an offset policy. The offset policy is primarily for groundwater. The offset policy requires that the offset be located in the same basin or management zone as the discharge. For the substantially same pollutant, we didn't want to get into the complexity of trading nitrate for arsenic or something of that nature. The net effect of the offset has to be equivalent or better, so it's similar to the surface water trading regimes. No assimilative capacity use, so the offset ratio has to be greater than 1:1. And offsets cannot result in unmitigated local impairments, have a disproportionate impact on disadvantaged communities. So essentially what the offset is designed to do is if you have a really, really good project, but it's located about a half mile away from where your facility is, they'll knock out a lot of nitrate loading. Suppose you have a POTW or something that requires a major infrastructure improvement. You're discharging at nitrate of 12, but you see somebody else out there with a much easier to solve nitrate impact that will remove a lot more nitrate out of the system. Essentially, you come to the board with a proposal saying, we'd like to keep our current nitrate discharge at 12 for a limited amount of time, but in the interim, we'll implement this measure at that facility and knock more nitrate out of the system than if we had just upgraded our facility. That allows a longer-term planning horizon. It's particularly relevant for some of the discharge facilities and POTWs that need those longer-term infrastructure improvements. They're seeing growth in their community. They need to plan for wastewater infrastructure improvements over a long period of time. That's one of the options on the table is to qualify for an offset. And that offset could be certainly part of the recipe in the management zone implementation plan that gets presented before the state, before the regional board. And lastly, we have, to enhance the enforceability, we've got a conditional prohibition. The conditional prohibition applies upon receiving a notice to comply. This is an enforceable metric that's in the basin plan itself. Nitrate discharges are prohibited unless the permittee implements a nitrate control program requirements. The prohibition applies until the waste discharge requirements or waiver are updated or amended. So that, it transitions to enforcement under the conditional prohibition to enforcement under the waste discharge requirement. The one exception is for irrigated lands, and the reason for that exception is because we're going to go right into those orders and change them. So the need isn't to have that conditional prohibition to bridge a gap, because it's our intent to revise the orders directly within the time frame that the conditional prohibition would be in effect. So the conditional prohibition basically says if you're off track, if you're not complying with the nitrate control program, you've got a problem. We've got one more tool to exercise within our enforcement toolkit to address your non-compliance.
Could you go into a little bit of detail on what it means to implement nitrate control program requirements? Does it simply mean complying with the timeline that you've gone over?
It means you're participating in management zone, you're submitting the reports, you're submitting the implementation plan, you're doing what you need to do to ultimately have your waste discharge requirements approved. All right. And now I'll turn it over to Ann for the salt control program. I think it's the right one.
So good morning, members. My name is Ann Littlejohn. I'm a senior environmental scientist at the Central Valley Water Board, and we're going to talk about the salt control program. Click. Okay, the red one's not working for me. What did you do?
I think you have to have it.
I don't have Patrick's magic touch, obviously. Okay, there we go. The permitting strategy of the salt control program addresses both surface and groundwater discharges of salt throughout the Central Valley. And as this map shows, there's quite a bit of groundwater basins that don't meet the numerical or narrative water quality objectives to meet some of the objectives that protect the beneficial uses like irrigation supply water or the municipal or domestic supply beneficial use, especially on that west side. But as Patrick said earlier, there's no easy answers for salt. Salt is everywhere. It moves with the water. And then the consumptive use of that water increases the salinity concentrations. So the salt control program takes a basin-wide approach. And to achieve long-term sustainability, the program focuses on protecting the beneficial uses of high-quality waters, while also developing long-term solutions that will improve areas with poor water quality. So like the nitrate control program, the salt permitting strategy has 2 compliance pathways for permittees. And your handout includes this figure on the right, so I don't expect you to read all those words. But one of the pathways is called the conservative permitting pathway, and the other is the alternative compliance pathway. And the discharger will elect one of these pathways at the beginning of each phase. And so what the figure shows is that the salt control program takes a 3-phased approach to achieving sustainability, and each of those phases will last 10 to 15 years. So let's walk through these 3 phases. The first phase is a prioritization or optimization study phase, and more easily referred to as the P&O study. And the P&O study will facilitate the development of a long-term salinity management strategy by coordinating and completing a number of critical tasks. And so what these mean, the tasks include expanded evaluations of the Central Valley's different hydrologic regions. So this means developing groundwater and surface water related salinity data and information for sensitive and non-sensitive areas, as well as guidelines for protecting salt-sensitive crops. It will also identify and prioritize preferred physical projects. So these are things like regional desalters or recharge areas or a regulated brine line. It will also identify non-physical projects. So these could be things like the development of tools or regulations to facilitate the selection of different salinity management strategies. Or it could be developing a model that will help us determine whether or not we're meeting project goals. In addition, the P&O study will develop a governance structure and a funding plan to implement those projects. Phase 2 is the project development.
Could you go back to phase 1? I have a question on the P&O study. There is a sentence in the stat report that confuses me, so hopefully you can clarify it. The sentence is on page 18. The P&O study will identify groundwater basins that may serve as salt management areas, provided basin plan amendments are done to de-designate one or more beneficial uses due to salinity. What does that sentence mean?
So I think when you're thinking about basins that already probably don't even meet the sources of drinking water policy for meeting the salinity standards that protect the drinking water use. I think if they're already going to meet the sources of drinking water policy exception and having very high salinity concentrations or TDS concentrations, those could be areas where we identify them as potential areas where they're like salt sinks. And maybe that's where we can move salt to because we know it's not going to be a drinking water source. But in order right now to be in the basin plan as de-designated for Mune, we would have to go through the process of a basin plan amendment to prove that we meet one of the exceptions.
So what comes first, the P&O study or the de-designation?
The P&O study. The de-designation would be another example of a non-physical project. So during the course of the P&O study, that would be an opportunity for us to identify those areas that might be potential salt sinks. And then we could identify those areas and then make plans to do a de-designation basin plan amendment.
But the P&O study then assumes there will be de-designation.
I think that's a definite possibility. I don't want to say that it for sure is going to happen, but I think that's definitely something that's been on the table for a while.
Yeah, and I think there is some areas of the Central Valley that have been de-designated, like the Tulare Lake bed, the highly saline area that's in the upper zone at the Tulare Lake bed. Certain areas of the west side of the southern part of the valley, where a lot of the oil and gas operations are, with naturally incredibly high EC TDS numbers, all could potentially be salt sacrifice areas where, from the regional board's perspective, the naturally occurring salinity within those areas makes it such that if you have saline water, that's where you want to put it. The discharge from a desalter facility and be right at home. I think the regional board would see very little adverse environmental impacts if you've got a groundwater basin with 30,000 TDS water. Put some more 30,000 TDS water into that area as opposed to contaminating other parts of the region.
So that would be an area where restoration is not practical, feasible, and achievable or whatever.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be restoration because that in those areas the groundwater has been that way for thousands of years.
So moving on to phase 2. Phase 2 is the project development phase. And so during this phase, funding will be used to complete the engineering design and the environmental permitting requirements of the preferred physical projects. And then we could also start implementing the preferred non-physical projects identified in the first phase. And for example, what we were just talking about with the de-designations. And then phase 3 is the project implementation phase. So construction of the preferred physical projects would be completed during this phase. So let's take a closer look at what's happening in phase 1. If a permittee selects the conservative pathway, the primary focus will be on source control, and dischargers will be subject to very conservative effluent limits to protect the most salt-sensitive beneficial use. And there will be limited use of assimilative capacity or time schedules. And in addition, these permittees will not be eligible for exceptions or variances. And similar to what Patrick brought up with the nitrate control program Path A, it would be a very high bar for the dischargers to demonstrate that they can meet the requirements of this pathway. The next pathway, if permittees select the alternative compliance pathway, they will be required to support funding of the P&O study and participate in the stakeholder and study activities as appropriate. They also must continue to implement their existing salt management program and maintain current discharge concentrations or loading of salt. However, they would be eligible for variances and exceptions. With regard to the overall implementation of the P&O study, the goal is for permitted dischargers to that selected that second pathway, the P&O study pathway, and entities that benefit from the import or export of Central Valley water to participate collectively to meet the program objectives. The management of the P&O study will be a third-party entity, or something like the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, and not the Central Valley Water Board. However, the P&O study must be an open stakeholder process, and it must also meet established milestones and complete specific deliverables to be considered in compliance with the SALT control program. So these include work plans, annual reports, project reports, governance and funding plans, special studies, and a final phase 1 project report that identifies the preferred physical project. I mentioned earlier that the permittees in the P&O study pathway may be eligible for variances, so I wanted to touch on this again. The existing variance program for NPDES surface water dischargers applies only to salinity water quality standards, and it was developed to allow dischargers to continue to meet performance-based standards while supporting the CV Salts initiative. The current program prohibits the board from approving any salinity variance after June 13th of 2019, so this past Sunday, because it was intended that any extension or modification of the program would be developed through the CV Salts process. So these amendments extend the variance program for an additional 15 years to allow the permittees to participate in the P&O study. And again, anyone who is not participating in the P&O study would not be eligible for the variance. So I'm bringing up this slide again just to show, Patrick already went over it, but the same type of enforcement mechanism that the nitrate control program had also applies to the salt control program. So any salt discharges would be prohibited if the permittee does not implement the requirements of the salt control program. Next, I'm going to talk about a few remaining supporting policies included in this Basin Plan Amendment package. The first one I'm going to discuss is the proposed drought and conservation policy, and this would be a new policy for our basin plans. This policy considers the effects of drought or local emergencies that can impact water supplies, or water conservation and recycling practices that increase salinity concentrations in effluent. And historically, permits have rarely included special provisions for these type of conditions. The proposed amendments include provisions for interim salinity effluent limits for electrical conductivity, or EC, not to exceed 2,200 microsiemens per centimeter, which is the short-term secondary maximum contaminant level, as a 30-day running average. The limits may be established in terms of concentration or total dissolved solids loading, or TDS loading. Interim limits for conservation efforts shall be based on either not exceeding the receiving water concentration and not causing downgradient impacts, or maintaining TDS loading consistent with historical load, with consideration given to an increment of use or changes in source water salinity. The drought and conservation policy is proposed to guide interim effluent limits as needed under the variance policy during phase 1 of the salt control program, and may become generally applicable during future phases of the program based on a review of the overall program. So next I'm going to talk about revisions that clarify how secondary maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, are used in our basin plans. Secondary MCLs come from Table A and Table B from the Title 22 California Code of Regulations, Section 64449. These tables are referenced in Chapter 3 of the Basin Plans under chemical constituents as water quality objectives that are protective of the municipal and domestic, or MUN, beneficial use. And note here that Table B provides ranges under recommended, upper, and short term. The first revisions of the secondary MCLs as water quality objectives in Chapter 3 of the Basin Plans is in addition to incorporate Tables A and B from the Title 22, as well as the contextual language. This includes the ability to utilize a range of salinity from the upper level, and under circumstances, the short-term concentrations can be authorized temporarily, while recommended concentrations are encouraged where feasible. Revisions also clarify compliance periods for Table A and B parameters. We're setting the surface water compliance period to an annual average, and the groundwater to an annual average to discharge limits, and then a long-term average for ambient groundwater quality. There is also an added reference to natural background conditions, as well as a reference to the drought and conservation policy I just discussed. The next area for proposed clarifications to the secondary MCLs is in Chapter 4, the implementation chapter of the 2 basin plans of the Central Valley. The amendments clarify that for sampling and analysis of the waters that are not exempt from drinking water filtration requirements, samples can be filtered using a 1.5 micron filter to remove suspended solids. And compliance will be measured by analyzing total levels. So this will be for aluminum, color, copper, iron, manganese, silver, turbidity, and zinc. The Central Valley Water Board may adjust the filter size where necessary to more accurately reflect site-specific conditions based on scientific evidence submitted for their consideration and after consultation by the Division of Drinking Water and a public comment period. In addition, the staff report has an Appendix G, which provides a number of factors to consider when developing waste discharge requirements, such as background conditions and potential impacts on downstream intakes. And back to Patrick.
And just for your reference, I'd like to flag a couple of the ongoing controversies. As I mentioned earlier, I think we have made dramatic progress since 2006 when this began. That said, the stakeholders were not able to resolve all the controversies between them. You'll hear a little bit more from them. I don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth, but I will kind of forecast these are the controversies that are still ongoing with this. I think a lot of them relate to ground truthing how we're going to implement this program in the future. There's a great deal of trepidation whenever you kind of reorganize how the regional board addresses contaminants of concern. And I think the primary contaminant of concern for many disadvantaged communities. So that's where most of the comments are located. First, with respect to drinking water, there's ongoing controversies due to the fact that there is not a comprehensive well testing program as part of the CV Salts Basin Plan amendments. I think that is something that you heard as part of the East San Joaquin. I think small domestic well systems, there will be a tremendous amount of outreach for those that are part of management zones. But for those that fall outside of the scope of management zones, and there are many, there is not a comprehensive well testing program established as part of this program. I'm not sure how you would establish it as part of this program, but it is an ongoing concern out there. There are uneven benefits of the program, and I think we are totally honest in that. There are communities that have spent a lot of money to rectify nitrate impairments throughout the Central Valley. Some of those may be in the middle of management zones. there is no mechanism for reimbursing them for the costs that they have spent thus far if they are currently providing safe drinking water to their communities. And that was a policy decision that the board made to say, look, we're going to target the communities that currently do not have safe drinking water. The folks that have found those solutions, we will try and make them whole, but really what we're going to focus on is the folks who do not have drinking water right now. The folks who already have a solution, you're not going to be at the front of the line. And lastly, communities are not fully able to participate in the development of early action plans. The early action plans absolutely require community engagement, but the emphasis for the early action plans was on getting drinking water out there, not on a lengthy community engagement process. That happens later on in the process. That happens as the final management zone proposal is incorporated, and that was a policy compromise that the regional board made. With respect to concerns regarding the nitrate strategy, the compliance timelines are too lengthy or undefined. As I mentioned, I think the way that those compliance timelines will be developed will be in the course of adopting permits under this program. I think it was several entities were proposing that there be a drop-dead deadline in the Basin Plan Amendment package. That was not included. Largely because the regional board did not want to adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. Additionally, dischargers may be deemed in compliance while they are working to fix the problem within management zones based on an assimilative capacity strategy that was developed based off the state board's recycled water policy. There are a number of folks who feel that it is not appropriate to deem somebody in compliance while the aquifer is heavily impacted. Again, from a substantive perspective, from the regional board's view, the same actions will be implemented either way, in that drinking water will be provided to folks whose wells are impacted, and nitrate strategies will be incorporated to reduce nitrate loading to achieve the objective over time. But the deemed in compliance was a policy choice advocated by the stakeholders. It was something that they felt was critical to the success of this program. It was something that was heavily vetted in front of the regional board, and we determined that it was reasonable to put that language in the Basin Plan Amendment. There's also possible gerrymandering of management zone boundaries to exclude impacted communities, and that horizontal averaging and offsets result in hotspots and no real technical justification for averaging in groundwater. All three of those relate to the policy decisions that were made to treat the aquifer in a certain manner for accounting as the management zone proposal was being implemented. Again, this was largely a policy decision. There is not a technical justification for averaging groundwater across the entire management zone boundary. Instead, it is, again, it's an accounting while the management zone implementation measures are being incorporated. At the end of the day, the substantive elements do not change whether you're in compliance or not in compliance as a management zone. Drinking water is being provided, and there are strategies being implemented to reduce that nitrate loading.
Before you move on, could you, it seems that you didn't speak as much on the gerrymandering issue.
Yeah, the gerrymandering was one of the concerns I discussed a little bit. Frankly, it's up for regional board staff when the management zone proposal that comes in to evaluate that, to make sure that truly all the impacted communities that are affected by the dischargers within that management zone are incorporated in the management zone's drinking water replacement strategy. I think the request was, as this was being developed, is to make hard and fast rules about how the boundaries would be decided, or for the regional board to impose those boundaries as part of the Basin Plan Amendment package. Again, that wasn't done for the reasons that we said earlier, to increase the flexibility of the management zone participants to come up with their regional or local solution. In terms of terminology, this is, again, primarily an environmental justice concern. Reasonable, feasible, practical places undue discretion in the regional board's hands. Again, I think that discretion is there to begin with, and it can cut both ways. There's another complaint that there is a de facto de-designation if aquifer problems are not rectified. From my perspective, at the end of the day, the regional board has to adopt waste discharge requirements that rectify the problem. This would be true if any regulatory program ignored the requirements of the water code. Balance and other terms are vaguely defined. I think there are some terms in there that are not carved in stone. But again, at the end of the day, the way that this strategy works is for the regional board to ensure that the strategy is incorporated into the management zone proposals and the individual plans are ultimately protective of the beneficial uses of the groundwater, and that drinking water users are provided with the solution in the interim while there are amendments being made and changes being made to management practices for the dischargers within the management zone. With respect to policy violations, we've heard that that the Basin Plan Amendment violates the non-point source policy and violates the anti-degradation policy. For both of these, the regional board's evaluation needs to happen at the permitting process. We need to have the recipe for under which the dischargers are going to comply with both the non-point source policy and the anti-degradation policy when we adopt waste discharge requirements. And that, in terms of being able to ensure that all the management practices will comply with the non-point source policy and the anti-degradation policy at the time that the Basin Plan Amendment is adopted, would be to know already what the management zone proposals are going to say, whether all the technological evolution of their management practices are truly as quick as practicable, are truly happening in all the areas where we need to see them happen. I don't think we can do that, but we can absolutely do that in the context of a waste discharge requirements when we adopt the permit. So while those comments are well received, my suggestion would be that a lot of those comments we will absolutely hear when it comes time to adopt the waste discharge requirements that incorporate the management zone plans into permits. I imagine we're going to hear those same concerns, and it's the regional board's obligation to make sure that the waste discharge requirements that we adopt conform to both those policies, which are both incorporated into our basin plan. Lastly, we have some other concerns from environmental groups that are primarily concerned that salinity hotspots could impact aquatic life. I think in terms of how we've determined compliance with that, the way that we look at it is the load requirements as part of the variance and exception policy for salinity largely hold the dischargers to a fairly high standard. The conservative pathway would require a lot of improvements to dischargers, and the P&O study holds them to load allocations to ensure that there's no further degradation of water due to salinity, and that over the long term, we have tremendous salinity improvements. Drinking water purveyors, which you'll hear from a little later today, are concerned that the secondary MCL language relaxes and doesn't clarify existing regulations. With respect to how the secondary MCLs were implemented, we engaged very, very heavily with the Division of Drinking Water to ensure that our approach was entirely consistent with the way they saw secondary MCLs be implemented. I think we've largely addressed that concern to the satisfaction of our board. We haven't provided response to comments to you because we want to make sure that we have an active discussion today about what your perspective is. But I truly believe that we've resolved the vast majority of these concerns, with respect to, at least for our board's regulatory perspective. And lastly, there were some US EPA comments that came in. We have been very engaged with US EPA. They've had a few staff changes over the years that we've been working on this, and I think we'll fully be able to resolve their concerns as well. They've got a new manager in place for their standards unit that we'll walk through the program with while we're working towards the culmination of this process. And with that, I will turn it back over to Ann for the next steps.
All right, well, looking at this schedule, we have our first check mark there last year when we had the regional board adopt these amendments. So we're on that second step right now, having this workshop and hoping to have a state Water Board hearing to consider approving these amendments. I went ahead and just put some dates out there. Would love it for it to be in August or September of this year and not TBD. And then, and then after assuming, well, I'm not supposed to assume, but let's say we're approved, we would move ahead to the Office of Administrative Law approval of consideration. And once that was approved, the groundwater components would be effective. And for the surface water components, they would need an additional level of approval from the United States Environmental Protection Agency before they would become effective. But based on this schedule, we could initiate notices of comply mailings in 2020. And then I just wanted to point out that once the program is initiated, there will be reports back to the board regularly. At a minimum, we would be doing annual program updates where we would evaluate overall program compliance and take a look at, where we are with the milestones and have they been achieved. And it would also be an opportunity for us to, discuss program challenges and lessons learned. And then the amendments also have an overall program review at the end of the phase 1 of the salt control program for both the salt and nitrate control programs. With that, I open it up to more questions.
Any questions at this time from fellow board members? Yes, I didn't give us a bio break at this point in the morning, so we'll decamp to lunch. But before we do, I did want to acknowledge that the chair of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, Carl Longley, is here. And Chair Longley, I don't know if you want to provide any comment or wait to public comment, but just wanted to acknowledge you and provide you an opportunity if you did want to provide any comment before we broke to lunch. That works. Okay. Thank you, Chair. And with that, I'll say let's go ahead and have a 40-minute lunch at this point. We'll return at 12:30, and we'll start the stakeholder panels at that point. Thank you, everyone.
Actually, if I could request that this panel return after our lunch break, I still have some
You
questions.
do have some questions that you would like. We'll return to this panel, finish questions, and then carry on to the stakeholders at 12:30. Thank you, everybody. Janine, are we? Yeah, I'm ready. I think we should. Yes. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Good afternoon. We'll go ahead and get started now. It's 12:36. Thank you, everyone. I hope you had a very nourishing lunch and are prepared to delve in. Where we last left off, staff had finished their presentation, and I think there's still some need for additional questions from board members or a desire. So we can start there.
Thank you. If I might have slide number 15, please. I did warn Mr. Palupa that we will be revisiting this slide. This is the reasonable, practical, and feasible slide. 15. As an engineer, I'm all for reasonable, practical, and feasible. When I saw this slide, it actually made clear to me why I was a bit uneasy about seeing this language throughout the amendment. And that's because the concepts of reasonable, practical, and feasible are already integrated into regional board functions. For example, as indicated in the slide, the reasonable level of protection is considered when you're developing water quality objectives. The feasible, practical concepts is focused on compliance, on progress towards achieving those water quality objectives. So those concepts are already ingrained in your activities. It appears to me, and if I have it wrong, please correct me, that we're now proposing to apply those concepts again at the back end of implementation. So in other words, you specifically mentioned management goals 2 and 3 as where these 3 concepts would be applied. So in addition to already considering it when you are developing water quality objectives, when developing compliance, schedules, you're now proposing to apply those concepts in determining whether or not salts and nitrates loading can be balanced and whether or not aquifer can be restored. That seems to me like an additional application of those concepts.
I would disagree. I think what was meant to, frankly, the position of the stakeholders, as I understood it,
What is the regional board's position?
The regional board's position is this language is entirely consistent with existing authority. That's not back-ending and adding an additional layer of discretion, but rather it's reminding the regional board of its discretion. And the stakeholders asked that this be explicitly included at many places within the Basin Plan Amendment because they've been on the receiving end, not necessarily under this particular board, but under the other boards who have said, no, we have the discretion to force you into immediate compliance. And I think that is the discretion of the regional board. But we want to remind you that the way that this strategy works is we look at the practicability of meeting those endpoints as we develop this long-term solutions. So I think that essentially what the board was saying by allowing this to be incorporated through many points in the Basin Plan was, yes, we recognize that this authority exists. Immediate compliance is not feasible, and I think that is really what all 3 of these taken together. It doesn't say you reorganize where the goalposts are.
And it doesn't say you won't accomplish or achieve the objective.
Absolutely, absolutely. It does not say you do not accomplish the objectives at the end of the day. It means that you work with the discharger community to get there. You talk about practicability, and maybe practicability means that time frame is going to be 20 years, not 10 years, or perhaps even longer. And again, I think that's entirely consistent with what the anti-degradation policy requires. I think that's entirely consistent with the Water Code and the Basin Plan amendments require. I think importantly, and I think that this is to the credit of the dischargers, is that they didn't want to touch the water quality objective for nitrate. I think there is a lot of conversations outside of the CV salt circles of why don't we figure out a way to relax nitrate. And I think, again, to the credit of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, they said, that is going to be our red line. and we're going to meet that eventually. We're going to work towards meeting that as stridently as we can, and that's our commitment. And what we would like in return for the outlay of all those resources to get there is the recognition that it's going to be tough, and we want the ability to get a time frame to get from point A to point B, not to be, I think the presidential decisions from this board, and including sometimes the regional board, I think we are fully within our authority to say, you comply now. Like, we're not going to give you a time frame. We're not going to say, take your time. Let's figure this out. We're going to be tight with the timeline, but we recognize it's going to be a long time. So let's get from point A to point B together. I think the state board, the regional board, could absolutely say, nope, it's compliance now. And so I think that when you see reasonable, practical, and feasible kind of implanted through this amendment in a lot of positions, it's recognizing that it's going to take a long time, and the regional board explicitly recognizing it's going to take a long time, where we'll put our discretion in and give you that time frame. And again,
But it's not a way to not achieve the water quality objectives.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. If there was a de-designation, I think we hear from folks that this is a de facto de-designation. It's a position of the regional board that even if that threshold had to be crossed at some point in time, that's an entirely separate conversation. That gets vetted through a separate basin planning action. And if you don't fall squarely within the source of drinking water policy, if you're trying to de-designate the MUN use, you have a high hurdle that is far greater than reasonable, feasible, or practicable to meet.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. And now let's explore the issue of the time needed to get there. If
Yes.
we could go to slide 30. This is the exception policy. And I absolutely agree with, I think there's language in the staff report that says exceptions are not intended to be a permanent waiver from compliance obligations. They are time-bound, subject to conditions, and reviewed periodically. I appreciate that clarification. So looking at this last bullet, there is no maximum timeline specified in these amendments. It just says over 50 years. Was there any discussion about setting a goal that is perhaps an initial goal to shoot for, rather than just this open-ended more than 50 years?
That discussion was had, to be
Because the reason I raise it is, it seems to me that without some sort of parameter, it may very well turn out that this exception becomes a permanent waiver.
Yeah. No, I can see that perspective. I think, the thing that bolsters this, and I think it's even in development after the adoption of the CV Salts Amendment that bolsters this even more, is a non-point source policy. And uncomfortable as it is for both dischargers and regional board staff alike, I think the non-point source policy says when it comes time to working through a set of waste discharge requirements that incorporate an exception and say, look, it's going to take a long time to get from point A to point B. We can't just have a do loop. We can't say, okay, you've removed a ton more nitrate this year, keep going, ad infinitum. I think the way the non-point source policy has kind of gone forward is that there's going to be, and has to be at the time that the board adopts waste discharge requirements, some plausible time frame for when the water quality is expected to achieve objectives. And I think that is going to be, frankly, one of the toughest components about implementing this program. It was, I think, tacitly acknowledged within the Basin Plan Amendment, because there was still some ambiguity owing to the fact that there was a lot of litigation around this subject. Litigation was concluded, and I think the litigation says, unless the state board revises a non-point source policy, what you're going to have to do when a management zone comes in with the proposal is put a date in there, put a 50, 70, 20, whatever the years it's going to take, whatever the technical justification is for bringing this into compliance. And I expect that is a very complex undertaking to figure out when that's going to be. That has to be a part of your overall strategy. frankly turned up the heat on the regional board, I think, in terms of what we need to see when we adopt waste discharge requirements. That's how we see this thing progressing. I think the flexibility is in the basin plan amendment, but when it comes time to translating this into permit requirements, the regional board's going to have to look long and hard and say, well, what is feasible, what is practicable, what is reasonable, but at the end of the day, what protects beneficial uses, and what's the timeline that you're going to do, that you're going to execute and require folks to comply with to protect beneficial uses. And that is a very, very tough, from a policy perspective, from a financing perspective, and from a technical perspective to justify. And that is one of the things that I know our staff were having a number of internal meetings to try and figure out how we're going to evaluate that when these proposals come in, recognizing that these proposals aren't going to come in for a couple years, right? The early action plans take effect. They figure out what the what the immediate drinking water solution is going to be. But when it comes time to talk long term, figure out what the long term strategy is going to be, not just for meeting drinking water needs, but for bringing the basins into compliance. That is a very, very difficult discussion that we're going to be having.
And while it is a tacit understanding, as you said, is there anywhere in the amendments or in the resolution that your board adopted that clearly specifies that understanding or that expectation by the regional board?
The expectation is peppered throughout in the as short as practicable, and I think that's consistent with the anti-degradation and consistent with the non-point source policy. That's kind of how that's how it works. Whether you're engaged in routine permitting action right now, or even like a complex groundwater cleanup, you look at 9249 and how that progresses for a site with, say, the complexity of like the Aerojet cleanup in Rancho Cordova. You're looking at a multi-phase, multi-decadal.
I'm sorry, I was referring to the expectation you just framed that there would be some deadline, some time period specified through the permitting process.
I think that a lot of that came forward, and in terms of where the meat of that is, it's in the acknowledgement that this needs to comply with the non-point source policy. And in our response to comments, we say this is going to comply with the non-point source policy. Our understanding of the non-point source policy is X, Y, and Z. I fully anticipate that, as you continue to deliberate on this, my recommendation would be that you again hammer this point home.
I think we will.
Yeah, not just in the perhaps in the response to comments that your staff will be tasked with finalizing, but you could very well do that within the resolution framework itself. But it's in there. I mean, we in our discussion in the staff report, when it says, well, what are you doing about the non-point source policy? We say it applies. We'll work through it when we adopt waste discharge requirements. We're going to take a hard look at the proposals that come across our desks and make sure that they comply with the anti-degradation policy and the non-point source policy.
Thank you. Last set of questions, I think, for now. With respect to the salt control program, I mentioned earlier that I appreciated the acknowledgement that this is a degradation management program. And while I appreciate the complexities involved, I had sort of hoped that managing degradation would mean not increasing the level of degradation. However, as I understand it, reading through the amendments, there is a possibility for salt levels to be increased by various permittees. Could you expand upon that? So in other words, I had thought that through this amendment that salts would remain at current levels and not be increased. But as I read further on, there is a potential for salts to be increased. So help me understand that.
Yeah, and so I think, it depends whether you're looking on overall loading or overall concentrations, right? I think with respect to the salinity discharges to groundwater, even if we hold them to the same concentrations with, evapotranspiration, just use of the water, you're going to wind up with a salt load that continues to increase in the Central Valley as long as we have the water projects running. You know, that there's salt that's going to be imported. It's a closed basin. There's no outlet for the salt. And because it's a conservative constituent, the loads are going to go up in the Central Valley. I think the statistic that grabbed me very early on in this program, when this was still primarily a salinity program as opposed to a salinity and nitrate program, was the statistic that the imported salt load that's being dropped into the Central Valley aquifers was the equivalent of a line of steamships from Sacramento to Bakersfield. That weight in salt going into the aquifers of the Central Valley on every 10 years. That's from the salt imports due to the operation of the water projects. And, you know, that's attendant to how agriculture is managed in California. And so what the overall objective is as part of the salinity control program is not figuring out how to, you know, ship that salt out to the moon. It's figuring out what is the strategy for managing this degradation over time. What areas are we going to prioritize for preservation, keep as salt-free as possible as we work towards achieving balance. And achieving balance means that salt has to go somewhere. I think there are certainly, the discussion has been in the past about brine lines being pumped to the Pacific Ocean, being pumped to the Bay. I think those are, the feasibility of those are very much in question. So the conversation then needs to shift to, well, what areas of the valley are we going to ship the salt to if we have a series of desalters, if we have a series of salt management strategies, evaporation ponds, what have you. And, you know, I think the answer lies in the fact that there are many areas of the valley where there's heavy salt imports that, you know, we will likely be de-designating and designating as salt sacrifice areas in the future, because unmanaged, that's happening anyhow. I mean, agricultural lands are being taken out of production as we speak due to salt accumulation. I mean, you look at, and you know, when I made the offhand comment at the initial start of the presentation that the CV salt was initially designed to prevent the Mesopotamiazation of the Central Valley, you read the history. I mean, there's very productive ag lands. The salt just kept building up, and now you have deserts in many of those areas. I mean, and that's happening in the Central Valley as we speak.
By the way, that was the analogy Dr. Longley used in 2006 to get my buy-in.
Exactly. So I mean, it's, and so we have to figure out how we're going to manage this. You know, I not to. You know, on balance, it's the nitrate issue is absolutely the exigent emergency that we have to deal with here and now. But the salt, that is a creeping, pernicious thing that will end much of the most productive agriculture in the Central Valley if it's not effectively managed. And it was backburnered to a certain extent in this salt and nitrate management strategy. What the dischargers opted to do, and I respect them for this, is come up with a large amount of money in the P&O study to figure out how this is going to be managed on a basin-wide scale. And the single unifying strategy, frankly, for the salt control program is we are all in this together. Everybody in the Central Valley who discharges salt at concentrations above a very low threshold will have to work together to solve this problem. And that includes, you know, every little community with the POTW that discharges salinity at levels that just about every POTW discharges at. It includes ag lands where you see evapoconcentration and effective use of irrigation systems where the leachate coming out the bottom of those irrigated lands is above very, very low thresholds. It includes just about everybody in that salt strategy. And I think that's the way it has to be.
No, and I would agree. I think from a very high level, I obviously support and concur and appreciate all the effort that's gone into developing these amendments and the collaboration that will be necessary over a very, very long term to prevent the kind of, you know, problem that might happen if we don't. I guess what is troubling me, and then what I think some of the stakeholders might actually already expressed in meetings with me as well as in the written comments, is as an overall strategy, we all agree to that. But the devil is always in the details.
Certainly.
And if you take apart the pieces of these amendments, from the exception policy, the offset policy, the compliance, deemed to be compliance if you're developing plans and participating in study, to permits that might allow increases in discharge. The pieces seem to represent not quite the level of progressive improvement which one would expect over time. So how should I be looking at this in order to be confident that this will actually accomplish the management objectives that we had in the beginning?
Well, I think you're exactly right that the devil is in the details, right? As somebody who's defended the board's actions from a legal perspective, I think when you say the devil's in the details, that also means that the challenges, the most pertinent challenges, the most effective way of kind of challenging these may not necessarily be in the grand architecture that's in the Basin Plan Amendment itself. Because I think the Basin Plan Amendment is essentially puts the grand architecture together of how we're going to address nitrates and how we're going to address salinity. And it has some refinement in terms of what those strategies are going to be. But when it comes time to hammer out those devilish details, that has to be in the permits. And the most effective way of essentially saying we need to see that water quality improvement is to ground truth those permits through a public process and vet all those issues and have the stakeholders say, you know what, that does meet the endpoints or that doesn't meet the endpoints. Those conversations, I assume, will be much more difficult because they'll be rooted in the concrete details that need to occur in order to rectify the water quality impairments in each and every little corner of the Central Valley and over a long period of time. So I totally agree with you. I think that the conversation about the Basin Plan Amendment to a certain extent is what is the main path? What is the main path to move forward with salts and with nitrates? And then those details, that gets hammered out in the context of the permits. I think the architecture's there to kind of tee off those conversations.
We'll see.
Thank you, board member. Any further questions from other board members?
I'll just follow up on something that you said in this exchange on the non-point source policy. And you had mentioned something that, we first of all, we ought to continue focusing on it in our deliberations, but then also perhaps looking at resolutions. So I think I'm hearing you say that that might be an area where we could continue to have this dialogue, maybe through report back as to how, as you adopt those management zone, as you finalize the management zone permit strategy, as to how, what strategies you've included to comply with the non-point source policy.
Yeah. No, I think that's absolutely the commitment. I mean, I know you've been on this board, and we've been making reports to this board quite regularly, frankly, because you gave the Central Valley and the stakeholders a ton of money to help get this thing off the ground. And so we were reporting back every year to make sure we were spending that money well. But I envision that we will continually report back to you. The stakeholders will report back to us and to you as well about how the progress is going, what's happening. And I think, in all honesty, I'd like to say that this is a perfect program. I don't know if it's a perfect program. The metal will be tested as we go forward and implement it. And what the famous quote is: there are known unknowns and there are the unknown unknowns. I don't know what is on the horizon in terms of the big compliance issues that we're going to have with respect to implementing this. And I fully anticipate that there may very well be in a couple, 5 years or somewhere in there, some changes that we need to make to this program, either to kind of accomplish things that we thought would be easily accomplished, or to essentially put some guardrails in to focus dischargers, permittees, in how they apply their efforts moving forward. I think As much as we want to say, once the Basin Plan Amendment is done through OEL and US EPA, we're done with it, I think it's rare the policy that hasn't been, we haven't dived back in to go back and tweak and make better in iterations in the future. So especially something with this complexity, I imagine it being a fairly dynamic process. The monitoring elements, both under the nitrate control program and the salinity program, require periodic checkbacks with the regional board, and I think that will help form a good platform for the discussion of, is this thing working or not?
Thank you. At this time, then, we'll transition to our stakeholder panels, of which there are 4, and each one will be given 20 minutes. There will be a management zone pilot studies panel, an environmental justice stakeholders panel, a drinking water stakeholders panel, and then the Central Valley Salinity Coalition stakeholder panel. We don't have many public commenters at this point, just a small handful. So if you intend to give public comment outside of those stakeholder panels, please do make sure you get your cards to Janine, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is sprinkle the individual speaker cards between these panels. So with that, we'll transition to our first panel, the Management Zone Pilot Studies panel. The participants for that are Perry Klassen from the East San Joaquin Water Quality Coalition, Charlotte Gallick from the Kings River Water Quality Coalition, and Paul Boyer from Self-Help Enterprises. Good afternoon. The microphone may not be on.
Good afternoon, Chair
Good afternoon.
Esquivel and members of the board. First, I need to find the control for the slides. There we go. All right. I'm Perry Klassen, Executive Director of the East San Joaquin Water Quality Coalition. It's a pleasure to be here today. Started working on CV salts 9 years ago. I've been chair of the executive committee for 8 of those years, and this is a very exciting time to be in front of you for this workshop. I just want to say one thing, that the discussions just previously, we had a long 9 years with an architect, and we have the plans for a beautiful house, and now it's time to build a house. So what we're going to be talking about today is the management zone pilot projects that are going to give you a good idea of what the first steps are in this process. Go ahead.
I'm Charlotte Gallick. I'm with Kings River Water Quality Coalition. I'm the coordinator there. And today we're going to talk about the management zone pilot projects that are underway in the Kings and Turlock subbasins. First, we are going to discuss the goals of the pilot project, the organizational structure, and specifically the steering committees, the progress to date of the pilot projects, and the specifics for the Kings and Turlock area. And finally, we'll talk about the commitment of the stakeholders and the steering committee.
All right, first I want to talk about the goals of the pilot projects. We entered these pilot projects with the idea that we want to create templates for these management zones. As you know, there are 6 priority zones, basins in the Central Valley that will be first to receive the letters once the notice of compliance are sent out, that we will be required to develop a management zone in the basins described. Turlock is one of those basins, and Kings is the other that will have, in addition to 4 others, the requirement to develop a management zone plan that will describe the activities that we will do. The idea behind these pilots is that we want to have the ability to really hit the ground running. When these letters go out, 270 days, it's less than a year, there is a lot of work that's going to need to be done. As soon as this basin plan went through the regional board, we realized that, decided that it was appropriate to focus some funds to use, have the consultants that have been working with CV Salts to help us develop the framework for these management zones. One of the most important components you've heard about already is to provide this replacement water delivery in these areas, early action plans. So that is one of the chief goals of a management plan, the first deadlines, if you will. So we've spent a fair amount of time already developing what is that going to look like, or the timing, what is the funding that's going to be needed for that, and to be able to provide safe drinking water to these small communities that are in each of these management zones. So when the notice to comply are sent out, we want to be able to move as quickly as practicable to submit these plans to the regional board, of course, within the deadline for the 6 priority basins. And speaking for the Turlock Basin, which is in the East San Joaquin Coalition region, we have had representatives from the Modesto and Chowchilla Basin, which are the other 2 priority zones in our coalition area that will be needing to develop a management zone plan once the notice of compliance are sent out to us. So the first thing that we did as we sat down with the stakeholders in these areas is develop steering committees. We felt that that was a good way to start the organization. We were able to get from the regional board a list of all the WDR holders in the Turlock Basin. So we sent out mailers, we sent out emails. We knew many of them from our contacts at CV Salt. We invited them to a meeting in December to begin talking about what our needs were as part of the pilot, and the grant outlined deliverables that had each of the key components of the management zone described as part of what we would be working on in these initial areas. First, and most importantly, was to establish what the management zone boundary was. In the Turlock area, it was fairly self-evident in that that's a DWR sub-basin that is bounded by the Tuolumne River to the south and the Stanislaus River to the north. So we were able to get the GSAs that are operating, the groundwater sustainability authorities that are set up to come to the meetings, as well as the major WDR holders in that area. We also, in that grant, were able to use Ludar Scalmanini to provide and refine the groundwater quality data that was already developed in CV Salt. We did some refinement of that, so we're able to do that technical work to give us an idea, and we'll show you in a map in a minute, of where our high nitrate areas are within our zone. The other thing that we also have been able to do is identify the potential impacted domestic wells that overlie those high nitrate areas, and then begin the development of the early action plan. In our last meeting in June, we were able to get a first draft, first look at that. We had a lot of comments from the stakeholders and the WDR holders on what that plan is going to look like. And Charlotte will talk about hers a little bit, but I think just in our short experience, we're finding out it's really going to need to be a customized plan for a community. For having this basin plan, or to have this basin plan have these details at this point, is really somewhat presumptuous, because every region is going to be a little bit different. There's going to be housing density issues and the types of communities. So we think that's appropriate to not have that much detail, but allow these local communities and stakeholders to participate in the development of not only the early action plan, but the overall management zone implementation plan.
So in the basin plan, they define the management zone as a discrete and generally hydrologically contiguous area for which permitted discharges participating in the management zone collectively work to meet the goals of the salt and nitrate management plan. And for me, the key word is collectively work. I like to call this my Swiss Army knife of steering committees, because it's really key to survival of our management plan, and every blade has a specific purpose and a specific specialty. And as you can see on this slide, we have a lot of committed members to our steering committee, all these logos that are presented here. And that's not all of them. We have a large group that we meet with on a regular basis. And really, this is needed to make this process successful. So our progress to date, we've had an initial meeting in December in both Dinuba and Turlock. We've had continued efforts. Like I mentioned, we meet regularly. On average, we have about 20 to 30 participants per meeting. And both of these pilot projects are committed to finding solutions and making this management zone successful. We've identified our management zone boundaries, and we've also begun the process of drafting an early action plan, and that's on schedule to be completed in August. So specifically for the King Subbasin, here's our map of our management zone. We utilize the Kings River East Groundwater Sustainability Agency boundary with one slight variation. That consists of about 200,000 acres. We have about 3,000 domestic wells in our boundary, and about 1,200 that are in the high nitrate areas. And what we did, instead of interpolating out all of the high nitrate zones and the low nitrate zones, we decided to consider gap areas. And we are going to, in our plan, we anticipate to test wells, and we want to sort of fill in these gap areas. We don't want to assume that those areas are green if they're right next to the green. We want to make sure that we have adequate information, and we plan to outreach to everyone in our boundary.
Okay, this is the map of the Turlock Subbasin. And to give you a little bit of geography direction there at the very bottom where you see the Ludor-Scalmanini logo, that's Highway 99, and then Highway 99 comes out of the top. So that Highway 99 corridor splits the left-hand 2/3. So you can see we have a considerable amount of area that is high nitrates. We have not tested all the wells you see there. We have identified approximately 2,600 well sites. Now, whether or not those are still in use, we anticipate many, if not most, are. And what our plan is to develop an outreach effort to those well owners. We're still trying to decide which is the most appropriate way to reach all of them. But we are, in our goals, going to make sure that they are aware of either a fill station or a bottled water delivery process within each of those basins. So I guess as what I would offer as an observation of these meetings that we've been having for the last 6 months, it's been a reality check to everyone. The CV salts process has been going on, as I said, for many years, 9 years myself. And we've been watching as it develops, but now with the end close, or the beginning, if you look at the chapter 2, it's beginning to sink in that there is a considerable commitment that needs to be made by the permittees, the WDR holders in this area. We realize the importance of the early action plan because everything is key to that. Our performance metric, that's going to be one of the main observed performance metrics, if you will, for this program. And we realize that it's going to take a dual commitment, supplying this replacement water, but also part of the management zone responsibility to be a participant is to prove and show the regional board what we are doing as agriculture, dairy, food processing to manage, to provide source control for nitrates. So it's not just an early action plan of providing water, but what we have to provide is what are you doing, agriculture, to limit your discharges of nitrate to groundwater. And we're also beginning to have the early conversations. In fact, the last meeting is how is this gonna be governed, if you will? We all have individual permits. Our third-party coalition for agriculture is farmers only, so we don't have the participation of cities, dairies, and food processors, so we'll need to develop a structure that encompasses all those stakeholders in both a governance, overall governance, and also a fundraising to pay for this delivery of water. So again, the reality check has been, we're at the State Board workshop, the hearings hopefully coming on soon, and the letters are going to be going out. And so within a year, we anticipate, with the time schedule that was brought forward a little earlier, a year from now, we're going to be in detailed conversations about where are these fill stations going to be, where are the places where bottled water may need to be delivered. So it's been the beginnings of a collaboration that we expect to expand with not only the WDR holders, but those impacted communities and representatives of those communities. So that gives you an overview of what we've been doing so far, and it's kind of a dress rehearsal, but a little bit more, I think. It's really time to start putting pen to paper. We're fortunate to have very skilled consultants that understand these programs, have been working on similar activities around the state. So it's been good to have their support and expertise.
Great, thank you. Any questions from fellow board members?
Yes, and this might be too early on, but hopefully not. And that is, how are you interacting with the GSAs, or propose to interact with the GSAs?
Well, in the Turlock area, they were at the very first meeting. Representatives of both the East Turlock GSA and the West Turlock, there's two of them, encompassed by the management zone. And they've been sitting very attentively, whether or not they will play a direct role. One of the obvious, not a conflict, but we are regulated by the Regional Water Board. The GSAs are regulated by the Department of Water Resources. And so they're a little bit different. And they have deliverables that they have to provide them that are consistent with the GSA requirements, whereas we have deliverables and responsibilities that we are required to do. So we're still trying to work out how is that all going to coordinate, collaborate in the long run. Because if you've been involved with the GSAs at all, the things that they are talking about, and I'm involved in the Merced GSA, they're just remarkable. They're very difficult, and it's going to be a huge time commitment and resource commitment. So I know that we're going to continue collaborating, but as we go through this process, I think we're going to all learn, where do we fit together, where do we help each other. I know from the grower standpoint, they are us. Our growers with East San Joaquin are in the GSAs and vice versa. But it is kind of early to say where exactly are we going to fit. And that's Turlock only. Each basin's going to have a different personality with the GSAs as we work with Turlock, with Chowchilla and Modesto.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead.
For the King Subbasin, the GSA is actively involved. He also is the Alta Irrigation District General Manager. They coincide, and as Mr. Palupa mentioned, there was extensive work in that area in the beginning for the archetype in CV salts, and so the Alta area has a strong commitment to water quality and finding solutions.
Yeah, it seems that there's a real opportunity, if not done right, but if done right, there's an opportunity not just for coordination, collaboration, but for complementary actions. So
Right.
it's just more to put on everybody's plate. You need to be at the GSA discussions, and the GSA, official managers need to be at your discussions as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and this kind of gets back to our early conversation about one size does not fit all, but of course, as a Turlock resident, I'm very familiar with the proposed surface water treatment plant. And so in the Turlock subbasin, there may be another activity underway that could help provide relief, not in the short run, but maybe in the long run. And I'm not familiar if there's anything in particular in the King Subbasin along those lines. But could you comment, Perry, at least in the Turlock area, what you're doing to incorporate sort of those long-term plans, even in the early action plan, in light of the fact that there's so much going on in that community on the long-term plan already?
Well, we do know with the work we've done looking at fill stations that we are going to need to locate some of those in the city water system. The recharge activities that are being planned and other things, those, as Mr. Palupa mentioned earlier, are going to be very helpful for helping mitigate, if you will, long-term recharge to help for the dilution of nitrates in the groundwater. But as far as the WDR permit activities, we're very early on in the discussions of forming that, and we still need to talk more with the cities about what is their responsibility and role if they have wastewater treatment plants that are meeting the groundwater targets for nitrates. It's really kind of an unknown. I was suggested I could call on people during this testimony. There's others in the audience that maybe they could come up and elaborate on that, either in the comment period that are representing the cities, but that is something that when a city's in compliance, what is their responsibility? That still needs to be worked out, both with the regional board and with a WDR holder.
For the city of Dinuba, there is a project that is in the process of being looked at right now where, it's a well field and the operations of a well field and the locations of recharge and strategically putting recharge in areas that would benefit the city. And those are the types of discussions that we're having to work together with the cities. And also there is the fill station, and they would play a key role in the location of that fill station.
Could you go back to slide 8 for a moment? So, Vice Chair Diadama, thank you for that question about the regional surface water plant. I appreciate that. I was actually looking at this map and I was noticing how many communities in the Turlock area are in fact already impacted by nitrate, and then a number that are sort of on the cusp, right? So if you look at City of Houston, for example, it looks like there are areas that over 7.5 milligrams per liter currently. So, and that extends outside the jurisdictional city boundaries and into larger areas. And so I was just wondering, through this pilot process, has there been discussions of modeling, forecasting, looking at what the impacts are, given the length of time we're talking about here to achieve balance, to achieve restoration? Are we looking at sort of a long-term planning horizon for the types of impacts that might be, encountered as we go forward?
At this point, the detailed focus is on the early action plan. Those sorts of analysis are in the plan that's due in 2 years, Management Zone Implementation Plan, MZIP we call for short. But those have not, we've really not done the deep dive on those particular type of issues. They are certainly going to be a requirement in the plan of where are we expecting to have to do mitigation. Now, from the fill station standpoint, we're not going to designate areas off limits. We're going to put fill stations in areas that are going to be accessible to anybody in that area within a 5-mile radius. So if they're in Houston or they're in the country, they will be allowed to use the water that's in these fill stations. And the outreach would be directed to them in those areas as well. But those public water systems that are now regulated by the Division of Drinking Water, I don't believe can even serve water that's above the drinking water standard. But the 7.5, you're inferring that it could be on its way up to 10 eventually, and it will be in that position.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. But at this point, they're going to be allowed access to the fill stations, as are all of those folks in those areas. The drinking water delivery will be to people who can't get to a fill station, who are elderly or not able to travel. So we would offer that delivery to them. The others who go to town to get groceries would have a fill station within easy access of where they get their do their normal shopping.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll take.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
One more.
We're getting there.
Sorry not to cut you off arbitrarily.
Okay, yeah, Chairman Esquivel and board members, I'm Paul Boyer from Self Help Enterprises. And what I wanted to talk about is a pilot program that was funded through the Central Valley Salinity Coalition. We really appreciate that, the opportunity to do this. This work here was in cooperation with a number of other entities and a lot of support from County of Tulare, the county's Women, Infant, and Children program. And I will say that, we've been involved with a lot of things in the San Joaquin Valley for over 50 years, affordable housing and water, wastewater development. During the drought, we really got involved with a lot of communities because of, we helped appreciate the State Board and OES getting funded for water tanks and water wells and extensions and consolidations to systems and, with people with dry wells outside those communities. We've had a lot of contacts over the years, so we work collaboratively with everybody that we can to try to solve problems for poor people in disadvantaged communities. Porterville was an area that was selected because of one, there's a number of high nitrate wells in the surrounding area. Also, the WIC office there, I think they serve about 6,000 families or something. There's a lot of people anyway that get served by them. And so, and they're the most vulnerable population, pregnant women and infants that are still drinking formula. We started off working with them. We started with the process of asking, when someone came in to apply for WIC services, they would add a couple of questions to their entry form, and one would be, are you on a private well? Not everybody knows that, by the way, but a lot of people do. And then asked, would you want to have your well tested? And we started off with a process where they would be basically taking the bottle, taking it home. It had to come back within roughly 24 hours, so it could get to the lab within 48 hours. And they were in a unique situation where they had a refrigerator there where they were already getting bacteria samples for the county lab. And so it worked out, except a lot of people didn't get it back in time, or there were some difficulties getting back in meeting those deadlines. So we ended up adjusting things to actually go out and take samples. And I want to jump in too and say, we ended up deciding to expand the program with other service providers in the area. Family Healthcare Network has got clinics there. The Community Service Employment Training is the Community Action Agency. We've got a good relationship with them where they could help market it. And also the Porterville Area Coordinating Council is an organization funded by local churches that has a lot of close contacts with the community. And so, again, there were these, the sampling could be done at no cost to the family. And then we weren't able to get it for everybody, but a number of families were able to get bottled water deliveries and see how that process worked, getting people signed up. And then also, we're looking at, does this make sense in certain cases to look for management zones, which you're considering today? We sampled over 100 wells. I would say roughly a third to a half of them ended up being high in nitrates. And you can see here we got some information out, the local newspaper there, Porterville Recorder, and we were receiving significant calls to operate the program and have people have their wells tested. 49 of the wells as of the end of March exceeded the nitrate standard. That meant they were all eligible for interim assistance. 24 of those families have received bottled water service, and 15 point-of-use devices. And there were 6 families that transitioned off of bottled water and went to point-of-use devices with the assumption that if this is something that's going to be done long-term, it's less expensive to do that. However, there has to be a process to replace filters. Otherwise, that doesn't take care of the problem forever. And one family got the best solution. They got connected to a public water system. What we found were that, and we've sampled wells in a lot of different areas too, but in general, because when people made the contact through a health provider or kind of a trusted social service organization, not many people had a problem having their wells tested. We ended up having staff go out and take the samples and get them into the lab, and we have staff that have been certified for well sampling for a number of things. And then what we did was we got information out to the families, explained to them, the concern about what high nitrates are, that you should do something about this. Don't drink the water if it's high nitrates, whether you're whatever your age is or condition. And I think that we developed a lot of material that could be used elsewhere too, that's English and Spanish, for getting things out. What we found was that if you could have a program that's long-term, because we were kind of going at different schedules, we're with extensions, but I would say that, it worked out well, but I would say that, in management zones or however this might be done in the future, if there's that it's there long-term, and if you could get information out to the media that is broad enough so that you're kind of catching everybody, as many as you can, with those media messages that are in that area, that makes a lot of sense. We experimented with a couple of different types of point-of-use devices. One was one that you could buy like at a Home Depot, and we had a plumber install it. But, we actually connected with Culligan out of Lindsay, was the local office, where it seemed to make a lot of sense. We talked about kind of bulk purchase rates for another program we're working with that's also funded by the state board to get a better price, which is $750 for, parts and labor installation, and then with an additional cost for the filter replacements. That particular POU set of cartridges, you can actually put a fourth one on, a second POU, second reverse osmosis unit. And we also found that if in low pressure conditions, if you put in a booster pump, you can further reduce the nitrate levels, so that we found somewhere there were between 2 to 3 times the maximum contaminant level, and that's what it would take you'd have to increase the pressure. And so I would say that, with education with the families and having a type of process that can be replicated elsewhere, and I think that's probably the end of it, it shows that this can work. The only other thing I would add to that, I know earlier there was a discussion about TCP, and sometimes TCP nitrates can be in the same wells. And if there is other funding that possibly can help with that from other sources, that might be helpful from the point of entry device, along with a point of use for nitrates. So if there's any question, I'm glad to do my best.
Thank you. Much appreciated. At this point, we'll take a few public comments. First, we'll hear from Tim Johnson from the California Rice Commission. And followed by that will be Rebecca Franklin from the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's a privilege.
One moment. Sorry, Tim. I'm not sure if that mic is on. Is the mic on? Sorry.
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah.
All right,
Sorry, it
great.
may have just been me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. Rice Commission is in strong support of this basin plan amendment and really comes to you from maybe a different perspective than some of the others that you've heard today. We grow rice in that green area, right? Green with relative to nitrate and mostly green relative to salt, although salt discharges to surface water are certainly a concern from our crop. And I'll just give you a few reasons why we're in support. The primary reason is that we're very much interested in keeping those green areas green, right? And CV salts also does that, right? We have performance objectives that we're going to have to meet relative to nitrate. We're participating in the P&O study and do that with some real interest in making sure that we can solve these problems on a statewide basis. Really, it's in honor also of over a 10-year collaborative process, right? We've been before you as individuals and as a board to talk about that process, to appreciate the help that you gave CV Salts in financing some of this work. The comments that you hear from my colleagues in agriculture and my colleagues in the EJ community are all things that we've discussed for a decade. I can't tell you that we have solved every problem or addressed every concern, but I promise you we've heard them. I promise you we've discussed them, and we've tried our very best to address them, and in fact have in many cases. I would also note to you that this is a far better solution than purely just enforcement. So we've got a governor that went to MBA school the same time I went to MBA school, and we have this thing called a BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. You walk out of here without a basin plan amendment. When the board takes up that item, what do you have? The option that you have is individual enforcement. That's slow, it's tedious, and expensive. Would also ask that you would recognize what this initiative has accomplished beyond just the discussion that we're having here today. I very carefully chose the words my colleagues in the EJ community. When we started this process, I would say they were opponents, right? That's sort of how you approach these things. Over the years of discussing and understanding what the needs are, the concerns, out of that dialogue, out of those rooms, began a 3-year effort that just culminated in the governor's budget that allocates $130 million a year toward drinking water solutions in this state. That was not even a possibility when we started this process. But individuals that were in that room, some of which that sit on this board, were part of those conversations that really said, look, we've got the regulatory framework, we'll work on that, but we also need what I affectionately called a giant pile of money to start addressing some of these problems. We've achieved that. That came out of CV Salts. So I would just really ask that you really honor that effort, really take that commitment that you've seen from our colleagues in agriculture, from my colleagues in the environmental justice community, and really allow this basin plan to move forward as we've worked on it so hard and committed so many resources to really be able to see, right, the outcome, that positive implementation that we look so forward to. So with that, I appreciate again the opportunity to address you today. Thank you for all of the discussions that we've had on this, and I'm sure we'll have some more as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next up again, we have Rebecca Franklin from the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Rebecca Franklin with the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. Regional SAN provides wastewater reclamation services to a population of about 1.5 million here in the Sacramento region. We've been an active member of the CV Salts Coalition since it was formed back in 2006 and like to offer our supports for the Basin Plan amendments as well. As a clean water agency, we're committed to protecting water quality and believe that the Basin Plan amendments we're discussing today truly are the best path forward to addressing these water quality impacts in the Central Valley. we recognize that this approach is a compromise, and we've heard about some of the challenges and uncertainties moving forward, but Regional SAN is committed to continuing to engage in this collaborative stakeholder process because we truly believe these collaborative solutions moving forward are the best path forward. We hope you'll be considering these amendments for adoption soon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We'll now move to our second stakeholder panel, which is our Environmental Justice Stakeholders panel, and that will include Jennifer Clary from Clean Water Action, Michael Claiborne from the Leadership Council, Nathaniel Kane from the Environmental Law Foundation, and Erica Fernandez from the Community Water Center. Good afternoon. Yes, Janine, when she gets back, we'll put up the, oh,
Okay,
Courtney
sorry.
will bring it up right now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. How exciting. I'm not sure how many CV Salts presentations I've given. It's an over-under of 10, I think. But we try to make it fresh and new for you every time. Thank you. So my name's Jennifer Clary. I'm the Water Program Manager for Clean Water Action, and I'm here, I think, mainly for my institutional memory, because I think I went to my first CV Salts meeting in 2008, didn't start attending regularly until 2010, and about 5 years ago, I managed to convince my colleagues that they needed a lawyer to attend, and I'm the only one who's not a lawyer, so it worked out really well. That we appreciate having the opportunity to speak and to participate in this process. What did I do wrong? About this. Oh, great. So just our organizations, we've been engaged in this process for two reasons. One, because people don't have safe drinking water, and we want responsible parties to pay for it instead of taxpayers and communities. And two, we were seeing communities fall into out of compliance with nitrates, and we just couldn't keep up. So we really wanted to start looking at source control as a way to quit having so many communities fall out of compliance. And we appreciate that we were able to participate in this process. We appreciate the commitment to put safe drinking water first, but it's not enough, because under this plan, as it's written, tens of thousands of wells are going to fall out of compliance, and that is not what we signed up for. So when you look at this, this is just an old map from the UC Davis report, and I just want you to look at it. Orange and red are over the drinking water standard. Yellow is 50%, 50 to 100% of the drinking water standard, and green is like from 10 to 25. This is as measured by nitrate. And so what we're looking at when we're looking at what this program, we're looking at all those yellow dots becoming red, and all the green dots becoming yellow, and all the blue dots turning green. And because we have such an open-ended program, we don't know when we're going to stop that. We don't know how many more people are going to not have safe drinking water. We also wonder, when we're looking at increasing levels of contamination, how that's going to be responded to through these management zone efforts. So as more wells fall out of compliance, will they receive the same replacement water options? If you have a community that's receiving replacement water, does that mean they have a no-build limit, because there's often development limitations because of water supply? Or if they get a replacement water supply, do they get enough capacity to grow? Or are you going to have communities stay small and poor because they were unfortunate enough to be subject to nitrate contamination? And then this is
I'm sorry, can I interrupt and ask?
Absolutely.
When you say fall out of compliance, what do you mean?
Exceed the drinking water standard for nitrate.
Not fall out of compliance with the regional board permitting and...
No, when I'm looking at, these are small water systems, not domestic wells. So when I say fall out of compliance, I'm looking at the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Thank you.
And this is just a map showing the change in groundwater quality since 1950. In 1950, 70% of wells had only background nitrate concentrations. Now, 70% of wells have above background nitrate concentration. And that's just, it's just getting worse and worse. And I think we'd like to understand how this changes it. And what we're looking at are these early action plans that are looking at kiosks, which is probably the most cost-effective way to do it. It allows people who don't have their wells tested to still get safe drinking water. It's not paired with water delivery and filters. It's not a horrible option, and it's fairly cost-effective, but it's still expensive. They're looking at costs, and it's expensive, and it's going to get more expensive. And it gets more expensive for two reasons. One, because you have more wells going out of compliance, and two, because where you have contamination now, it's going to get worse. And treating water at 45 parts per million nitrate is different than treating it at 90. It's different treating it at 120. And as salinity also increases, that reduces your ability to treat that. So if you're not controlling nitrates and you're not controlling salinity, it's going to become more and more difficult to use groundwater as a water supply. So that's when we talk about de-designation, that's what I'm thinking about, is you have a water supply that's too polluted to even treat. And so that's why I think that if you want to comply with the Basin Plan Amendment, you might as well bite the bullet and start now, because it's only going to get more and more expensive. And I think the expense is going to go up higher if you don't have strong requirements now than if you do. And finally,
Can I ask you a question
Yes,
while you're on that thought?
sure.
So is there a level at which you believe that the nitrate levels are so high that it would lead to de-designation?
Well, I'm never going to support de-designation.
No, I realize that, but
just in terms of treatment, point of use filters, for example, are certified to treat nitrate up to about 120 parts per million. But if you have high salinity, that efficacy goes down. And because nitrate is an acute contaminant, you need to leave a margin of safety as well. So just to say, if I have water I can't treat, you have to either have a source that you can blend it with or an alternative source altogether. And of course, large water agencies almost never treat nitrate. If they have nitrate, they turn off the well. But for these small systems, that's generally not what happens. So what we're looking at is what we're seeing as the outcome of CV salts is we have these great goals, and we appreciate all the time and hours and days and weeks and months in these meetings where folks listen to us say the same thing over and over again, which is we need safe drinking water. But we don't understand, we don't have a clear understanding of when and how we're going to get safe drinking water. We see that more communities are going to be impacted, even as these dischargers are held to be in compliance, and that more and more of our groundwater supplies are going to become unusable. With that, I'll turn it over to Nat.
I'm sorry, before you do, I mean, these are pretty strong statements.
I thought it was being really mild.
So what is the basis of these outcomes that you are projecting?
Well, we have an open-ended BPA that doesn't have requirements, has no timeline for even coming into balance, much less restoring the basin. What that means, we have management zones where dischargers are considered to be in compliance even as they continue discharging nitrate above water quality objectives, which means that upper level, which is defined as, I believe, 90% of domestic wells, that upper level becomes contaminated even while they're considered to be in compliance because of this mythical horizontal averaging. So we're seeing that more communities are going to be impacted. And that basins will become unusable, because what we're looking at now is the upper level being in compliance, and then that water, as pumping continues at lower levels, that nitrate contamination is going to be drawn down. So production wells will
And
go
you're
out.
confident making these statements without seeing what those management zone plans might look like, without knowing what might be in the regional board's permits?
So am I supposed to look at a basin plan amendment that has no timelines, no deadlines, no schedules, and assume that the waste discharge requirements are going to be better? I've been tracking the irrigated lands program for a decade as well, and it hasn't done much for us yet either. And I'm looking at timelines being expanded. You have these groundwater quality management plans, which were adopted provisionally and are still provisionally adopted. It's not clear to me that you have the staff to be as rigorous as we're told they're going to be, or that those timelines are even doable. So I think, based on my experience, I'm fairly confident with my draconian outcomes.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Nat Kane, and I'm an attorney with the Environmental Law Foundation. So I'm going to try to hit a couple points here. I am not going to get to all of them, so I'll just blast through those slides. First, a quick note on procedure under section 13245. The state board has two options here. The state board can adopt these BPAs as written, or it can return them to the Central Valley Board. It has no authority to revise them now, nor does it have the authority to use some sort of optional precatory resolution language to underground revise them. So I just want to make the options clear. And now I want to move to the lawfulness or unlawfulness of the amendments as written. These amendments violate the non-point source policy. The non-point source policy requires, in key element 1, that a non-point source pollution control implementation program meet water quality objectives. No ifs, ands, or buts. The only exception is where compliance is not immediately possible. And everyone in this room agrees that compliance is not immediately possible. In that case, a board may allow a specific time schedule with corresponding quantifiable milestones. Now, these amendments do not allow, do not change the water quality objective for nitrate. It is still 10. It's the number 10. However, they do allow continued loading into groundwater where reduction of that loading is not reasonable, feasible, or practical. And it also allows aquifers to continue to violate those standards when restoring the aquifers is not reasonable, practical, or feasible. And these two different concepts, I think, get mixed together a little bit in a way that I find problematic. And I think everyone here agrees that aquifer restoration is going to take a very, very long time. But reduction in loading is a very different question. Bringing the discharge from below operations into groundwater to a level that no longer causes or contributes to groundwater exceedances is a very different question, can be addressed on a much shorter timeline, and yet these amendments do no such thing. And this is the key point, that CV Salts is an implementation program for a basin plan. Under section 13242 of the Water Code, an implementation program has to implement the water quality objectives. Under the non-point source policy, it has to implement the non-point source policy, or the water quality objectives. And I'll also point out that there's no finding in the resolution or in the staff report that that these amendments actually comply with the non-point source policy. And yet this plan permits dischargers to continue to discharge at rates we know pollute communities' water with an open timeline forever. And the sole basis for allowing this is that it's expensive for growers to reduce their discharge. A final legal point is that Water Code 13263G says that discharges of waste into waters of the state are privileges, not rights. And it's my position that CV Salts converts that privilege into a vested right. Another and alternative point is that all three of these words, reasonable, feasible, and practicable, are undefined. In fact, the definitions were discussed and then removed at various points in the process. And this gives the regional board unfettered discretion to decide which reductions are too difficult to achieve. And so I'm just going to put up on the screen here a couple questions that go unanswered. And I'm not saying that these amendments have to be capable of answering all these questions up front, but there needs to be an intelligible standard that the regional board can apply to answer the question, say, is lining dairy lagoons reasonable? Is applying an application limit or an AR, A-R limit reasonable? And there's no such standard in these amendments. And in addition, how is the regional board going to consider the cost to the impacted communities of having to use replacement water instead of water that comes out of their taps clean? And I appreciate Patrick's and the regional board's commitment to taking a hard look at the new permits. And you know, I think that their staff is good, and I think they will take a hard look at them. I'm not sure that we'll agree with everything they say, but I think they will take a hard look. But these amendments are a long-term legal change to the basin plan, and they are going to outlive Patrick. They're going to outlive the current administration. We know that elections happen, and the words that are written down in these amendments are going to be what will govern water quality regulation in the valley going forward. And the open-ended nature of these amendments simply violates the non-point service policy and the water code. So I'm going to leave it there.
All right, Michael Claiborne. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Thank you to the chair and the board members for this opportunity to speak about CV salts. Before I get into my comments, I just wanted to correct one thing in the record. I saw a slide during the pilot project panel that included Leadership Council as being on a steering committee. I don't believe we're actually on that steering committee, so I just wanted to make that point before I begin. Okay, I will begin my comments by sketching out in part the legal framework applicable to water quality control plans. And to be clear, and this is the reason for starting out this way, these are legal standards that apply to the basin plan, not legal standards that apply to the basin plan as implemented by the permits. So the basin plan itself has to meet certain legal standards. And if it does not, that can't be fixed through the permitting process. That's not the way Port or Cologne works. So first, Water Code 13240 requires regional boards to formulate and adopt water quality control plans for all areas within the region, and that basin plans conform to water quality control policies. Those policies include the anti-degradation policy, as Nat was just talking about, the non-point source policy, and though not mentioned earlier today as an environmental justice concern, also the recycled water policy. Because that wasn't mentioned, I was thinking maybe we didn't do a good enough job of pointing out that policy, so I'll go into a couple of the key provisions there. The recycled water policy recognizes that some groundwater basins in the state contain salts and nutrients that exceed or threaten to exceed water quality objectives. And as particularly relevant here, the recycled water policy states that salts and nutrients from all sources must be managed on a basin-wide or watershed-wide basis in a manner that, and this is the critical part, ensures attainment of water quality objectives and protection of beneficial uses. Additionally, turning to section 13241, states that the state shall establish water quality objectives in water quality control plans that will ensure the reasonable protection of beneficial uses and the prevention of nuisance. And finally, section 13242 requires that a basin plan contain a program of implementation for achieving water quality objectives, including actions to be taken, a time schedule, and a determination of surveillance that's required. So these are all standards applicable to the basin plan amendments before you, not standards applicable to permits, which will happen later. The basin plan amendments, it's our position here, do not comply with these and other standards raised in our letter for many reasons. And my comments today focus on one aspect of the basin plan amendments, and that's averaging of water quality across horizontal areas. So I will turn to, since I like maps, maybe I can turn to it. Okay. So I'm going to begin my comments by talking about the community of Delhi, where Leadership Council works with residents to try to address water quality issue that was identified by a resident who we've worked with for many years. In the shaded area, or the area with the square around it, that would be the neighborhood on the south side of Delhi. It's on Corner Street and August Avenue in Delhi. Delhi, just for background, has a public water system that complies with all water quality standards at this time. However, there are several neighborhoods that are not connected to the water system. And this is pretty typical of many, many communities in the Central Valley. As we all know, public water systems don't reach everyone. And this is the case in the neighborhood on Corner Street and August Avenue. The state, through Prop 1, has funded Leadership Council to do TA work to try to get that neighborhood on Corner Street and August connected to the public water system. And as part of that TA, we facilitated well testing through the County of Merced. That well testing has come back with consistent, very high exceedances of the nitrate water quality standard, including one result at 33 milligrams per liter nitrate as N, so more than 3 times the drinking water standard that would be applicable to public systems. And the reason I bring this up is because I think we saw a variation of this map earlier today. But Delhi is within the Turlock Subbasin. If you look at the Turlock Subbasin, it's about the middle of the south side right there in the red area. And this really highlights the issue with averaging water quality across a basin. But when you look at the Turlock Subbasin and you look at this map, basically the west side of the basin is red, exceeding water quality standards, and the east side is green. If you average those two, and I don't think anybody's yet done this work to average those two sides of the Turlock Subbasin, if you average them though, and it turns out that the volume-weighted average of the upper zone does not exceed the water quality objective, CV Salts says that the discharges within that management zone are in compliance with the water quality objective. We think this is a legal fiction. And it has impacts on people using drinking water today. People like Ramon, who I work with in Delhi, have water quality impacts. They have a dairy right across the street from them on August Avenue, and they're surrounded by almonds. Those are likely water quality impacts caused or contributed by those agricultural operations. However, this program at least potentially creates in this subbasin a legal fiction of compliance. So I'd ask you, when you're looking at this map, to think about the fact that there are clearly discharges within the basin causing or contributing to exceedances of water quality objectives. These are wells that are impacted today. However, if the state board approves these amendments, the regional board will have authorized the regional board to average water quality across the subbasin and treat all discharges in the management zone as in compliance with water quality. This is what we mean when we talk about a legal fiction of compliance, or an illusion of compliance with water quality objectives. CV Salts treats discharges that are currently polluting drinking water sources and groundwater wells as complying with water quality objectives. The board should not condone these kinds of mental gymnastics in order to approve this basin plan amendment. To do so would not comply with Port of Cologne's requirement that basin plans ensures reasonable protection of beneficial uses and compliance with binding policies, including the non-point source policy, the recycled water policy, and the anti-degradation policy. Let me just conclude by saying the legislature just approved a program to address drinking water needs, at least 1 year of it, and they appear poised to approve another 11 years of funding for safe drinking water in this state. That's 12 years of funding for drinking water, and it's a great success, and many in this room advocated for that program. My question today, though, is in 12 years after that funding, when we're looking at renewing that funding, are we going to be looking at water quality problems that have gotten worse? Are we going to be going to the legislature and say, look, we had an opportunity to improve water quality conditions in the Central Valley, but instead of taking that opportunity, we relaxed regulations on agriculture, and now we need more money? I think we should go the opposite direction, make sure that we are controlling discharges to the extent we can under reasonable time schedules, and make sure that in 12 years, when we're talking about renewal of the Safe Drinking Water Fund, what we're looking at is a problem that hasn't gotten worse and hopefully is actually improved. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erika Fernandez. I'm the Director of Organizing at the Community Water Center, but I'm also here today as an impacted resident that has a prior well contaminated with nitrates. I live surrounded by citrus trees, and I am also here not only to uplift the voice of my family, who has been impacted for several years in the Central Valley, but also all the families that I work on a daily basis in the Central Valley and across the state. Today, I want you to reflect on the story of the reality of a single mother who lives in a community that is impacted by nitrate contamination. And I will refer the name of that community, but it probably ring a bell. This single mother comes back from working all day in the fields to prepare dinner for her 3 young children. This mother has to cook with the water that was provided by them by jugs. Unfortunately, when she realizes that she needs to cook, she realizes that there was no water in the jugs that she had. And she's faced with the situation of feeding her hungry children with contaminated water that they continue to pay, but they cannot use, or to go and get refills of water jugs in the closest kiosk. Unfortunately, she didn't make that decision because she also didn't have anyone to go pick it up for her, nor that she had a right to go get it. This is just one scenario of a family that would not be able to use this opportunity if it's only kiosks provided for them. Replacement water is only an interim solution, and we thank that opportunity to provide that, because we know that some communities without bottled water, similar in my family, or refills, will not be able to cook, especially if they have nitrate contamination. But there must be a plan for long-term and sustainable solutions with milestones and regulations. And with regulations that will reduce the possibility of continued contamination. But it seems that this plan is not there yet. And so today I ask you, that for us to think about replacement water not as inadequate when it fails to take in consideration the needs of communities like the ones I mentioned. Requiring that the residents drive 20 miles round trip multiple times a week to access safe water for their homes is not an adequate solution. Placing multiple requirements on one's access to bottled water deliveries is also not an adequate solution. You must engage the community and really listen. And I heard Patrick say that the terms are vague, but that's part of the problem. If you haven't talked to the communities and look at what the solutions they need, obviously you're gonna leave it vague. And that's where the problem is. We have the opportunity to make this the right way, not to push through it. We already have been working for this for many years, as many of the speakers said. If we're gonna do it, if we're gonna take longer, might as well do it right for the communities that are impacted, because they're not gonna be the only ones if we continue to do the same thing, expecting something to change. Replacement water places the burden on ensuring safe drinking water to impacted residents. It is absolutely unfair to expect communities that are being impacted by their fellow neighbors to continue to take the burden by getting their own water. It is further in creating environmental injustices in our communities, and that should stop. That should not continue. All sources of replacement water place some level of incredible burden upon a population already burdened by unsafe drinking water. The burden cannot indefinitely be placed upon communities. The burden of safe drinking water must be borne by the dischargers. It is unacceptable that we continue to let ag go uncompliant for contaminating the water in my house and the houses of all the communities that I represent. In order for us to make bold changes, we have to make bold decisions, and that means holding the dischargers accountable for what they're doing. And we cannot give them a pass or a waiver to continue doing what is impacting the communities that I work. Whether it's signing up for bottled water, driving several miles, or hauling heavy jugs, we have residents that can no longer drive. We have residents that could not lift the jugs. We have residents that cannot read or write to fill out the application to get bottled water delivered to their homes. It is unacceptable to continue to put burden after burden to the already burdened communities. Shifting the burden would mean our communities deserve sustainable water sources, and they deserve to be able to drink water that comes from their taps if they're already paying a water bill. This cannot happen without significantly reducing nitrate loading and restoration of drinking water basins. The only way to truly shift the burden and ensure that communities throughout the valley now and into the future are not bearing the majority of the burden and ensuring safe drinking water is to halt contamination and to clean up the contaminating drinking water sources. As the plan stands, we don't know if that's going to happen. We cannot continue this plan if we are not sure how we're gonna be regulated and how we're gonna make long-term solutions for these communities, because we know that bottled water is not gonna cut it. Looking towards the future, without a clear requirement for preventing continued degradation of the valley's aquifers, more and more communities will be impacted by nitrate contamination, more people impacted by negative health impacts and unaffordable water rates, more people relying upon unsustainable sources of drinking water such as bottled waters or water kiosks. I ask you today to really think before you vote, moving forward for all the communities that are impacted and that will be impacted if we don't do the right thing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'll take a whack at it. Thank you. I think I can speak for my colleague in assuring you that we all want to make the right decision, to do the right thing. What that right thing is always challenging. It's not always black and white. And this issue is we've heard before, and I think you would agree, requires a long-term solution.
Right.
You know, you've heard Mr. Palupa say, even if we were to just stop all discharges right now, it still would be 60, 70 years in order to achieve the outcome that we want. So the way that this was at least presented to me from my various briefings with regional board staff is these amendments are a step forward. It's better than the status quo. It's the idea of managing the degradation while we work towards a long-term solution and providing replacement water in the near term. So I ask, surely, in your opinion, isn't that better than not having replacement water in the short term as we continue to grapple with this issue anyway? Regardless of what happens on this item, resolution of the salinity and the nitrate problem in the Central Valley is going to take decades. And in the meantime, this is an initial step that builds on collaboration and also has the advantage of providing replacement water in the interim, recognizing that cannot be, the permanent solution, but recognizing that it will take quite some time to get to that end result. And in the meantime, this is a proposal that provides collaboration and, most importantly, as Mr. Palupa keeps emphasizing, provides replacement water to those communities in need.
I can start.
So I think the status quo is that we have an irrigated lands program where you either have to be in compliance with water quality objectives or have a groundwater quality management plan that gives you 10 years to meet those objectives. Those plans were almost all adopted in 2015 or 2016. So those plans are in place until 2025 or 2026. When we were talking about CV salts, we were talking about what happens when you come to that 10-year limit and you still need more time to comply. And part of what we were looking at when we offered, some of us, not you, Nat, don't worry, when we offered as part of our discussions with ag some enforcement relief, we were looking at a short time frame. 10 to 15 years. What we're looking at here is 50 to 70 years. Yes, we know it's going to take decades to clean it up, but we think that this, if you put this plan in place, you're putting in a poor solution that's going to last for a very long time. Whereas if you remand it, we can try to get a better solution and take a couple more years with clear requirements. I mean, this plan, we had meetings for 10 years. We didn't start writing the plan until the last 18 months. So there was I think we could perhaps do a better job if we had some guidance from the state board and a tighter time requirement. But I do not agree that this is better than the status quo.
Yeah, and just to add to that, along the same lines, the current basin plans do contain timelines for compliance with water quality objectives. I think it's on page 3-2 of each water basin plan. It does indeed say as short as practicable for compliance with water quality objectives, but the second part of that sentence is within not to exceed 10 years. So in our opinion, this is actually a step back in that the current basin plan does have timelines, and that's what we're looking for in the CV Salts Basin Plan amendments. We're looking for timelines for compliance with water quality objectives, and then a fix to this averaging issue, which is really, really significant and, in our opinion, completely changes the water quality objective for nitrate and how it's measured in a way that doesn't protect water quality. Those two things, lack of a timeline and lack of averaging, I think means that this basin plan amendment is not a step forward, but a step back.
Anyone else? So I think Mr. Claiborne partly addressed my next question, but I'll toss it out in case anyone else wants to chime in. Ms. Clary mentioned remand with guidance. What particular guidance would you suggest?
I think that my lawyer just told us what we want.
I acknowledge that. Was there anything else?
Well, we want timelines. We want an alternative to averaging. And we need, I think, basically we understand that it's going to take time to do this, but we want an understanding that we're going to do upfront work. For example, we had some discussions of Sigma this morning. We're seeing GSAs come out saying, okay, we've got 20 years to come into compliance, so we'll start working on it in 15. And that's what I'm looking at for this, which is it's really expensive to do this implementation, so we're going to push it out. So I want to understand that we're going to have best efforts starting on day one and that there's going to be significant investment. So I think that's what I'm looking for. Anybody else want to chime in?
But don't you require planning first before you do that significant investment?
Of course.
And isn't that what is being proposed with these amendments?
Well, in fact, we've had, for nitrate, we've had significant planning. We have significant regulations. So this isn't operating in a vacuum. This is operating on top of the current irrigated lands program, which you folks spent 5 years looking at. So I think you're pretty familiar with it as well. So we already have plans. We already have requirements for moving forward. If they're not sufficient, I think we talk and chew gum at the same time. We implement what we can as we continue to increase requirements and we continue to plan.
Yeah, and I think just to reiterate, part of the problem with the resolution, and I do think you could fix some of the issues with CV salts through the permitting process, potentially at least. A couple of problems with the resolution, though. One, it's not binding. So you couldn't say, well, maybe you could. I don't believe the state board could say through the permitting process, the regional board has to do X. I don't think that's potentially an action the board could take. But the second problem with resolution language is it can't fix some of the major problems with the basin plan amendments. Some of those problems are just inherent in the language that's in the basin plan amendments, unless you had resolution language that directly contradicts, for example, the averaging provisions and how that I've been talking about all afternoon, so I won't reiterate. You couldn't fix that issue without remand and modification to the basin plan amendments. That wouldn't be something that you could address in a resolution. You could say something like, we expect there to be time schedules in compliance with the non-point source policy. But again, that's not binding, and it doesn't address the fact that there are actually legal standards applicable to the basin plan itself. And this basin plan, by our reading, doesn't comply with those legal standards.
Did Mr. Palupa leave? Oh. If I could ask you or Adam or someone to address the point Mr. Claiborne made on slide 24. The whole issue of averaging is one that I didn't want to dig too deeply into, as I'm still trying to understand that section of the amendment. But since Mr. Claiborne raised the topic, let's talk about averaging.
Certainly. And so I think the...
Is your microphone on?
It is.
Okay.
I think this might be the actual microphone over here. Stand corrected. Oh, no. Okay, thanks. You know, I do want to say I really do appreciate the passion in the latest presentation, but we share all those concerns, and I think our contention is they're baked into the basin plan amendment. With respect to the averaging component here, the allegation was this is a legal fiction, and it is. I mean, I absolutely think that there are a number of legal fictions which are essentially constructs that you use, regulatory constructs.
Oh God, you're talking to an engineer.
Yeah. I mean, look, but you operate in this world, right? I mean, the legal fiction that there's a distinction between groundwater and surface water, the legal fictions that corporations or personhood and things like that is something that's what we live with. And I think a legal fiction is designed to get you to an endpoint, right? And I think the averaging endpoint that we're talking about with the averaging that goes on in the upper zone is to accomplish the goal of frankly, getting compliance over time while we also address the drinking water issues within that zone. Whether or not that is deemed in compliance via the averaging, if that is the management zone, if that's the final management zone boundaries, the requirements that drinking water is provided to the communities that are impacted by nitrates within that zone is absolutely the same, whether there's averaging or whether there isn't averaging. Frankly, as the development of this basin plan amendment progressed, we initially started off with averaging due to the language in the 2009 recycled water policy. As we developed the basin plan amendment process further, that averaging took a backseat to the more urgent concern of you follow where the nitrate impacts are and you address those concerns while you're on the long-term pathway to addressing the overall nitrate loading and to attainment of water quality objectives overall in that basin, not averaging. The averaging is the mechanism to get you from point A to point B, and for the regional board to plausibly say that while all these check boxes remain checked off, you're addressing the needs of the community, you're reducing nitrate loading, you're working towards balance, and you're working towards restoration. While all those boxes remain checked off, the legal fiction of averaging allows the regional board to say you're in compliance. But the second that the communities fail to get the drinking water that they need, the second that the requirements in the waste discharge requirements are blown with respect to the timelines for reducing the nitrate loading, all of a sudden that legal fiction evaporates and you're in the realm of you're out of compliance with not just your waste discharge requirements, but you're out of compliance with the metrics that are set forth in the CV Salts Basin Plan Amendment. And all of a sudden, legal fiction evaporates, and we're back to where we are right now, where all the dischargers would be exposed to any type of enforcement action at the regional board.
But it is not the case that someone could do an average across the basin and use that averaging to not have to provide replacement water for those communities who are in the red and who are impacted?
Averaging cannot be used in that manner. That's not what averaging is. If you have impacts due to nitrate from the dischargers, they have to be addressed. The averaging is a separate component. It is very much a legal fiction. I think they're absolutely correct for the board to say compliance while all those boxes remain checked off.
Thank you. That helps me understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think to the regional board's credit and Patrick's credit, that's a position that has been fairly consistent, that this is a policy choice. It's not based on, I think the phrase earlier today was, it's not based on technical considerations or something to that effect. It is a policy choice to call a discharger in this red zone that's clearly discharging above the nitrate limit in compliance. And there are impacts of that, so there has to be impacts. I don't see how the enforcement action could be brought against, for example, a discharger that's in compliance. And while we appreciate drinking water and replacement water and drinking water solutions, I mean, that's primarily why we do this work, is to make sure people have safe drinking water. Our worry is that if we don't get serious about source protection, that red section there is going to be bigger in 12 years, and we're going to be paying more money for replacement water and drinking water solutions. That's not sustainable.
Board Member Diadama.
Just wanted to make sure you're
Vice
finished.
Chair Diadama.
Okay, Mr. Palupa, if you could come back, please. Yeah, so this is on the issue of the concerns that the situation would actually get worse. And so I know you talked a lot earlier about the discretion that the regional board has. So looking at averaging, the situation of averaging, and also the situation or the concern that the situation could get worse, which on a certain level, I understand that, because the nitrates are still traveling, and so we don't really know what could happen. But I'm looking at that concern maybe in two parts: the inevitable of nitrates continuing to travel through the zone, but in addition, slackers, management actions, and kind of using this program as an excuse to cut back on management actions. And so what discretion do you have, what in the plan could allow you to address issues like that as you adopt the management zone implementation plans?
I think, a couple things. I think the way that the regional board would choose to approach this is essentially require the management plan to have fairly prescriptive elements for all the dischargers that are working towards long-term compliance within the management zone. And I want to be absolutely clear in terms of what that map might look like in the future, even irrespective of the loading that could leach through the Vados zone, the legacy nitrate loading that is absolutely evident in the Turlock subbasin. It's absolutely evident in many areas of the Central Valley. The overall intent is to ensure that in total, the nitrate loading as it hits the groundwater improves. That's the metric that we're using to gauge success. That may mean that some areas within that basin get hotter, the red gets warmer, but the idea is that those areas would be more than balanced out by reducing nitrate loading in other areas, and that the areas in which that red would get hotter, if there's somebody dependent on drinking water, that red area, that hotter area, it stays away from sensitive communities, it stays away from domestic wells, and all the domestic wells that are being impacted by that red area have an interim solution, and ultimately have a long-term drinking water solution. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think with respect to what the management zone implementation provisions are, everybody has their assigned task.
Yes, I guess though what I'm looking for is, and we don't know exactly what the future will bring. I follow what you're saying, that it could get worse in certain areas, but we've got an irrigated lands program.
Yeah.
And that program presumably is going to be, you're working at implementation and enforcement of the irrigated lands program. And so what I'm hearing is just two elements. One is that the situation, just because of legacy contamination and the period of time in which it takes nitrates to move through the vadose zone, but also on the issue of potentially gaming the system, and a management plan that may be presented. How do you tease out if there is some gaming of the situation such that, well, as long as we provide replacement water, we're going to just move this out toward the end and deal with it later?
I think there are a couple things going on. I think first, the big way in which you would game the system is to draw the boundaries in a funny way, to cut people out that should belong in the system. And that's what I discussed earlier, where we'd have regional board review of that. And that's the preventative measure in that area. With respect to what happens, what is the dynamics of the management zone itself, the management zone's two things. One, the management zone doesn't overwrite the requirements of the East San Joaquin order. So folks are still working on A over R, still working on A-R. All the coalitions are working towards reducing their nitrate targets with respect to the provisions of the East San Joaquin order. Where it does change at is with respect to the 10-year compliance timeframe that's built into that order. And I think the idea there, just to be quite frank, I think I don't know if a single coalition, especially those south of Sacramento, where they can guarantee that working the East San Joaquin coalition order requirements will ultimately result in compliance with water quality objectives and first encountered groundwater within 10 years. The management practice evaluation program and the science that's being conducted pursuant to that, science that was conducted pursuant to the CV salts, and the science that's being conducted pursuant to other efforts, frankly, is painting the picture that even under optimal conditions, you're going to have a tough time meeting the nitrate objectives. So additional technological improvements need to happen. There need to be additional deployment of resources, and importantly, you need the SGMA, groundwater sustainability agencies and groundwater management plans to provide a source of dilution for some of the nitrate in those areas. All that is packaged together into what the regional board is going to be looking at when it comes to compliance. And that compliance is going to be ground truth, not just by the plans that are going to be turned in under the irrigated lands regulatory program, dairy program, the individual reporting requirements of the folks who are already permitted under individual permits, but also ground truth by the collective reports turned in by the management zone in particular. These things are not just, you set it, you impose the requirements, and then you don't check the groundwater for the next 70 years. There are rigorous reporting requirements that need to be met, both with respect to what are the on-field management practices that are being deployed while you're working towards reducing those nitrate loadings, and the groundwater monitoring that's being conducted, in addition to the assessments of who's receiving replacement water, what are those replacement water efforts looking like, and what's the long-term strategy.
Great. And then I took notes, Ms. Clary, as you were speaking, so just want to go through here. What about the concern raised about what would happen as more wells are over the MCL?
Oh, that's,
So the concern there being provision for more folks that would be coming into the replacement water program.
I mean, ideally, you have a situation where, because you're reducing nitrate loadings, ideally we'll see wells go the other direction. I mean, that's going to be the long-term trend for the management zones. But in the event that you see groundwater going the other way within a monitoring well, it's absolutely going to be the prerogative of and their obligation of the management zone to do a continuous assessment of the drinking water needs within the boundaries of the management zone. And if it's just one of those, we did an assessment. We did an assessment back in 2019, 2020, and we're done. We're not going to have to do it again. I mean, that's going to be an ongoing obligation that we're going to put in their waste discharge requirements and make sure that they implement as the time moves forward.
Okay, and then the other point raised, and I had asked that question regarding, is there a point at which a basin would be likely to be de-designated because of these high levels? And so Ms. Clary talked about, her way of describing it was point-of-use devices and up to a certain level if there's also salinity. In other words, just it becomes unsustainable at that point. So could you respond to that concern?
I think the way Port of Cologne works and the way this board, the Central Valley Board, has certainly interpreted it, you don't de-designate when there is an actual beneficial use, right? So you have people using that water. It's therefore your obligation to protect that beneficial use. The beneficial use designation follows what that water is actually being used for. So you can't say, oh, forget about the fact that people are drinking that water. We're not going to protect that beneficial use. We're going to de-designate it. I mean, when we looked at de-designations in the past, that's an unacceptable red line. There's people drinking that water. There's a beneficial use there. I think even irrespective of whether it's designated in the basin plan, I think our obligation would be to protect that water, and frankly, to calibrate our basin plans to make sure that those users were protected. That's my take on it, and it's certainly been this board's take on it as we thought through a number of de-designations in the past. The one question I know Chair Longley asks, and frankly other attorneys have asked, well, is anybody drinking that water? Because you sure as heck can't de-designate it if somebody's drinking it. That is a domestic beneficial use right there.
Okay.
I have a question now. Since Mr. Palupe, since you're up here. We've talked a little bit about replacement drinking water. We talked about the fact that there really aren't performance metrics in there for the early action plans. We heard from Mr. Clausen earlier about fill stations, on a 5-mile radius. At least that's the plan under the current pilot as it's envisioning replacement water. And then we heard from Ms. Fernandez about, some of the challenges folks will have in obtaining replacement water. So my question to you is, what type of discretion is preserved for the regional board, in evaluating the early action plans in terms of the type of replacement water that's appropriate in given situations?
Well, I got to be, on one point, I don't know of a single option that's out there that says it is a kiosk-only solution for a community. I don't think that's on the table. I don't think the regional board would accept that. Even if it is a kiosk option, we recognize that there's people who cannot make it to kiosks. And so there's an obligation to go out and make sure that those folks are provided with drinking water, with bottled water. There's a bunch of different solutions that will fit any community. But I think, we've tracked some of the progress that's being made in Region 3 and some of the hurdles that they've had in implementing the drinking water replacement. So we know for a fact that bottled water everywhere is not a solution. We know for a fact that a kiosk everywhere is not a solution. And we also know that, you've probably heard Darren quote the number of it's $1 million per a mile to extend some drinking water systems out to households. And even the success story of East Porterville, you're talking $35-40 million for 350 homes, somewhere in that neighborhood. So the costs are incredible to do these long-term strategies. I think that the interim solutions to get between where we are right now and get to there also have to be, as I mentioned earlier, it's an all hands on deck, all options, wide portfolio of various solutions. And I think that the regional board would probably categorically reject a fill station only solution that doesn't have an accommodation for folks that can't make it out to the fill station.
So the regional board does have the discretion to comment and weigh in on early action plans.
They will be submitted to us. They're part of the package. When I kind of displayed that there's that package comes in, the regional board provides its comments. My staff provide their comments. The regional board will then engage and approve later stages. It's coming to us, and if there's a kiosk only package, I can check with Denise and Carl, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be pretty unhappy if I approve a kiosk only package or give the green light on that. It has to accommodate those folks who can't make it out to the kiosks.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone's patience as we obviously go through and discuss very important issues when in the context of this Basin Plan Amendment. So at this point, time check, we have 2 panels left, each about 20 minutes, and then with questions. And then we have 11 public comment cards, which I'll peg at about 3 minutes each. So hopefully I'm going to aim at getting us out of here by 5. But as you can see, we have a lot of questions and discussion around all this, so we're not going to artificially limit it either. So at this point, we're going to take a bio break, come back in 10 minutes. So we'll see you at 2:50.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, if we can please take your seats. I've already been so generous with an extra 5 minutes. And if we don't get started, we'll be here for longer than we would want otherwise. Thank you, everyone. At this time, I'd like to take a few of the public comments, and please do, this is your last call. If you do wish to speak as part of public comment, do get your speaker card to Janine. At this time, I would like our panel to start to prepare itself for our next panel, which will be our drinking water stakeholders panel. And while they prepare themselves and get the cards up, I will have Adam Borchard from the Association of California Water Agencies come up. You'll have 3 minutes, followed by Lisa Hunt from American Rivers, who will be followed by Ben King from King Gold State Orchards. And you'll each have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Adam Borchard. I'm speaking on behalf of the Association of California Water Agencies, ACWA. ACWA represents over 450 local public water agencies across California. Our membership includes many irrigation districts and increasingly groundwater sustainability agencies in the Central Valley. Earlier this year at our most recent spring conference in Monterey, we actually had a panel program on CV salts and salt and nitrate management in the Central Valley. And our panelists include Mr. Clausen, who you heard earlier, a representative from Self-Help Enterprises, who talked about their pilot project in Porterville, as well as 2 representatives from the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, whom you'll hear from later today. In general, ACWA is in support of the adoption of the Basin Plan amendments. We recognize that this has been a decades-long accumulation of work by stakeholders, and it's really important that we think it's a step in the right direction in helping to resolve legacy groundwater and drinking water contamination in the Central Valley. We know that this has been a very important and long day of public comment, and we just appreciate the opportunity to provide comments and support and urge your adoption later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borchard. Next, we'll have Lisa Hunt from American Rivers, who will be followed by Ben King from Golden State Orchards. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Lisa Hunt, Director of River Restoration Science at American Rivers. And so we all know that in 2012, the California legislature passed a bill recognizing the human right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water. And then in 2016, the State Water Board and the Central Valley Board both passed a resolution adopting the Human Right to Water Resolution. And just more recently, the new administration has made clean and safe drinking water a major priority. So CV salts is a great opportunity to help achieve these goals. But I'm afraid that this BPA, unfortunately, doesn't come close to achieving the goals that it lays out. It doesn't really improve upon the status quo, and it won't halt the continued pollution of groundwater. So I realize it's a complicated problem. It's going to take time to resolve. But the amount of time that's considered practicable is dependent on how long it takes to develop solutions. And those solutions are going to take much longer to develop if there's no timeline established. So setting a timeline will really provide more incentive to develop those solutions much faster. So if no timeline is set, those solutions might never be developed. And in the meantime, further degradation is going to continue. So the proposed BPA also doesn't do much to address the issues of environmental injustice and the structural racism that exists due to the disproportionate impacts of the groundwater pollution on people of color and on disadvantaged communities. So it's great that kiosks will be provided to provide replacement water to these communities. But it's a step up from them having to go and buy their own bottled water. and it's good as an interim solution, but not as a long-term one. So how long is this going to continue for, with no timeline being set for a longer-term solution? It's just not the same as having clean water from your tap. I'm not elderly or disabled. I don't have little kids to take care of, but I don't have a car, and it would be a big burden on me to have to go get my own water at a kiosk every day over the longer term. The people in these communities are not just affected by the polluted water coming out of their taps, they're also affected by many other environmental impacts and stressors. And so they have a heavy cumulative burden already. They're also those often the least likely to be able to afford to pay for transport to go pick up their water. So I just want to say, I know a lot of work has gone by many stakeholders has gone into developing this, and that work shouldn't go to waste. But the environmental justice NGOs have laid out a few deficiencies that can be addressed pretty easily and quickly, such as including a timeline to meet the goals laid out, and providing more specifications for the management zones and how averaging could be done to prevent more impacts on disadvantaged communities. So I hope the board will very carefully consider the legacy of the decision they make on this and how it will affect the population and the environment 50 years from now or 100 years from now. Will these inequities just continue to increase, or will we be able to achieve the goal of the human right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Ben King. I'm owner of King Golden State Orchards, also president of Pacific Gold Agriculture. Our focus really is generally on sustainable tree nut production. And I just make one general comment. I think this might be a great opportunity to collaborate with the Department of Agriculture on healthy soil initiatives, because I don't think you can separate clean water from healthy soil. One thing we're really focused on is the principles of conservation agriculture. In the Midwest, the rest of the United States has been dealing with nitrate issues for a long time. And in California, we're blessed with winter rain, especially from Modesto up, and that's from carbon capture, using cover crops, just diversifying the points of entry in our groundwater, a great thing. So I think to look at it just as a water-only issue, I think probably a mistake. And I think if you actually would look at adaptation of drip irrigation and the nitrate concentration, you might see a correlation. That's just a side point, just from doing it. I know I have a limited time. But my family's been in Colusa County since the 1860s. My great-grandfather's first elected sheriff of Colusa. My family's been in farming since then. I've recently returned to the state to really focus on water policy and sustainable practices. One of the things I was involved is engagement around the stakeholder process for the basin boundary modification of the different West Butte and the Colusa Basin. And during that process and the stakeholder engagement, I really focused on some things I knew before, and that is actually the presence of salt water in around the Sutter Buttes. Really, this is a case where Mother Nature is the emitter of the salt water. And that because of the unique geology of the Sutter Buttes, you had actually a volcano actually get into your whole watershed. North of the Sutter Buttes is a confluence of the Feather River and Sacramento River through Butte Creek. And then south of that point, you see all the flood water. It's really our whole basis, our recommendation system. Because of the unique geology around the Sutter Buttes, especially to the west of the Buttes towards Colusa and south of the Buttes, you have this varying degrees of the freshwater aquifers. Yeah, old timers talk about bringing salt water up 75 feet down. What's happening now with the Bay Delta plant, people are looking for groundwater substitution. And my suspicion is one reason why they expanded the Colusa Basin to the east side of the river is to have groundwater substitution through water transfers. And there has been evidence of people actually putting in wells and bringing up salt water and killing fish. That's one instance I saw. So I would just bring that up. This is a unique possibility of saltwater intrusion. I think it really needs to be looked at. It hasn't been looked at. So I just want to bring that up. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. That will go to our next panel. Drinking Water Panel. Good afternoon.
You want the other one up? Yes. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and members. This is the Drinking Water Panel. I'm Yuan Liu with Contra Costa Water District. Sitting next to me are Elisa Coleman and Mark Severite with City of Sacramento. Elisa Coleman is also the program manager with Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program. So for today, our panel, I'll first talk about our concerns on salinity-related issues, and then pass on to Elisa and Mark to discuss non-salinity secondary MCOs. So today I'm sitting here speaking on behalf of Contra Costa Water District and Zone 7 Water Agency. We are both drinking water agencies serving 740,000 customers in Alameda and Contra Costa County. Both agencies rely primarily on Sacramento and San Joaquin River Delta for water supply, which is downstream of San Joaquin River. What we care about is source water protection. Both agencies are California Urban Water Agencies members. We have been participating in CV SALT since its initiation through CUA. So over the years, we have submitted detailed comments on CV SALT related issues. We really appreciate this collaborative effort and Central Valley Water Board's commitment on source water protection. However, as we stated in our written comments, we still hold strong concerns on its potential impact on water quality degradation from the Basin Plan Amendment. So today we are here again to ask firm source water protection languages should be added to the Basin Plan Amendment. For the rest of my talk, I'll mainly focus on 3 key issues of the Basin Plan Amendments that would need further revisions. Our first comment is related to the drought and conservation policy. This drought and conservation policy proposed to use the short-term salinity maximum contaminant level for the drought and conservation conditions. This is inappropriate. When Title 22 developed 3 salinity secondary MCLs, it also defines very clear application limits for these 3 levels. For example, for this highest short-term salinity level, Title 22 explains that it's only acceptable on a temporary basis pending construction of treatment facilities or development of acceptable new water sources. This doesn't include drought and conservation conditions. Using these higher short-term salinity levels for drought and conservation conditions is a reduction in current protections. It will cause potential water quality impacts, especially during the drought when our water supply is already limited. Therefore, we suggest that for the drought and conservation conditions, we should develop a more protective water quality objective. Our second comment is related to the soil control program. We suggest that growth increments should not be an exemption for discharges with higher salinity. In the alternative permitting approach of the soil control program, it requires that the discharges should maintain current discharge concentrations for salt or mass loading levels, while accounting for some appropriate increment of growth. We really appreciate this effort and commitment to maintain current discharge concentrations. However, it is in our opinion that growth increments should not be an exemption to discharge higher
higher concentration for salt because it will lead to higher water quality impacts. And it has.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused because I actually also read this section pretty carefully. My understanding is that any increase would be allowed only if the permittee were able to demonstrate that it would not impact downstream users. I believe that's what I read, right, Mr. Palupa?
So yeah, we appreciate that.
Doesn't that address your concern?
So if you read the staff reports, there were also segments saying it would cause, especially in staff report segment 5.2.1, when it was addressing the anti-degradation issue, it said it has the potential to cause the downstream water quality degradation. But then the staff report will go back and say, but this is consistent with state anti-degradation policy, which we don't think is that solid. And overall, our worry is if you allow this language to be there and you say there is no impact while the downstream users seeing an impact. So what should we do?
Mr. Palupa, would you like to help out? My understanding was that, at least the section I read, that this increase in salt discharge would not be allowed, or would be allowed only if the permittee were able to demonstrate that downstream users would not be impacted.
Yeah, just quickly, what we're talking about here is a very, very infinitesimally small component of the overall salt loading. So this is municipalities that are maintaining their loads, but have an increased increment in that loading due to the fact that they're growing. We have valley communities that are growing. Even if they reduce their wastewater contributions by low flow toilets, increased water conservation into their collection system, every human being produces a salt load. So when they add more human beings, there's going to be a little more salt in that stream. And so that's what that accommodation is there for. There's a difference between degradation, obviously, and water quality pollution. The section we're talking about, I believe, is a section that acknowledges that there will be more degradation because there's going to be more salt in that area, but downstream impacts to other users are not allowed.
And this is exactly our worry because we have precious water resources, downstream beneficial uses. We don't want to sacrifice this to compensate for the development and growth in the upstream area.
And beneficial uses will absolutely still be protected. And I think that's the...
I think I'm not getting the nuance of your concern.
So we are worried that this language by having there would give more exemption to discharge more salt into the river. And we understand that sometimes the upstream users would get to the conclusion that there is no impact, but the downstream users will hold a different opinion.
And you would have the opportunity to present that opinion to the regional board, because I expect it's the regional board that will be making that determination, not the permittee.
Absolutely, absolutely. That goes into the permit. I mean, I think it's, again, the idea with both the drought and conservation policy and this component that we're talking about right here is you maintain the loading, if not reduce loading, at least in terms of how the discharge is to both groundwater and surface water. But I think we're talking primarily about surface water here. Again, the incremental loading from growth in valley communities such that they will result in larger salt loading to the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems. It is such an infinitesimally small component of the overall salt loading. And to use CV salts as kind of a no growth in any of those communities, that's not something that we wanted. That's not a bridge we wanted to cross. So essentially the alternate compliance approach allows an incremental increase only due to growth. So you maintain your loading. Frankly, a lot of these communities are doing the best they can to limit water softeners, water softener buyback programs to reduce their overall salt loading. The regional board has partnered with a number of them to help reduce that overall salt loading. Industrial pretreatment programs, things like that, again, to reduce salt loading, salinity minimization strategies. But when there's more people in the collection system, you're going to see an increased salt load. The regional board will adopt a permit to make sure that increased salt load from that POTW, when it discharges through an NPDES permit, does not impact downstream beneficial users.
Thank you. And our concern is currently, even with the current discharge level, we all know that reclamation has, throughout the year, sometimes they have to discharge water through New Melones Reservoir to dilute the water so that it could meet the water quality objectives at Vanellas. So if we allow more load into the river, it means we might need to have more dilution because salt is a conservative constituent.
I believe there's a provision that the Bay Delta requirements supersede these requirements in the amendments.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a control program for it. This doesn't even touch that at all.
Thank you.
We're not getting involved in that one here. There's enough on our plate.
Our third comment is related to the recommendations for implementation to other agencies. Our suggestion is that this chapter should be removed because the language of this chapter suggests that other agencies, including a wide range of federal, state, and local agencies, should bear some costs to address the waste discharge impacts. This is inconsistent with Clean Water Act and Port Cologne Act. So we suggest that the cost of protecting source water quality from the effects of discharges should not be shifted from the discharges to other parties. And with that, this is a summary table of the 3 suggestions that I just discussed, and I'm happy to take any more questions.
I guess for the sake of clarity, because before the board is an up or down vote on the Basin Plan Amendment, what is your position? Is it currently opposed? Is it the desire to see a recommendation for the board to simply reject? Because unfortunately we can't, we wouldn't be able to go in and make any strategic or surgical adjustments to the language, which are recommendations.
Yes, and these are recommendations actually we have brought to the regional board many times before it was presented to the state board level.
I guess
so we suggest that.
To just be clear, I guess, are these enough for you to take the position to oppose then?
Right.
Okay,
so
that's what I'm just trying to make sure I
thank you.
understand. Sorry, thank you. Any other questions from fellow board members? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Alyssa Coleman, and I'm a senior engineer with the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities, and I'm the program manager of the Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program. Our program is sponsored by the cities of Sacramento and West Sacramento, East Bay Municipal Utility District, and the Sacramento County Department of Water Resources, protecting Sacramento River source water quality for over 2 million customers. Our program seeks to maintain the high quality of the Sacramento River, as well as the American River, as a drinking water supply for present and future generations. Our interest in the salt and nitrate control program is the proposed revisions and guidance related to the non-salinity secondary MCLs that have been injected into this process. The Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program has been actively tracking and participating in the salt and nitrate control program development Since the CEQA scoping was published in 2013, we have provided formal and informal written comments, regularly attended and participated in Central Valley Regional Board and CV SALT's meetings, and submitted constructive input and suggestions for solutions related to the non-salinity secondary MCLs. We submitted timely comments to the State Board in August 2018 on the proposed salt and nitrate control program basin plan amendment and continue to support our concerns presented in that letter. We would like to thank the State Board for allowing us to highlight our comments today, as well as to thank the Regional Board and CV SALTs for providing an opportunity for stakeholder input. The Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program supports a multi-barrier approach to protecting the MUN beneficial use and believes that any changes to the basin plan should be based on sound science and evaluated with consideration to the risk of negative impact to the MUN beneficial use. Source water protection is the first step in a multi-barrier approach to providing safe drinking water, and we and our partner agencies rely on the state and regional boards to protect the quality of the waters in the Sacramento Valley for the MUN beneficial use now and in the future. This approach is acknowledged and supported in the Regional Board's Central Valley Drinking Water Policy for surface waters of the Delta and its upstream tributaries, which states, while source water protection is the first barrier, it is not intended to provide pristine water that does not require treatment, but rather to prevent source degradation from requiring additional treatment and providing more reliance on the treatment process. We do understand that preventing pollutants from entering drinking water supply sources is a very complex task, but we believe that minimizing or preventing long-term degradation of our source waters is necessary to prevent increased risk to human health and welfare, as well as to prevent reliance on additional levels of drinking water treatment. Why are SMCLs important? It's our responsibility as water utilities to ensure that our water is both healthful and free of any unpleasant taste, odor, or other undesirable aesthetic effects. Protecting the quality of the raw water supply is crucial to ensuring that treated water quality not only meets the primary and secondary drinking water standards as required by the state's Division of Drinking Water, but moreover is the best quality drinking water that we can reasonably provide to protect public health and welfare. Although secondary MCLs are intended to protect public welfare in the water served, degradation of source waters may result in increased public health risk, as well as risk of impacts to the drinking water's aesthetics. Secondary MCLs are a critical aspect of safe, reliable water, as they affect community water systems' ability to treat water affordably to meet standards and ensure public confidence in the quality of the drinking water provided. And in addition, secondary MCL constituents can impact human health as well as the human welfare. 8 of the 12 non-salinity SMCLs have an associated human health threshold, including primary drinking water standards and action levels, California notification levels, and US EPA health advisories. We are concerned that some aspects of the proposed basin plan amendment related to secondary MCLs may jeopardize the quality of the Sacramento River and American River source water that we use for our municipal drinking water supplies. We do appreciate that the Regional Board staff has worked to acknowledge some of our concerns, including coordination with the DDW and affirmation of the continued applicability of existing policies. Although we appreciate the Regional Board staff and CV SALTs addressing some of our comments and requests, we do have remaining concerns. We would like to focus our input today on key items included in our written comments to the State Board submitted in August 2018, and these are all circled around requesting clarification in the Basin Plan Amendment language. We do incorporate by reference our past comments to the Central Valley Regional Board on the Basin Plan Amendment and related documents. First, in Chapter 3, Water Quality Objectives, we request clarification that the pre-filtering of samples only applies to metals with secondary drinking water standards and does not apply to consideration of primary MCLs for applicable metals. we show on the screen a concerning sentence that could be interpreted to apply to primary MCLs in addition to secondary MCLs. Affecting primary MCLs would exceed the scope of this Basin Plan Amendment public process and could reduce public health protection. Input from DDW on this topic focused only on metals constituents with secondary MCLs, and there was no indication that primary MCLs were included in their determination. The next slide shows our remaining suggestions. We request 3 modifications. First, we request that the text on pre-filtering be revised to remove color and turbidity. These constituents serve as surrogates of overall water quality, represent risk from other measurable constituents, such as organic and inorganic matter in microbiological organisms, and have much more important correlations, more significantly as indicators of the presence of pathogens in a water supply and a driver of the type and amount of drinking water treatment provided. Turbidity represents a wide spectrum of particle sizes, and each particle can serve as a host for other constituents of concern to adhere to. Risk to the MUN beneficial use from turbidity is not specific to particle size. Color is monitored in unfiltered water related to the MUN beneficial use and is considered a critical indicator of potential water quality concerns. Next, the May 2018 Basin Plan Amendment includes the use of a 1.5 micron pre-filter to approximate drinking water filtration. There is no specific particle size that is documented to represent treated drinking water, and we are not endorsing any particle size as representing conventional filtration. But if the regional board intends to utilize the suspended particle threshold from the TDS-TSS analysis, then we suggest use of a nominal pore size of 2 microns for the filtration based on the standards included in standard method 2540. In addition to not representing treated drinking water quality, the smaller the pore size of the pre-filter, the less total loading and representation of a constituent will be considered in an evaluation. This is particularly important for some constituents that may be bound to a larger particle in the discharge, but have the potential for separation in the environment or at the drinking water treatment plant. Our last request is that clarification is needed that the metals analysis is for total recoverable metals. The final Basin Plan Amendment language references EPA methods 200.7 and 200.8 for metals analysis and footnote 21, which are methods that can be utilized to report either total or dissolved concentrations. Dissolved analysis would apply the use of a 0.45 micron filter prior to analysis, further limiting the contaminant loading considered in an evaluation. The lack of clarity in the Basin Plan language could lead to confusion in implementation, especially more in the long term in the future. We appreciate that today's regional board staff presentation, as well as the May 31st regional board staff report, confirms that the Central Valley Water Board is going to require the totals metal analysis, and also that the regional board retains the authority to specify a different filter size where necessary to more accurately represent the site-specific conditions based on scientific evidence submitted for their consideration and after consultation with the Division of Drinking Water and public comment. Thank you very much for considering our input, and we are happy to answer any questions today, and we are available to discuss these areas of concern as follow-up to today's workshop.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the input. Anything from my fellow board members?
I'm just curious. So it sounds like you've brought up these comments a number of times in the past. And what was the response that you received from the regional board or from stakeholders regarding why those comments weren't incorporated?
Thank you for the question. What I'd probably like to do is go through each one and just do my best to recall. So on the first one, I'll go back to that slide. On Chapter 3, we were told at the May 2018 regional board meeting where the Basin Plan Amendment was adopted that the context of the paragraph that this was in was clearly, the context of the information in the paragraph was clearly just about secondary MCLs. our reading of it is that the paragraph includes discussion of primary and secondary MCLs. So to us, we're saying all the same thing, and it seems like a minor revision clarification that my understanding is that I believe that the state board can even potentially make minor clarifications like that if it's just a wording revision that just clarifies something that everybody's saying the same thing about, but that I don't know. So that was the thought on that one. And on the others, I'll be happy to go through those as well. For the color turbidity, I would have to actually go back and look at the response and comments on that one. So I apologize that I don't have that off the top of my head. On the pre-filter size, this is a topic I'd actually love to have my colleague Mark Severide discuss with you.
Good afternoon. It's really just simple. Without getting too scientific, it's very simple common sense that the smaller filter size you use in an analysis gives you a certain bias in your results that indicate that the water has fewer, that a discharge has less particles in it than it might. The better, for us, the better quality that water that we're taking in at our treatment plants, the better quality water we're going to be producing at the end of the process, without going into a lot of exhaustive scientific stuff.
So the specific of the 1.5 micron was actually a significant improvement in what we were asking for. Previously, it was a 0.45 micron dissolved analysis. So this is almost more of a minor tweak that our evaluation is that we think 2.0 micron is a bit better, but we're not saying that that's actually a magic number either. It's really going to vary from water plant to water plant. And that it's actually a really good example of we're trying to provide constructive input. We're not trying to halt anything or, and so this is just something that we put our brains together, and our water treatment expert gave us the recommendation on that item. And then on the last item, on the metals, actually the response to comments, the way I recall it, is that total is what is intended. And so this is another one that it's just a minor clarification. It's clarified in the response to comments. It's probably also clarified in the Regional Board staff report from May 2018. We'd really like to see the language in the Basin Plan Amendment because that's what everybody will go back to, especially in the future. So we don't, for long-term programs like this, we don't want to just rely on everybody in the room here today. It really needs to last for the future generations as well.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That's very helpful. And thank you for taking the time to come in today and make that presentation. Certainly that I made a note of those items, and we'll have to see how this moves forward and how those can be accommodated. But certainly we want to make sure that your understandings are consistent with the intent of the Basin Plan Amendment. Thanks.
Thanks again, really appreciate it. And again, point of clarity, just you are in opposed position then, unless otherwise these issues be addressed?
Actually, our situation is kind of unique because we're not involved at all in the salt and nitrate topics. And so we do have something prepared to share on that question. So we recognize the need for a salt and nitrate solution in the Central Valley, and we greatly appreciate the May 2018 change in strategy, which we just discussed about the filter size. So we appreciate the improvements that we've seen through our stakeholder input and, again, the openness of the regional board staff and CV salts to consider our input. So now things are more in line with our previous suggestions, as well as the DDW clarifications provided by Daryl Pohemus in his December 2017 memorandum. So, some of our comments we still feel are valuable and that have not been addressed, but we don't currently have a position did want to just one more thought is that we do feel that it's important for the basin plan language to reflect continued protection of the MUN for secondary MCLs. We would be happy to, if there's any amendments, revisions that help support that, we'll be happy to be available to discuss and look at any additional information anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks again. We'll do a few more public comment, individual public comment cards as our last stakeholder panel gathers itself, which is Central Valley Salinity Coalition stakeholders. And as they prepare themselves, we will have, sorry, Stephanie, your last name, I'm absolutely, here, let me see if I can. Stephanie Reina Heistand. From the city of Tracy. Apologies, Stephanie. Reina Heistand. Thank you. Stephanie Reina Heistand. There you go. I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members, for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Stephanie Reina Heistand. I work for the city of Tracy, and I'm a water resources analyst too. I will be speaking today on behalf of our support and our commitment of this Basin Plan Amendment before you today for both our wastewater and our WDR and MPDS permits. We have been participating in the Central Valley Salinity Coalition since 2009, and like you've heard, it was kicking and screaming all the way because we weren't going to participate in the beginning in the drinking water problem. Here we are 10 years later, and all of those involved worked hard and put in long hours to bring this amendment to you. None of us have gotten everything that we want, and in fact, most of this amendment is based on compromise, but the result is that all of these industry sectors and stakeholders that are involved are committed to finding solutions, and we're committed to improving water quality in our respective communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Aisha Massel from American Rivers come up. Excuse me. Followed by Josie Tellers from the city of Davis.
Good afternoon, board members, board chair. My name is Aisha Massel. I'm with American Rivers. And I would like to just point out, as is probably obvious, that the communities that are most impacted by nitrate pollution have come out in firm opposition to the Basin Plan Amendment as currently formed, at least the ones that were present today. And I don't think this is a rejection of the process. I think everyone recognizes that a lot of work has been really been undertaken the past decade or so. However, there are some key positions that we need to switch up in this plan. One is I do appreciate that localized solutions do tend to make things work better, programs work better. There are different conditions in different basins, and that's important. However, the Water Board, as a state agency, does have a responsibility, in my opinion, to make sure that the underlying right to water quality and safe and equitable water access is guaranteed for all of our members of the state. And I don't think this Basin Plan really does that. So, excuse me as I gather my thoughts here. I think that the environmental justice community has laid out some clear direction in terms of, so you're gonna, let's say you reject this Basin Plan Amendment, then what? There's some clear guidance that they're giving you, that we're giving you. And for one, needs a timeline. Where's the timeline? And I think the concern in rejecting a Basin Plan Amendment at this time may be that, oh, now we have to start over again, it takes more time. If we don't even have a timeline, what does that even matter anyway? We can afford to take some time to really work this out, to get some real community engagement and buy-in to this process. So that's one thing is we need a timeline, and I think a few of you have stated that here. I've worked a lot actually in examining groundwater recharge, mostly from a floodmar perspective, so looking at managed aquifer recharge. And as you all know, the Central Valley is not a homogeneous geologic entity. There is a lot of complexity in our groundwater, in the structure of our soils beneath our feet. And to average contamination across a basin as wide as Turlock, for instance, I don't mean to pick on Turlock, but that was the map ahead of us. If you don't mind, I'll take just a couple more seconds. I think that's not only a fiction, but it's scientifically indefensible. We can't average across that large of a space. Even in a smaller area, we don't actually know what's going on. And there are efforts going on in the sigma realm to really identify what does the structure beneath our feet look like. If we recharge in one area, where does it end up? Where can we extract in another? So I don't think that's a good approach. I think it's wrong. And finally, I do want to say, I think, looking at the regional boards and the different basins, I think there's good intention there. I don't think anyone is denying that, but I do think the water board needs to guarantee minimum standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll take a comment from Josie Tellers from the City of Davis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with public comments today. My name is Josie Tellers, and I work for City of Davis as one of their water quality coordinator. City of Davis is committed in providing safe drinking water and improve water quality for drinking water and wastewater for the city and its residents. We are also we have been a member of CVSC since 2013, but prior to that, we have a commitment to reduce loading of salts as well to the receiving water. There are two major projects that the city embarked on with partnership. The first one was changing the drinking water supply from groundwater to surface water in partnership with City of Woodland. On June 7th, both cities have presented the strategies to manage salt in front of the Regional Water Board. The second project that the City of Davis embarked on was improving their wastewater treatment facility from a land-based secondary treatment process to a secondary activated sludge and tertiary treatment process, again, with the goal in mind to protect the environment, reduce loading of salts, and improve the water quality. City of Davis is committed to continue supporting CV Salts and its goals and be a member of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition and requesting that the State Water Board adopt the Basin Plan Amendment for the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Program. Thank you.
Thank you as well. We'll transition now to our last panel. Ms. Larson, good afternoon. Mike might need to be on. It's okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Bobby Larson, the Executive Director of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I'm here today on behalf of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition. I think the reason that I'm here, there are many, many, many people involved in the coalition, many of whom have better attendance record than I do at the meetings, but I think I'm here in recognition of the fact that along with David Corey, who's here with me, and Debbie Webster, who is here in the audience, the three of us sat with Daniel Kozad around a foretop in Labu, and we were the founding members of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition. And I mention that not just to wax nostalgic, but just to think about how far we've come from then. So what I'm going to do is make a couple of very brief remarks, turn it over to David. He's going to go through some points, and then if there's time, I have a few other points I'd like to make that just respond to some of the things that have been discussed here today. So initially, I guess I just want to talk about how we ended up here before you with this basin plan amendment. There was absolutely no guarantee when we started this, and it was 2006 that we really started this. And none of us knew where this was headed, but I have to steal Tim Johnson's mention of the so-called BATNA, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. And I'm a veteran of many, many stakeholder processes. And the ones that work are the ones where the status quo does not benefit anybody. And that was what brought us all here together, that the status quo was not working for POTWs, it was not working for agriculture, it was not working for the environmental community, the environmental justice community. And so I think that's why we all stuck with it so long, why we've spent hours and millions of dollars working through these issues, because it's that important and it's critical to the future of the Central Valley. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David. He's going to go through some of his talking points. And then again, as I said, if there's time, I'd just like to make a couple of closing points.
Hello. Thank you very much, David Corey with the Central Valley Salinity Coalition. Been a long day, been a longer process. When we started here, I don't know, Tam, if it was in this very room we started this whole thing. I think it was. And we were sort of set off on a mission to deal with salt management. And we, I think understandably got diverted into nitrates. And I think we've come up with a proposal that certainly isn't perfect. But it's a great step forward that I think achieves a lot of the goals for everybody involved. And when you sit here and you look at this presentation and sort of the positions of the environmental justice community and the permittees, the dischargers, you sort of scratch your head wondering, why is the environmental justice community proposing the delay? And it seems odd how we got to this spot. But anyway, in looking at the problems that we were dealing with when we focused on the nitrate issue, we were looking at trying to provide safe and affordable drinking water to communities as quickly as possible. We also had problems from the regulated communities in that the regulatory structure that we were having to operate under and that the regional board had to operate under really did not work. From agriculture's perspective, the regional board was not really in a position to allow continued operations, agricultural operations in areas that are above the nitrate objectives. I can go into the details of that, but we've talked about that in the past, and I think most of the people understand the way those structures are set up in terms of the sources of drinking water policy, some of the prior decisions by the state board and court decisions. So we really had a common interest in figuring out how we can get through this process of providing a path to compliance, a way that farmers can continue to farm, continue to reduce discharges, meet those obligations that they have to be as efficient as possible and be protective as possible to drinking water, but also provide drinking water to the communities as quickly as possible. I think in this process, in this proposal, we've gotten there. Front end, we're looking at providing safe drinking water off front end. That's the first goal, through early action plans and through longer term plans as well. When we look toward evolving the early action plans into the longer term plans. So we have to address not just the interim drinking water, but longer term plans in that process. It was done in a basin plan amendment process so that we're looking at broad concepts that can be applied over large areas and be adapted to those particular areas. So I think those broad concepts make sense. I think all of us get a little bit concerned about how is this going to apply to us individually going forward. The environmental justice community has presented those concerns, and I think a lot of the regulated communities share those concerns. How is the regional board going to interpret these provisions in my particular order? I'll tell you this, growers are not particularly excited about all the elements that are in the plan. If you look at everything that was proposed in there, all of the proposals, all of the components of this, it's a huge undertaking, enormous amount of effort that's gone into not only developing the plan, but it's dwarfed by what it's going to take to implement it. So we look at this and say, we can do this, but we're going to need to have that oversight and by the regional board and the state board. So again, there's uncertainty on both sides, both the environmental justice community and the regulated community as to how the regional board, the oversight's going to go and how it's going to be interpreted. But I think we have no option moving forward to deal with such a complex problem that's going to have to be addressed over many decades to come to a resolution, we have to place that faith in someone. And that's the regional board and the state board. I think the oversight is there. We have no other option to do that. And we're at the table saying we place our faith in the regional board and the state board to make sure that they steer this process in the right way, that achieves the goals that we're set out to do, provide safe and affordable drinking water to those people who are impacted as quickly as possible, and to allow a rational process so that we can reduce our discharges and comply with the objectives of meeting water quality objectives. I think that's all I have. I know you guys have a lot of questions. We're certainly able to answer a lot of those. We have Tess Dunham here behind us who certainly can answer any of the individual specific questions. If you wanted to know specific comments about what's in that document, she can probably cite the pages and is prepared to do that if you have those questions. But you could start with us, and if we have to phone a friend, we'll do that.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just make two quick points before we go to questions. And the first is this tension between flexibility and uncertainty. And this is a basin plan amendment. It is designed to be a regulatory framework upon which then you build your permits, you build these different plans that require action and incorporation into permits. So to some extent, there has to be some level of uncertainty about that because of the case-specific issues that will be dealt with in those permits and in those actions. I don't think you could look at the basin plan today and know exactly what anyone's permit would look like because there are so many factors that go into determining what their particular compliance requirements will be based on their circumstances. But I also think that, again, one person's flexibility is one person's uncertainty, and I can remember asking this board and the regional board many times for both. I want flexibility and I want certainty. But I think that it's that uncertainty or that flexibility which allows the kind of innovation, collaboration, regional work that needs to be done to solve these problems. The traditional ways have been proven not to work. And I can recall many times when the regional board said, and I'm not directly quoting, but basically said, gee, we really don't want to do this. We don't want to give you this limit. We don't want to impose this requirement. We know it won't make any difference, but our hands are tied. And you need to untie their hands and yours if you really want to solve these problems. I also think there are deadlines and timelines. Patrick went over a number of them. So I don't think it's fair to say there are no deadlines. I think the criticism is that there's no certainty about when water quality objectives will be met in every groundwater basin in the Central Valley. And I think that is just a clear-eyed reality that we all have to face up to. And this plan is better than the status quo. I didn't hear anybody suggest something better. There was a suggestion, I think, to just put numeric limits on people and give them 10 years. I'd like to come back in 10 years and see how that worked out in terms of solving any real problems that we have. My last point is on reasonableness, practicable, those things. We always have this discussion, and I know they're sort of hot button words for people, but I do take issue with the fact that, number one, that your obligation and the regional board's obligation to be reasonable ends at the point of adopting water quality objectives. I believe reasonable protection of water quality is ingrained in Porter Cologne, not just one section that talks about water quality objectives. Secondly, I think it's unfair to say that we have no guidance on what reasonableness means or practicability means. We have state board precedential orders, we have court decisions, we have a number of areas in which what is reasonable has been addressed by this board and by other judicial bodies. The problem is you can't tell what it is up front because every single situation is different. Reasonableness is what a reasonable person would do in those circumstances. So I think it's just, yes, it's uncertain. Yes, we don't know, but I think it's unfair to say that there's absolutely no guidance out there about what it means to be reasonable in making these decisions. Thank you.
So if I could add just one more thing on the stakeholder process. I mean, I think when you look at what we've put together, working together as a group, it's amazing what we've put together. And that includes, I think we have to give a lot of credit to the environmental justice community for getting the nitrate management plan that we have on the table. Not only did they sort of get us to focus on nitrates to begin with, but they've also encouraged us to incorporate a lot of different provisions in the Basin Plan Amendment that wouldn't have been there. The early action plans, the triggers at the 75% of the objective. Limits on exceptions, for looking at generally not over 10 years and then sort of a harder line at 50 years unless you have specific findings after that. Periodic review of those exceptions policy. Limits on assimilative capacity in the upper and shallow zones. There's a lot of things that went into this that I think environmental justice community spent a lot of time, and I think their efforts were well served for us, for the entire state that they were involved in it. I'm confident that if we keep this process going, we can maintain that collaboration. Tim Johnson talked about how it spilled over into some of the legislative efforts. We're going to continue to work with the environmental justice community and implement this program with the regional board, with the state board. My concern is that if this gets rejected at the state board, we're going to lose the momentum of those folks who are implementing it right now. You heard the early action plans that are being implemented right now. We're starting to implement this proposal before it's even adopted. That is absolutely amazing. Have you seen any other large program that stakeholders didn't come up here and threaten to sue you on both sides and then begrudgingly implement it? We're coming up here, we're implementing it before you've even done it. We need to maintain that momentum, keep it moving, and if we have to make adjustments to address things going forward, we will do that. We will do that with the help of the regional board, the state board, the environmental justice community, as a group, as we've come this far. So I think we maintain the progress. So thank you, and I certainly encourage you guys to take this up as soon as possible.
Thank you both. Any questions from fellow board members?
So, Mr. Corey, could you go through that list of areas where you believe that you were responsive, recognizing that a number of the groups that were part of the CV Salts Coalition that they're not comfortable at this point, but from your perspective, you feel that you've been at least somewhat responsive. Could you go through that list again? Early action plans.
Triggers at 75% of the objective, so looking at sort of another trigger. If we get above that objective, there's sort of more requirements. The exceptions, putting some time limits on those exceptions policy. Periodic review of those exceptions. So I think they have to bring, if you have an exception, you have to bring that back every 5 years. And Tess or Patrick will correct me if I'm wrong, but that has to come back periodically. It's not just a blanket exception and it goes on forever. That has to come back to the regional board. There's also language in there that the exceptions are generally not for over 10 years, but can be up to 50 years. And if they're going to extend that beyond 50 years, they have to show if it's a significant and measurable improvement. So I don't have it all memorized, but there's specific requirements to go beyond that. Also, originally, the idea of the assimilative capacity, we limited it to the upper and the shallow zones rather than the entire groundwater basin moving down to the lower zones. This is sort of more of the technical minutia of how we dealt with averaging. So those are the main ones.
All right, and then jumping around here, can you explain how you're going to get critical mass in the grower community? Because I think there's this small group that's working on this. There's the inner circle, and then there's the outer part of the inner circle, but then there's the rest of everybody else. How are you really going to bring people in, recognizing that in the grower community, we hear concerns about increase in fees, we hear concerns about cost of compliance, joining coalitions, and the cost of joining those coalitions. It's one fee on top of another, and then you're going to go out there and let them know about another fee. How are you going to actually pull this off?
I didn't say it was going to be easy. It's going to be enormously difficult to do this, but I think any path we go down is going to be difficult because it's a challenging problem. I think that the credibility and the work we've done within the Irrigated Lands Program and developing coalitions, the outreach we've done through this process to inform people. I've gone out to many grower groups and let them know that, look, the status quo in terms of the regulatory structure right now in the basin plan doesn't give the regional board in a lot of areas the ability to allow them to continue to farm. That's a concept that's really hard for a grower to understand. But when you communicate that to them and you say, look, here's the big deal, right? Here's the grand bargain. We provide safe drinking water for folks who are impacted, and we do the best we can in terms of irrigation efficiency and nitrogen use efficiency. I see that through the Irrigated Lands Program, all of the things that you put into the East Side Order and things that will evolve from there. Remember, there's significant requirements in there in terms of dealing with meeting water quality objectives within different townships within that order. But the big bargain, if you will, is look, if we meet those commitments, we provide drinking water, we comply with the Irrigated Lands Program, do the best we can, the state and regional board will allow us to continue to operate. That's how you sell it to the agricultural community. You have to start with making them understand the blunt reality that they face with the current regulatory structure. If the growers don't understand that, there's no way they can embrace the solution because they don't really, but we've gotten that. We've outreach to them over the last, 10 years. I think most of the leaders in the community understand that it's going to be an effort to bring it, to finish it, but we have the infrastructure to do that and the will.
Well, and to thread the needle here on, it's not either or. It's not the Irrigated Lands Program or CV Salts. It's the Irrigated Lands Program.
It's both.
And CV Salts.
They fit together.
And Sigma.
Exactly.
Right.
All of those fit together, and they have to be able to solve this problem. I think Sigma is right. How that fits into there, we're working through that process with management zones, how they fit with Sigma. We're working through that, and we're going to learn as we go. And again, as good a job as we all did, including looking back at EJ Community and crafting the best program we could, we're going to have to modify things. We didn't get it right everywhere, but we have a good direction to go. We can make progress. We can solve these problems, and we can adapt as we need to going forward.
And then talk a little bit about momentum. And I should have asked when the earlier panel was up here, but we haven't approved this yet. And I've seen some of the notices in the Kings Basin and the Turlock Basin. They're moving forward. And so you did mention momentum, and you don't want to lose momentum, if we slow things down or take more time. So why go forward now? Why start that momentum despite the fact that we haven't acted yet? And give us a little bit more of a sense for what's going on in those areas and, why it's so critical to keep that momentum going.
I think there's a couple of answers to that. One is that it's the right thing to do. But two, the timelines within the Basin Plan Amendment are really short. If we don't get started before they get the notice to comply, it's going to be very difficult, especially for the first folks that go through it. We're going to have a learning curve to figure out how to get this done. And so similar to the East Side Order and the Irrigated Lands Program, Perry's sort of our guinea pig. He goes through that and he does the hard work. And we work with him and help participate in that. But those first projects are going to be more difficult. We're going to learn from that. We're going to adapt, and we're going to figure out how to apply that moving forward. But I think those are the main reasons, because the time schedules are so short. We don't have time to wait.
Tess Dunham, Sumac, Simmons and Dunn. I just want to add one thing to that with respect to the momentum. As a practical matter, the sooner we can get in and get management zone implementation plans done and adopted and into the permits is when we get the alternative compliance pathway. That, to me, is the key incentive right there. Until then, there's, this so-called deemed compliance. Well, you are needing to make sure you are keeping up on everything in order to avoid some type of enforcement action. Until we get that management zone implementation plan and that alternative compliance pathway adopted into the permits, there really isn't anything to protect anybody from an enforcement action. That, to me, is one of the key motivations of getting the early actions happening now.
Well, and since you brought up deemed compliance, why is that so important? I mean, I can see why it would be. What if it were not included? And getting back to some of the comments that Mr. Palupa made on I think he was talking about the legal fiction on the averaging issue. So if you could address that as well.
So let me take the deemed compliance. I mean, we are asking folks with early action plans to go forward and invest time, money, resources in taking care of drinking water with not actually having an alternative compliance pathway in your permit, right? So you are stepping out in faith, more or less, that as long as you are following the basin plan requirements and you are doing what has been asked and you are implementing an early action plan that the region board has deemed appropriate, that you're not going to be subject to an enforcement action. So that to me is the kind of the deemed compliance, because you don't get that permit protection until the permit is actually amended and the management zone implementation plan is adopted, other than the time schedule provision, for example, that is in the current existing East San Joaquin order, which may be up prior to the time that the management zone implementation plans are ready and adopted. So that is, to me, one of the biggest motivating factors, and why this kind of deemed compliance issue is so critical and important. With respect to the other issue on the averaging or the legal fiction, I mean, I thought Patrick did a great point, but just to hone in, regardless of the alternative compliance pathway, right? And really by alternative compliance, we're going to say that you're in compliance with your permit because you are following an exception. You've been granted an exception, and you've met all the requirements to get the exception, or the management zone is deemed to have a assimilative capacity. Either pathway, it's all the same requirements. You still have to have a management zone implementation plan. You still have to do modeling to show what are the impacts over 20 and 40 years, right? There's big issue made about, well, what's going to happen in 12 years from now? As part of your management zone implementation plan, you have to model that out. It's not just looking at what's going to happen in 10 or 12 years. It's looking at what's going to happen in 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and what are the short-term and the long-term components of your implementation plan. So that all of those are required regardless of the alternative compliance pathway you pick, whether it's an exception or assimilative capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fittingly, we'll call up Debbie Webster from the Central Valley Clean Water Association.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Debbie Webster with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. I guess I just want to start with saying, other than I've been on this process for a long time too, is that I really feel like we have listened. We collectively as a group have listened. We've been very participatory on there. We've had a lot of hard solutions to try to resolve. And I think that you have a good, solid basin plan amendment in front of you that you can vote on. But does it solve and answer every question? No. As we were talking about with CV salts, there's parts of things that are plans within a plan. This allows the Central Valley in all its diversity to come up with right actions for the right situations in the right places. And so as we look at different areas, and as you hear, as we've heard, one of the things we heard is that the communities really need to be part of the solutions. There are drinking water solutions and sometimes their own sanitation solutions. That's built into this policy. We know that we need a compliance pathway forward. That's built into this policy. We need to be able to do reasonable, feasible things, and we need to do the things that we can do, those easier or lower hanging fruits earlier. That's built into this policy. There are a lot of things that are built. I do take exception with the statements that, oh, this is just not going to get us anywhere, or that this is just a bottled water plan. This is not. This is for long-term solutions, and that's why you also have some of the other policies that are put in there that are things like the drought and conservation policy that help us meet other goals that the state has with conservation, with water recycling. It's why you have some of the secondary MCL requirements. It's why you have offsets and other things so that we can come up with solutions and implement them in a reasonable way instead of what normally happens in the point source world is we're easy to regulate and we get regulated and we make very, very little difference because we've really made the big changes always. This allows communities together to help people be part of the drinking water solution, to help address their sanitation, to help make sure that their community remains viable economically because we are an agricultural dependent society in the Central Valley. So with that, I just want to thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions, but I really would encourage your support of this Basin Plan Amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. Next would be, we'll have up Rob Neenan from the California League of Food Producers. Hello, Mr. Neenan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and board members. Rob Neenan, I'm president of the California League of Food Producers. We're a statewide trade association of food processing companies. I'd like to start by thanking the regional board, management and staff and consultants for their work on this endeavor. They really were excellent to work with and I think did a fine job of herding a fairly large group of cats through this process. I would echo the comments made by the last panel and other speakers that the stakeholder process was long, it was complicated, and certainly at times contentious. We were trying to solve a regulatory and legislative Rubik's Cube, and it took quite a bit of time and effort to align all of the sides together. But I think we all hung in there for all those years because we knew how important this problem was and the need to find a path forward that was going to address the problem. And the problem is providing safe drinking water for the folks that need it and doing it as soon as possible. For my members who have WDRs, one of the critical elements of the plan is they have an option, they have two options for compliance, as you heard earlier, an option A and an option B for both salinity and nitrate. And I'd like to stress, and I think you probably surmise this, neither one of those compliance options is going to be cheap or easy. They're going to be very time-consuming and in some cases incredibly expensive. But we understand that. And I wanted to reflect back on some of the earlier discussion, and Patrick Palupa discussed this morning. You know, clearly the regional board could have taken a command and control approach. They could have simply said, to my members, food processors, meet these standards for water quality, or you're going to face a regulatory hammer. But that isn't going to solve the problem. As you've heard, we need to have their resources. We need to have them at the table in these communities because in many Central Valley communities, the biggest employer in town is the food processing plant, the dairy processor, the tomato processor. If they go out of business, not only do you lose that resource to solve these community problems, but people lose their jobs, and that's neither economic justice nor environmental justice. And I think that there's certain uncertainty, and I think Bobby Larson put it well, this tension between flexibility and uncertainty. And clearly, there's a certain amount of trust that's going to take place, that these management zones are going to do what they say they're going to do, and they're going to do it in a timely manner. And I know for some of the environmental justice groups, that's a regulatory bridge too far. But what I've told my members about this plan is that it's very clear that if they don't do it they say they're going to do, if they don't comply with their either individual permit or don't contribute the way they should to the formation of a management zone and the success of a management zone, I'm confident the regional board will be on them with a regulatory hammer and make sure that they do. I don't think anyone believes there's a soft landing anywhere in this plan. I think, again, I'll quote Bobby Larson, I think this is just, it's not only the best path forward, it's the only path forward, and the status quo wasn't working. And I think that we're committed to make it work and to work with the regional board going forward. And we urge, when the time comes, that the state board will approve the Basin Plan amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next up, we'll call up JP Cataviela from the Dairy Cares Coalition.
Hi, I am JP with Dairy Cares. Thanks for having me this opportunity to comment. I'm not going to say a lot that you haven't already heard. I guess I'm here to say that the dairymen in California are supportive of this Basin Plan amendment, and we urge your thorough consideration and adoption at the appropriate time. I will use the rest of my time to just make a couple of observations and hopefully underline a couple of important points. I think the biggest eye-opener of sitting through years and years of meetings on developing this was when we were told by the modelers and the salinity experts that even if we stopped farming in the valley, we wouldn't reach the water quality that we want in 100 years. That was a fairly stark reality for us, and kind of showed us what the choice was and the need to drive forward was that, we have a choice between what we have now, which is poor water, or having that poor water and no jobs as well. And if we didn't find a way to solve that problem together, that's why we kept going to the meetings and try to come up with the best solution. And I'm confident that this is about as good as the stakeholder process could have produced. And I think we're all pleased that we were able to reach agreement on so many things. I will say that I'm mystified about the argument that that we should spend more time trying to iron down timelines that couldn't possibly apply to the whole process, because we're going to need different timelines in different parts of the valley. And I'm afraid if for some reason we did that, we would just delay this process longer. And it just doesn't make any sense to me to stop and continue and to refine this when it's going to stop us from doing that work. I've had the opportunity, we're really on board with this. We've been attending the management zone implementation meetings in both of the pilot management zones, participating there. Dairy men are participating there as well. And what we're finding is, those discussions are really quite invigorating, because we're actually, after years of talking about regulations, we're talking about the solutions. We're actually talking about where exactly will we place this drinking water filling station? How exactly do we make this as accessible and safe as possible for people? What are the backup solutions that we can provide that will make everyone whole? And it's an opportunity to listen to different communities ask for things. I've heard, some negative things about filling stations today. It's an important note that it was in some of those meetings that we learned that that's something that some folks absolutely want. It needs to be part of the package. And also that there are other things we absolutely need to consider and are considering in those zones, such as point of use. And I think, only at that local level are we really going to come up with the solutions that we can bring to you and feel good about. So thanks for hearing me, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Daniel Kozad, you had a if needed. Would you like to
I'll be needed if you'll allow me to be needed this afternoon.
Of course. You're always needed, Mr. Kozad.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day, so everybody said most of the things I was going to say, which is great. I did just want to thank all of you for the time you've spent on this. I know you spent time going through things ahead of time, and most of you have been in briefings and other things, and CV Salts has taken a huge time commitment of both your time, staff's time, the regional board's time, and just to say fabulous work to all, not just in the recent times, but former EO, Pamela Creedon, Carl Longley, Dr. Longley, and board member Dodock for sticking with us. I know we're late, and you wanted this 10 years ago and wanted your email system back. But all that said, I think a remarkable outcome I want to note for you is culture. We probably don't think much about the relationships between the regulated community and the regulators on a regular basis. And I came from a regional board where folks worked with their regulators. They would pick up the phone and call Jerry Thiebaud and say, I got a real problem. I think I'm not going to be in compliance 2 months from now. What do we do about that? And we may not always have come to the same agreement about it, but we always came to an agreement and figured out a way to move forward, even if it wasn't pleasant. And strangely, I came to the Central Valley 13 years ago at the request of Dr. Longley, and that relationship didn't exist. In fact, people were angry and short of throwing things at each other, disbelieved that the other had any goodwill and intention of finding a common solution. And I think culture is something that I've seen radically change in 13 years. folks actually do believe the regional board, not everybody, not all the time, but believe the regional board is trying to do their job and do the job of the mission of the boards in Port of Cologne and make it work out for everybody and bring solutions as quickly as possible. And that, in the long term, will make a huge difference. Much bigger than all of the small idiosyncrasies. You heard the litany of them today, and there will be more of those going forward, is that everybody's been working on this. You got 10 years. Pamela actually made the state board's trainers come and teach the stakeholders in CV Salts how to write a basin plan. I won't say that was the most invigorating 2 days of my life, but we all learned how difficult it is to write policy and make regulation. It's incredibly difficult to do. And I'm pretty sure we didn't do a perfect job. But you've got a whole bunch of people. You asked the question, Board Member Diadama, why would you go forward and do this early? The reason for doing it early is to get the kinks out on both sides. Make sure that the regional board knows what to expect from the people who wrote this, and make sure the regulated community knows how to implement it and live up to those commitments they're making. They've made a commitment to $15 million over the next 10 years to implement the P&O study and the SAMP on top of that. And those are remarkable changes in culture over those 13 years. So it's been my privilege to work with all the folks on all sides, and it's been fun watching a new set of board members learn all about CV salts. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Gallick, I have a card here for you. You're part of one of our previous panels. I'm inclined to say you may have had your opportunity to already say what you would like, but you do, it is for 1 minute. If you make it very quick, I will be lenient on that.
Thank you. I appreciate your leniency.
I try.
I just want to make one point about our steering committee that was brought up earlier. It is an unofficial steering committee. We have not laid out any governance foundation yet, and I want to make it clear that none of those groups on my slide have signed any agreements or done any sort of action to make that an official steering committee. There has been a lot of participation to this point by all of those on that slide. I do believe Leadership Council has had a representative at both Perry and in my meetings. They are the experts in stakeholder community outreach, and I very much appreciate their participation thus far, and I hope that they continue to participate in our management zone. And that was really my only comment. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Kept it under a minute.
3 seconds to spare. Thank you. Any questions or comments from my fellow board members? I have two final speakers here. We have Denise Kadara, who's a board member of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and then Chair Longley will provide us our wrapping up comments on the public comment side, but also wanted to take a sense of how much more much more we will want to engage in questions. Just trying to get a sense of what you guys feel.
I think I've asked all my questions already.
Okay.
I mean, I certainly want to have the time to sort of digest everything. And I still have several more 100 pages to read. So I really do appreciate the dialogue today. It really did help me understand different perspectives better.
And you don't have to feel you need to make a closing comment now. Just wanted to get a sense of.
Well, just in the interest of time, I do have some questions for Mr. Loeffler, and maybe I'll just because rather than keep coming back, yeah. I just want to use this opportunity to thank everybody. I agree with Mr. Kozad about the change in culture, but also not just with the regional boards, but with the stakeholder community, and just the respect that everyone shows each other. And there's of course, my fellow colleagues know that I'm very much in support of negotiated solutions. And sometimes it can be hard when you have folks that have been working through those solutions every step of the way, but in the end, they just can't get there. And so I especially appreciate some of the specifics questions that were raised in the EJ panel, and just want to make sure that you all know that we take your concerns very seriously, and we've got some more time to noodle on this. And I want to, make sure as I go through the documents that I keep those questions in mind in particular. And also just appreciate the most recent comment about, wanting to make sure in going forward that the EJ community that's been involved in CV salts, that you're, if at all possible, involved in those individual management plans, because even though these are local solutions and need to be tailor-made, obviously your input will be very helpful going forward. So just want to say ditto on that. And then, do you want me to ask now for Mr. Loeffler? So in particular on the EJ panel, there were some concerns, legal concerns raised, in particular on non-point source. And we've gone through this already a bit, but I thought that it would be helpful to hear from you as we leave today and sit down and take a look at this in more detail. Any guidance you might have for us as we grapple with some of these legal issues that were raised today.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. And in doing so, I do want to go back to a point that has come up throughout the day in terms of what the board's choices will be when this comes back to the board for action. It is largely a binary choice, an up and down choice on the Basin Plan Amendment language before the board, as it was adopted by the regional board, with some opportunity in the resolution to address certain issues. And I just mentioned that because there was a very pointed comment from Nat, Mr. Kane, who indicated that there really was not an ability in the resolution for the board to say anything. And it's true, the board could not include new regulatory language in a Basin Plan Amendment or in a resolution approving a Basin Plan Amendment. However, it can indicate and provide a roadmap for how different policies, for example, intersect. And I use that as an introduction to the point that you just raised, Board Member Diadamo, which is it is not a surprising statement to say that water quality control plans have to be consistent with state policy for water quality control. But the interesting question here is the extent to which the non-point source policy, by its language, applies to the CV Salts Basin Plan Amendment. And there are certainly opportunities. It's clear that the non-point source policy applies to permitting actions, waste discharge requirements down the road, conditional waivers of waste discharge requirements, and those sorts of activities. And so to the extent that, for example, there are not clear timelines in the CV Salts Basin Plan Amendments here, it truly is a regulatory framework for future planning activities and for the development of the management plans that will then drive subsequent permitting decisions. And the board in a resolution could try to articulate how those different policies and plans apply when we get to issuing waste discharge requirements, for example. If this board were to approve the CV Salts Basin Plan Amendments, the subsequent waste discharge requirements that are issued would have to comply not only with the updated water quality control plan for the Central Valley region, but would also have to comply with the non-point source policy, and that's where you'd see timelines come in. And so there's an opportunity for the board to explicate, if it is inclined to approve the plan after full consideration, the plan amendments, to explicate how those different policies intersect with one another and which applies in which circumstances.
Thank you, very helpful.
I'll just, I don't have any further questions right now. Obviously, there was a lot to take in today. I'm 7 months in on the board, not 13 years in on CV Salts. So I've appreciated this time to hear from all the stakeholders, the EJ groups, CV Salts Coalition, and Patrick Palupa and the regional board. Thank you very much for the a couple hours of question and answer. That was incredibly helpful to hear. So, I'll be thinking about this, and there's certainly a lot to mull over over the next month or two before the next check-in. But thank you.
Actually, before you get to our last two speakers, if I might follow up with a question for Mr. Laufer. I appreciate the clarification regarding potential resolution language to reflect how the various policies interact. To what extent can you opine right now? Could that resolution language address what, to me, is the most concerning aspect of the amendment, which is the lack of, even though we heard the commitment expressed by Mr. Palupa today, and I really appreciate that, the commitment to achieve water quality objectives, there is a lack of deadline, given the flexibility that the regional board would like to offer the participating organizations. Is there a way right now, do you think, that we could bridge that gap in some sort of resolution language, in other words, to address the requirements of the non-point source policy?
Well, first, I think it's important to appreciate both the way that the language is written and what you've heard from staff, and it's clear from their staff proposal or their staff report, as well as their response to comments, that ultimately there needs to be compliance with the water quality objectives. You're correct, there are no explicit timelines in the current schedule, and I think it would go beyond the board's authority to try to impose some sort of deadline. However, the board in resolution language could weave together the different elements. For example, when you hear Mr. Palupa and when you look at their policy document or their plan documents, and it talks about feasible, practicable, and there are references to it being as short as feasible at times, drawing off some of our existing compliance schedule language, for example. There are opportunities to weave together in a resolution finding sort of a narrative that these schedules will have to be short as feasible, given all the different factors. They will need to be reasonable and practicable as well. And articulate that this board will be watching carefully to ensure that when it moves to the planning stage, that the regional board will follow through with its commitment to develop and ensure that in approving the plans through a public process, that they are as short as practicable, reasonable, and feasible, given the circumstances in each of the various basins that are under consideration. So that's essentially, off the top of my head, about as far as we could go. Certainly the resolution language itself could not be regulatory in nature, could not impose its own timelines, but could instead reflect the consensus and commitment of this board to be vigilant in overseeing the regional board's approval of the subsequent plans to ensure that they carry out that intent, that it be as short as possible.
And it's my understanding, based on Mr. Palupa's response to my question today, that those deadlines, to the extent practical, feasible, and all that, would be incorporated in the permits that are issued as a result, as based on the framework of these amendments.
So, correct. I mean, and I think this is an important point, and it gets back to the resolution, the question that Ms. Diadamo asked.
And I think that, and the reason I say that is that would be the point that I would like to see captured in resolution language.
Staff will take that into consideration as we get feedback from the board members based on what they heard today and their further consumption of the multi-hundred pages of documents.
Yes. And also appendices.
Oh, the appendices are where the good stuff is. I do want to thank everybody who was here today, speaking on their perspective, whatever it may be, for the Basin Plan Amendment. And I just wanted to correct something I said earlier with respect to the timelines of 270, 60, and 120 days. There's a limited ability for the executive officer to make to grant additional time for those. I think I was forecasting the fact that it was not my intent to grant additional time for those timelines to transpire. But there's a footnote that does allow the executive officer that limited discretion.
I should have read the footnote.
And I didn't want anybody to leave here without me correcting that one. But I do want to thank your audience here today, listening to this, and a number of briefings that we had, and not just for you, your staff. There's a lot of them who waded through those many hundred pages of material to get a good command of what's happening here today. So I just wanted to say thank you before I let former Vice Chair Denise and Chair Longley speak on this matter. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palupa. Board member? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, it's really been a pleasure to be here. Just like Board Member McGuire, I was not here throughout the whole process, although I've been here a little bit longer than you. But Pamela Creedon and Dr. Longley, along with Bob Schneider, put in a lot of work and taking care of this. And Patrick is continuing the work. And I'm just glad, like I said, to be here today to witness this. We got it approved last year in May by the board, and to finally get to this stage, it's great. And I continue to say how impressed I am with the collaborative effort that has gone on with this process, how everyone was at the table and came to a consensus on how to move CV salts and the Basin Plan Amendment forward. And you know, I believe we're on the right track. The one thing I would like to say is that the environmental justice groups play a significant role in the disadvantaged communities. I'm from one of those communities, and it's so challenging when the most vulnerable are usually the most impacted, and then how they are assisted, it doesn't always turn out the right way sometimes. Most of the times it's because they don't have a part in it. So the DJ groups, I thank you because are they gone? But they represent the disadvantaged communities. And so one of the topics that I heard several times today, and it's a concern of mine, and I think we're on the right track with it, but I must reiterate the issue, was the early action plan and the short-term efforts and dealing with the water and getting drinking water to people that need it. So the option of the kiosks, the option of delivering it to the homes for those that need it, those things are very important. The most important thing is the people, like I said a while ago, that are most impacted, they have the least say, and then they are given what people think. My way of dealing with that is don't do what you think is best for those that are impacted. It may not be what they need, and engage them in the dialogue so you hear from them what's best. It doesn't mean that they're going to get what they want, but you've heard from them, just like you've heard from the disadvantaged communities, just like you've heard from the dairy and the irrigated lands and all the stakeholders. It's been a tremendous feat to get to this point. I mean, my former background is in city government, and I never saw this kind of collaboration. So I have to keep saying it, how powerful it is, and I'm glad I'm on the Central Valley to be a part of what's happening here. But as we go forward, where there's opportunity to engage the impacted population, to have them at the table, to have them represented, to hear their side of the story, what they feel is best, I think that is the ultimate win for all of this, because the people that are impacted, they don't have the money. They're not yelling and screaming about fix this. They're just dealing with it the best way they know how. So I stand because I represent that disadvantaged population, and I want to see them have a voice, and whatever comes out of all of this, that they feel that they've been heard. Thank you so much, and thank you to our wonderful staff at the Central Valley Water Board. They do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, board member, and thank you for joining us today and coming up. I'd like to invite Chair Longley, Dr. Carl Longley.
Yes, the man who got me into this mess.
Yeah. Salt of the earth.
Me into this mess.
True salt of the earth.
Said,
yes.
Go do something.
Chair Esquivel and State Board members, thank you very much for the patience and the great interest and the depth in which you have delved into this issue, not just today, but for a very, very long period of time. Some words that I certainly will take away from the day are certainty. We all like certainty in our lives. Being a board member, I've found that oftentimes we have to deal with an awful lot of uncertainty. Towards that, I'd like to point out to the comments of Daniel Kozad on the culture. And he was so very right that the regional board was in a bad way back in 2005 and in that period. And it was Pamela Creeding coming on the board. And we've been very lucky. I wondered what would happen when Pamela left. Well, I don't know how you recruit all-stars like that, but we recruited another all-star. And certainly the staffs that we've had addressing CV salts, led by Jeannie Chillicott, who retired not long ago. But Ann Littlejohn came along, and so I am very proud to be working with folks like they and their staffs as they've done what I feel is a tremendously good job. What happened back at the turn of the century, into this century, was that not long after that we picked up the Irrigated Lands Program. And I think the Irrigated Lands Program can serve as a model for what I expect to happen to CV salts. It today is not the program it was back then. And I think in 15 years, it's not a very long time, you come back and you look at CV salts, and you're going to find that that program has grown a lot, because a lot of this is you have to fly it and find out where the changes do have to be made to really obtain your goals of water quality and meeting water quality objectives. The modeler said 100 years. It may not take that long if we carry out, for many parts of the valley, if we carry out some other programs effectively, groundwater recharge being one of them. Certainly there's a lot of technology that's coming on to the fore that I have the privilege of being involved with somewhat through my other role at the university. And I have great hope for the future. But through all of this, it's the people that are important. And it's imperative that we keep these people at the table. It was after then Chair Dudek made her proclamation that we would do this, that we had a meeting, I believe it was in this room, if not this room, the room next door. And the folks that came into the room were many of the folks you see participating today on the part of the stakeholder group, but they were sitting on their hands. They were simply wondering what's going to happen to me through this process. I am so proud of them that they stepped up and formed the stakeholder group that has created what we have today, which I think it's not perfect. Certainly when we started with irrigated lands, it's not perfect, it's still not perfect, but it has changed so dramatically to accomplish the objectives that we really wanted to achieve in the beginning. I expect that of CV salts as we go down the road. The last thing I have to say, that one important part of this, which has been kind of hinted at, but I don't think really been touched on, is the need for the water. I got two things, I'm sorry. The water boards, and I say that collectively because we have to work on education and outreach. And it's the education and outreaches which is really critical to get back to the people that Denise was talking about, who really don't understand what this is all about, how it impacts them, what they can do. And that would apply to the farmers that are out there, the folks that are farming 50 acres and so 100 acres that maybe have another job to keep bread on the table. The last thing I would like to say is that the early action plan is really something that we have to remember needs to remain temporary. And it has to be temporary. And I think as soon as possible, as we can roll out, and I say this collectively as the water boards, roll out what we expect to be the long-term program, whether this takes workshops out there with those folks that are going to be impacted or what. Certainly in the ivory tower, you can't tell them what they need. You got to go out and find what they need. But we need to be talking about maybe it's regional rural water systems, as we see in many of the Midwestern states. I think we need to look at that a little more closely as a model. But we need to be able to address the operation and maintenance issues, the O&M issues, to ensure that these systems, whether they're small or large, can provide safe water to their customers at a reasonable cost. And so we need to be working on that. And I say that as long-term. Hopefully that a lot of it's not long-term. It can be more middle-term maybe. But I think we need to roll that out, because right now we're talking about really temporary measures that don't ensure public health needs are met. And we need to be talking about the measure that does that. With that, I thank you very much for your patience, for your diligence. And once again, let me here just restate, I'm really proud of the staff that I work with.
Thank you very much, Chair Longley. It has been certainly a long day, and just want to thank again everybody for their time and for my fellow board members for their questions. There's a lot to digest. We're hopeful, and I know everyone is looking for us to have a tight timeline when we'll be coming back. We'll hopefully have specifics on when we'll be able to turn back around, but I know given that this was passed a year ago, there is a sense of urgency. You know, certainly the issues that we discussed today when we talk about long-term needs and management around salt and nutrients in the Central Valley are critical, and has been pointed out, similar to conversations happening all across the state, or all across the nation rather, and even arguably obviously all across the world as we adapt to climate change, as we continue to have a lot of uncertainty when it comes to how we manage our water resources. Programs like this are our attempts at trying to build that certainty, as has been indicated. The problem is these are very complex systems, and you know, what the key to the success will be our ability to be clear-eyed with each other, to continue to have honest conversations with each other, to have honest evaluation of the outcomes, and you know, we will continue to have conversations over these next weeks, though, and I really appreciate everyone's time and commitment today. And time and commitment certainly in the past, and certainly the commitment that all this will require in the future as we all try to move forward. So I really appreciate it. With that, we'll close off item number 5 then, and we do have one last item. So it's our board member reports. We'll be quick, but if you are going to be exiting because you don't want to stick around for board member reports, it is okay. You don't have to. You will not hurt my feelings. I told you to get out of here, get you out of here before 5, and look, we're at 4:45. So we'll quickly move on to our last item, though. So thank you all again. And with that, I'd like to entertain any reports from my fellow board members.
Nothing from me. May I leave?
Yes. No, you must listen to your other fellow board members' reports. But thank you for not having anything, I think.
All right. So I was, it's been over a month since I've been at a board meeting.
Sorry, if you can quietly exit and then have your conversations outside. Thank you, sorry.
So I'm going to run down a quick list of things that I participated in over the past several weeks.
I think that's
appropriate. I'd be happy to elaborate on any of them if there's other board member interest. Well, on May 23rd, I went to the Heal the Bay Awards Gala, Bring Back the Beach, down in Santa Monica. It was very interesting. John Bishop, who I think left, was there as well. May 31st, I went on 2 Delta tours in between board meetings. So I thought that's a point of interest. So the first one was on May 31st with San Joaquin County. We spent a lot of time in a bus driving around, but we were able to make it out to Big Break Regional Park, which I thought was good to see again, and also the Delta Cross Channel Gates. Anyway, it was a good time to spend with the county folks and lots of locals in the Delta just to learn their perspective about some of the challenges there. June 5th, I was able to make it to the City of Palo Alto's ribbon cutting for their sludge dewatering and truck loadout project, which was awarded SRF funding and some grant funding. That was well attended, and I would say a very impressive sludge dewatering facility. You should go check it out sometime. I got the full tour. Fascinating, and I think, it's going to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and accomplish lots of different things with that project.
Not to delay us here, but my partner and I were watching a reality television show. But anyway, part of their excursion then was to a wastewater treatment plant, and everyone was like, "Why are we doing this?" And I was like, "This is an amazing thing. Why aren't they excited?" Ryan and my partner was sympathetic with the people on the show and not me. As it being fun. But anyway, sorry.
I think I was the only one there taking videos of the belt filter press, so I could, show my kids how the sludge, gets dewatered, and by the end, it can be loaded in a truck and move off to its next destination. So, very impressive facility. And they were able to, through that, to decommission their incinerators, which I think was, a project long and then overdue. June 7th, I attended the Water Loss Performance Standards workshop that was hosted here. And boy, I learned a lot about what's going on with development of those standards under SB 555. And I would say, it did raise some flags for me just about how much work remains to do. There's an economic model that's in development. Not over the finish line yet. Actually, one thing that was one takeaway from that workshop was that there's a long ways to go to kind of get a good understanding of what the economic analysis piece looks like. And I have some other fundamental questions just about kind of how that process is going to move forward in terms of setting performance standards and sort of, my kind of black and white read of the statute versus, the direction that's going. So I think there's some additional work that's needed there. So I just wanted to raise that flag.
Yeah, I agree. Saying something.
Yeah. So I think there will hopefully be some just future discussions with staff as we go forward on that.
And just a color comment for me, the heart of it is asset management and ensuring that agencies are properly managing their assets, and water loss is an indicator of not maybe properly managing your assets. Anyway.
Yeah, I would just say, as we learned today about how complex different situations are, there's just so many different examples of so many different water systems out there around the state. And I think, like a CV Salts, you look at every one as a different snowflake, and they have their own different challenges. And I think we ultimately need to have a snowflake of water systems.
Call our water agencies snowflakes.
It's been a long day. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into this, but I just think it needs some. I'm concerned. I'm concerned because there's strict statutory deadlines to have the standards in place, and so the time is now to take some action if there's going to be any redirection. So that's why I wanted to bring that up today.
Yeah, that's appreciated. Yeah, and better sort of thought about how they all kind of layer into each other.
Yep. Okay, I'm almost done. June 12th, I went to the, as you know, I'm the regional board liaison to Region 4, 6, and 8. And there were actually, I really appreciate that they line up their board meetings back to back to back. So if I'm able to drive around quickly enough, I can actually get to all the board meetings. But I was only able to make it to 2 this time. I made it to Region 6 in Barstow, where they adopted a basin plan amendment on their Mojave Basin Plan and climate change resolution. And also, I think most importantly, there was PG&E came in and some stakeholders to provide an update on Hinckley. And so for me, it really brought close to home the safe drinking water issues and kind of the root of all this in dealing with hexamine, chromium. And so, it was kind of late in the evening, and I was, but Patty encouraged me to stay for that particular item, and I'm really glad she did because I thought that was really helpful to hear. There's progress being made, but the town is basically gone because most of the people have moved away, and so it's kind of a sad story. It's good to hear that the plume's largely in control, but the outcome, I just think it's something we have to be aware of as we look at other communities with facing similar drinking water challenges. Also made to the LA Regional Board meeting where I provided an update on voluntary agreements and kind of the progress being made there. And then last week, I think it was last week, I went on another Delta tour, this time with Michael George, the Delta Water Master, John Bureau with USGS, Susan Tatian, Delta Stewardship Council, Eric Vink with Delta Protection Commission, and Laurel Firestone, Board Member Firestone. And so that was on a boat. And so as opposed to the first one, which was on a bus, I got a much different perspective being on the water and moving around, seeing all the invasive species was really eye-opening. I think even to everyone on the boat, they didn't realize how significant, for example, the primrose infestation is. It's everywhere. And so it was a great, lot of experts on the Delta, so able to kind of really provide a clear lay of the land. So if you haven't been on that tour, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, here, Susan, the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, was on. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start with an update on the winery order development. I've been talking about that the last several months, and just appreciate that Board Member Dodek has also been involved in some of the discussions. So it's been a long time since I've reported as well because I wasn't at the last meeting, and I think we skipped a meeting in early, when was that? June, I think. Yeah. So I was on a winery tour in San Luis Obispo, and Board Member Dodek was there as well. And what hit home is just how different each region is with respect to its operations, both in terms of size and some of the specific challenges and in uses of water, because this is a region where they primarily are relying on groundwater. So that was very helpful. And after the tours wrapped up, our staff has been engaged with the regional boards. Member Dodek and I have participated kind of like as a fly on the wall in some discussions with regional board staff, where our staff has kind of circled back around with some of the concerns that they heard on these tours and maybe some preliminary solutions that have been offered up. I do expect also that there will be some ongoing discussions with the regulated community. They'd like to drill down on some of the specific technical issues, and our staff is open to that. So I'd say overall there's a lot more work that needs to be done, but really good dialogue going on in between. So that's kind of the main report on that. While I was in San Luis Obispo, I took the time to go on a tour of the strawberry center that's at Cal Poly. And this is a partnership between the Strawberry Commission and the university. And if any of you ever have time, this is just a fantastic tour because they're doing all kinds of trials on nitrogen uptake, slow release, more extended release, compost, integrated pest management. I felt like I was watching a Pac-Man video on some of the really cool integrated pest management stuff that they're doing there. And also looking at some of the, automation in the industry, things that they can do for workers having, higher beds. So there's just a lot going on in the industry. It's a really cool tour, and the strawberries are so delicious. So it really encourage you to participate in that tour. And then afterwards, Jenny Lester Moffitt also was on the tour. She was on the winery tour as well. And then afterwards, we had a roundtable discussion with the dean, and he pulled in at Jenny Lester Moffitt's request some of the researchers that have been working on compost and healthy soils. And we heard some interesting stuff in that discussion. So I think more research needs to be done, but there was nodding of the heads all the way around in the room when there was a discussion. Of course, we know that compost sequesters carbon, water, but also nitrates or nitrogen. And so good discussion with some of the regional board staff that were there on how do we want to deal with reporting of, a product that actually can help sequester the nitrogen rather than, release it to what the plant does not uptake. So stay tuned for some interesting discussions on that. I think that it's sometimes our policies, can kind of conflict, and it looks like this might be one where we can find some synergy between irrigated lands and our healthy soils policy. Yes, that was pretty exciting. And then I attended, board member Dodick was on vacation, so I was able to participate in a Region 5 board meeting, and I just like what we're doing now, calling each other and asking if somebody else can show up where it's convenient. And so just think that that was a good change that we instituted here. And then also, when you can't make it to a meeting, it's nice to know that you can at least try and see if another board member can attend. Been participating in the stakeholder meetings on fees, and as an outgrowth of the fee stakeholder discussions, Karen Mogus at board member Dodick and my request has set off sort of a relaunching of the cost of compliance discussion. And so we had a good meeting, and this is in particular with the ag sector that wasn't able to take that very far. So sort of an initial kickoff discussion. It's not going to be easy. It's going to require everyone rolling up their sleeves and a big commitment from the ag community, but they're very thankful that we've started off this, or we've reinvigorated this effort. I was in Hanford at the California Partnership for a meeting there and got to announce, the exciting news on safe drinking water and the budget, and, just sort of stay tuned on the trailer bill. So everyone there was real happy to hear about that. I participated in the Yuba River Tour along with board member Firestone, and I think many of you have already been out there, so I finally had my opportunity. Not the first time I was out there, but it was great to sort of, see and hear some of the new things that they're looking at on restoration, so that was great. I attended the California State Fair's gala honoring Secretary Karen Ross. So next time you see her, congratulate her. She received an award for Agriculturalist of the Year. Very well deserved. The room was just jammed with a lot of people that wanted to be there in celebration. So that was a great night. Let's see, there was one other thing here. Shoot. Oh, yes. Close to home. So we've all heard about Monterey Park Tract. This is the area that the governor visited within his first week or two of office. And even though it's really close to where I live, I had never been there. So I went out and met with the Community Service District and the City of Ceres. So just to refresh everyone's memory, because I know this has been in the press, so there was an effort to hook up Ceres with Monterey Park Tract, and so they did that. It's a big success story, but then not too long after that, because of our requirements on 123 TCP, the residents received a notice that they were receiving water that was out of compliance with drinking water standards. And so I received the same notice, and I understand what that means, but it was very frustrating for the community because they thought that they weren't being they felt that when the consolidation occurred, that they weren't being treated in an honest fashion. And so it was just a good opportunity to be out there and understand. This goes to what the sort of the closing comments today about the importance of having outreach and spending lots of time to make sure that communities really understand what the options are, what some of the challenges are. So that was very eye-opening, and just have to keep this in mind going forward on our drinking water solutions. And then I followed the water loss performance standard workshop, and I too share some concerns. I want to keep it as simple as possible, and just appreciate what we heard today about water conservation reporting, spending some time with Aqua, and think that that's probably time well spent, not just on water conservation, but also on water loss performance standards.
Thank you, board member. I'm just trying to flick through my own calendar quickly, and really just a couple of items. Last Monday, I participated in a Sustainable Groundwater Management Act groundwater workshop with California entities and the European Union. And Eric Ekdahl, our head of the Division of Water Rights, helped put it together, and our staff participated. Department of Water Resources was there as well. Taran, the head of their program, and it was a really great conversation and really interesting to see the parallels, certainly not just in our Mediterranean climate with folks in the EU, particularly those in Greece and other places, but also the similar challenges that we face and the different structures. Obviously there, within the context of the European Union, they have their directives that go to then the member nations, and then they incorporate them. They're supposed to incorporate them into their laws, and how do you, particularly when you have basins that span between countries, the structure of all this becomes kind of interesting because of the complexity. But yet there does seem to be sort of a clarity of outcomes and of monitoring and data collection, and it was a really good conversation. So that was on Monday, and then drove to Bakersfield that evening. And then was part of a BizFed Central Valley Leadership Roundtable lunch and water district tour. So folks from Kern County and Water Association there did a tour of the Kern Water Bank and some of the facilities, and hadn't ever been to that sort of heart of the spaghetti, string of, what is it, the Arvin Edison Canal meets then with the Friant Kern, which then can bring over water from, it's like a train track switch of, various project waters that all kind of come together there in the basin. So anyway, it was a good conversation. It was a good trip, and those are the really two significant items in the last 2 weeks, other than just everything else that's going on. With that, it's after 5, but we will not retire to closed session at this time, and otherwise, I think can call this meeting to a close unless there's any last-minute burning thoughts. We can stay here for a little longer. We can talk a little longer. Thank you all. Much appreciated. Meeting is adjourned. Until next time, everyone.